The four-wheel Jamboree Spring Nationals. This is stop number 2 on the $50,000 Penda Points Championship and the first competition outdoors. In fact, the season began inside the RCA Dome in downtown Indianapolis. It was a miserable night for Team Bigfoot. Neither truck made it to the second round. Now, Dan Runte in the Power Wheels was absent. There was a substitute driver in this truck, and it was also the debut of Bigfoot 15. But Bob Chandler and company have had a chance to regroup, and have they ever. Last night in qualifying, it was a dogfight, a shootout between Dodge and Ford. First of all, Fred Schaefer in the Barefoot Dodge set the world qualifying record for a 250-foot track at 4.86 seconds. But then the spotlight was on Dan Runte in the Power Wheels Cruiser, and he clocked in at a world record 4.84. But that was not the only action from last night's qualifying round. Here with that story is Army Armstrong.
Gary, these are the brutal remains of a violent wreck involving Kirk Dabney and the Overkill truck. Really, it was a tough blow for this privateer. You know, it's the second wreck in the last 3 years at Allen County Fairgrounds. Now, Kirk does not have one of the well-funded operations, and after months of getting ready to run outdoors and chase these national championship Penda Point Series, Dabney literally destroyed his hope for a championship in less than 5 seconds. This is one of the trucks that finished so well last season, and really a lot of people were looking for great things this year, but that was not the case to be. Truck high-sided, he's on the throttle. A picture's worth 1,000 words. We've got another look, Gary, and it was amazing that Dabney was still trying to drive. You can hear him on the throttle trying to get one of those four corners to touch something to pull that truck back down. First jump looks smooth. He rolls over. The rear wheel's down on the ground. He's planting the horsepower. When he approached the second jump, everything looked good. Now, the touchdown, the left rear hits, snaps the right axle. Now he's on the gas. You can see he's on the throttle. He's winging the throttle right now as he goes over. But like we say, the picture tells the whole story, but he did walk away.
The truck is controlled by a 4-link suspension system, and the bottom link bars on the rear axle failed. And when you land from up in the air with so much weight and horsepower, you're putting a lot of torque on the 4-link suspension. Back when we broke the Nightmare machine, when we destroyed it here, we had lost a wheel. So, you know, when the axles do become separate from the chassis, the accident is always really compiled to a lot worse accident. We had a lot of ground speed, and it didn't bleed the speed off very quick. You know, the first flip felt like it picked the speed up, and it didn't bleed the speed off till right to the last second.
Well, as far as things go today, what started last night as a slapping contest kind of turned into a full blown-out street fight, because both Dodges of Fred Schaefer and both Fords of Bob Chandler made it to the second round. That's the Dodge Ford story Gary was telling you about. That quest to be the world champion, to be the quickest. However, there could be a trump card, and it's not a Dodge and it's not a Ford. The old Carolina Crusher Chevrolet of Gary Porter. That could be the truck we got to watch today.
Well, let's take a quick look now, Army, at some highlights from round one. You mentioned Gary Porter. He won the first Penda Points race of the year. He looked strong, taking out Paul Schaefer. But with this year's format, Schaefer will come back as the fast loser. There's the time for Gary Porter, the Carolina Crusher, in the first round. Well, the best of round one was a 5.06 by Fred Schaefer, taking out Alan Pizzo's Predator. Now, we've had some rain earlier today. It's muddy out there, and the grass is very wet, as you can see the shutdown area. And there's the time for Fred Schaefer once again in the first round. Round two action coming up from Lima, Ohio. Welcome back to the Allen County Fairgrounds here in Lima, Ohio. Look at some of the fun and games on the midway as Ford Trucks present the four-wheel Jamboree Spring Nationals, part of the Special Events Performance Series. Round two coming up. We take a look at the pairings. Now, once again, remember, Paul Schaefer's Monster Patrol and Pam Vodder's Boogie Van come back as the fast losers from round one.
Paul Schaefer knows he's going to have to be dead on the tree in the first round. He's a little bit late. Salvage operator out of northern Indiana. Has the horsepower, has the driving experience. He's a past world champion in the sport of professional mud racing. Comes in the monster truck and is still involved in a learning curve, Gary.
Well, Dan Ruddy pulls alongside the Power Wheels Bigfoot Ford. Now, keep in mind, in qualifying, the fastest pass ever at 4.84. And this track, despite being so wet and muddy, seems to be getting faster as the competition continues.
Well, you got to realize these big cleats on these big tires, they'll go right through that mud. They'll go about 2 inches down in, and that's where they can still plant the horsepower. I say, I rest my case.
That's all Dan Runte in the Bob Chandler Bigfoot Ford. And there's a 4.93, not that far off what he qualified at 4.84. Staging now, there is Eric Meager in Bigfoot 15. He had all that trouble that we talked about at the RCA Dome when we started the season indoors in Indianapolis this past winter. That is Bigfoot 15 out of the Bob Chandler organization. That is Ken Deppy in the Dodge Rampage. Right now, Army has Dan Runte.
Dan, come out here real quick and watch this race with me. Bigfoot going against Rampage right now. Is there anything either driver ought to know?
It's, as far as the right lane going, it really came around, Army. At the beginning of this race, we thought it was going to be really a hooking condition to where it was going to throw the truck to one side or the other, and it seems to come around real good. The truck's going straight down that track as far as the right lane. I haven't been in the left lane. Eric, go out here and run a good race and just keep the truck straight. He shouldn't have any problem at all.
Once again, there is Deppy and Rampage. That's part of the Fred Schaefer Dodge team. He pulls alongside Eric Meager in Bigfoot 15. And look at that. The brand new Dodge Rampage truck takes the victory, a 490 for Ken Deppy. That has to come as a surprise.
I'll tell you, Deppy's an up-and-comer. He's been there before. He's got good equipment. Not really a surprise, Gary.
On the replay, right lane, watch the rough landing for Ken Deppy. Almost noses down in the mud, but he saves it and takes that victory over Bigfoot. And now standing by trackside, Army with Ken Deppy.
Come here. That's got to feel good. It's been a long time coming.
Army, it feels really good. You know, we've been out here, Dodge, been really helping us out, Viper Auto Security. We're really glad to have our good sponsors. We've been working real hard. We've been working hard all in the off season trying to get ready for this. It's coming together real nice.
How about you and a Ford?
You know, there ain't any love lost there, Army. I think you know that. They run good, so we got to run better.
Okay, the next matchup now in round 2 as the competition continues. You look inside at the feet and lower extremities of Gary Porter in the Carolina Crusher. He won in the RCA Dome in Indianapolis indoors, as now the Penda Point Series moves outdoors here at Lima, Ohio. And he goes up against Brian Welsh. There's Gary Porter in the truck in Wadesboro, North Carolina.
Brian Welch, he's another one of the privateers. I say that he's working with the sponsor, potentially with the Dairy Mart people. He relies on the Keith Black for all kind of horsepower and Firestone tires. And this Welch kid, even though he and Porter both are pulling the money out of their pocket to run the circuit, would be a good billboard for somebody to get hooked up with.
All right, so they are staged now. There's a look at Rick Rice, our starter, about to turn them loose here in Lima, Ohio. Porter the near lane, Welch the far lane.
You know, the starter at these events are from the local club. There's always a local 4x4 club helping out, and we appreciate Rick and his club working with us. I believe they call themselves the Rough Riders here.
Out of Goshen, Indiana.
Exactly. Whoa, here in Porter.
Gary Porter likes to be outside. He likes the long tracks. That truck always has been noted for developing the horsepower in no man's land. A 514, not as quick as we've seen today.
Yeah, but Gary, you well know Porter will drive the truck just hard enough to win. He does not abuse equipment.
Well, the final race of round 2 coming up. There's Pam Butters in the Boogie van. Earlier, Army used this vehicle to point out the advancements in monster truck technology.
Gary, you know, it wasn't too long ago when we first started doing this television show that you and I both could literally walk underneath these monster trucks. Well, that's not the case anymore. Real quick, I want to show you a couple of observations I made. Number one, look how low the truck is. The height is gone. The reason they lower the truck is to get a better center of gravity. You got to remember, these guys are not only driving the trucks, they're flying them. Another observation, the engine locations. Instead of being in the stock location like you bought off the showroom floor, the drivers are moving the engines behind them and down lower. Again, it gives you a better center of gravity, so the truck handles better. But the center of gravity being low makes the truck handle better, but you got to have one thing that makes the truck work. Those are the shock absorbers. We keep talking about the Custer shock absorbers, okay? This technology came from off-road racing and has definitely found a home in a monster trucks. You got to remember, these are 10,000-pound behemoth landing time after time. The trick is low center of gravity, making it stick with the shock absorbers.
All right, we'll watch the effect of those shocks in the landing area as we get ready once again for the final matchup of round 2. Pam Botters in the boogie van. There's Fred Schaefer in barefoot, the veteran out of Pontoon Beach, Illinois, an old drag racing veteran before he moved to monster truck racing. Had a dismal season last year in that Dodge truck and certainly hopes to turn things around this year.
Yeah, well, they've definitely regrouped. They put the war paint on, and they're going to play hardball this year. Meanwhile, one of the undersung heroes in the sport is that young lady over there. She and her husband have qualified for a lot of these shows, but don't make it past this round.
And once again, she gets knocked out by Fred Schaefer, and barefoot logs in at 5.08 ET. So Fred Schaefer continues on. There's a look at the boogie van, who did a little bootleg spin down there. Now watch on the replay. Watch the shutdown area, the far lane. Watch Botters as she gets on the brakes, turns the steering wheel, and slides her just a bit. Oh, Joey Chitwood would be proud of that move. Let's go down trackside and talk with our winner, Fred Schaefer. He's with Army.
Well, Gary, I'm down with the man of the hour right now. 2 Dodges going to the next round. It seems like the rhythm's back. This seems to be the team of old.
I think you're right, Army. This new Ram's really working for us this year. We've done a lot of research and development over the winter, and we're feeling real good about what's going on the first of the year.
Team got a lot bigger, too. I noticed you got more guys doing more specialty works, like some other teams out there. That could have been what you were looking for. Takes a little pressure off of you and lets them handle some of the problems.
It does, Army. We've had the team a few years now, and we're building a strong team. We're really feeling good about it, and we're looking for a good year this year.
The competition continues. Beware of the bear. A full grandstand here at the Allen County Fairgrounds in Lima, Ohio, as we prepare for semifinal action. We'll have a pair of Dodge trucks from the Fred Schaefer racing team. There's one, the Rampage of Ken Deppy, and also a Chevrolet and a Ford. And the Ford, of course, is Bigfoot Power Wheels. Dan Rutte.
You know, in an earlier interview, Schaefer told us he had regrouped over the winter months, and it's showing itself because he's got 2 of those big Mopar-powered vehicles this far in the show.
Chevrolet, of course, belongs to Gary Porter, the Carolina Crusher. We'll be seeing him momentarily. Rick Rice there taking a look at the racing area. There's a look at Deppy in the near lane, Runte the far lane. The semifinals here in Lima. Well, that was the hole shot that won it for Dan Runte at 4.91. He's been very consistent throughout the competition.
Runte's doing exactly what he has to do. He took one of the Dodges out of the picture today, Gary.
1 Dodge left. That's the barefoot of Fred Schaefer. And, of course, he takes on the Chevrolet Carolina Crusher of Gary Porter. Of course, that winner will face Dan Runte in the finals. And Dan right now has climbed out of his truck. He's with Army.
Tough race. You knew he was coming after you. Had to cut a light out of a lane that nobody else liked. It worked for you.
Yeah, we did, Army. You know, all the fast times been coming out of this. Ken ran that lane round before this one, and he moved over the right lane, not knowing what the right lane would do. He'd been running the left lane. It was tough for him. Ford Power Wheels is working well. The crew's got me dialed in. We're talking a lot. Both lanes are coming around, and we're not afraid to go back and run the left lane again.
Well, coming up is Gary Porter. There's a look at Gary. He leads the Penda Points Championship right now by virtue of a win at the RCA Dome in Indianapolis. And earlier, Army cut up with him to talk about shocks.
Big talk being Fords and Dodges, but the Chevrolet guru, if you will, is Gary Porter. And Gary, the suspension is so important with these vehicles. Very quickly, I know you're getting ready to go race. Can you tell me about these shock absorbers you guys are running?
Yeah, the shocks that I have on my truck, they have a 26-inch long stroke, and they're nitrogen charged, shock. And Steve Combs up in Wisconsin makes them for us. And, he does a real good job on them, the shocks. We can set it down in the shock some, and so when we're flying through the air, the axle will drop out. So we'll get on the ground a little bit quicker.
And there is a look at Gary Porter in the cockpit of the Carolina Crusher.
The staging process in monster truck racing is just like drag racing. You got 2 beams right there. You got a pre-stage and a stage light. Once they're staged, both vehicles have to stay still. Once both lights are lit, that's when you look at the bottom light, which is the go light in this case. A lot of people don't know how you start these things, but that's it.
heading through no man's land. Let's check. I think, yes, he's been disqualified. He did not make it over that second set of cars. Fred Schaefer wins it at a 5:01 ET.
Yeah, but Schaefer's indicating he's got a problem in the shutdown area, Gary.
On the replay, watch the right lane. Gary Porter wheel stands it in no man's land right here. It pulls off to his left. The left side tires fail to make contact with the cars. That's his problem. Let's check on Fred Schaefer's problem.
Real quick, a lot of discussion going on. Do you have any idea what it was?
Army, I think it's something electrical because it just, I mean, it didn't run out of fuel. It just shut just like you turned the key off.
Okay, you have two trucks here, both of them powered by the Chrysler Hemi engine. Can you take pieces off the other truck and put it on this truck and make the final?
I think we can do it, Army. As long as nothing internal and it's a magneto or magneto belt or something like that, no problem. 5 minutes.
And Gary Porter checking out those shocks that let him down. The four-wheel jamborees are part of the Special Events Performance Series featuring a weekend of four-wheel fun. Check out the manufacturer's midway, and there's also several categories of show and shine competition. Contact the Special Events Promotion Company to find when a jamboree will be in your area.
This was moments ago when Bob Wilber of Dodge Truck was looking on, and indeed it was a magneto or electrical problem. They're going to get into this thing, Gary.
Well, Army, before the finals, here are some highlights from the tough truck competition. Russ Roach here tagged some yellow iron, cut on the brakes, slid to a stop against an earth mover. And here is Troy Air Tate as he lives up to his nickname. Watch this. Oh, the crowd loves him. Tears up the front axle. And the fans preferred Haynes, as in David Haynes in his 73 Chevy Blazer.
Inspected by number 13. Watch what this guy does. Whoops, tag. Okay, now backs up, takes a run at the final jump.
There goes the front axle again. Oh, his 15 minutes of fame. Right there he is. Love that driving suit. T-shirt and jeans and an old helmet, but he has the neck brace on.
Hey, he's having fun.
Back to the starting line, the finals. We're ready for Dan Runte and the Power Wheels Bigfoot, the Big Ford of Bob and Marilyn Chandler, and the Big Dodge Barefoot of Fred Schaefer.
I don't care what anybody says, this is a corporate war at this point. No love lost between the teams. We watch Schaefer as he works in the starting line. Same type starting you use in drag racing. You can win it or lose it by thousandths of a second. Let's just watch and see who's going to win this one today.
The Big Dodge Barefoot takes the victory here in Lima, Ohio, a 4.72. Look at that, fastest run ever, 4.72. The current standings, Fred Schaefer leads Gary Porter, Ken Deppy, the other Dodge driver, then Dan Runte and Paul Schaefer.
Record, new track record. 4.72, I think.
4.72, Fred!
Okay, as you can tell, they're not real happy down here. A 4.72 is the unofficial word we get. You know, you're the new national points leader. You've worked so hard to come back. If people only knew how hard you had to work to get back to where you are right now, congratulations.
Thanks a lot, Army. That's the fastest time ever recorded, and believe me, when the Dodge team rolled in, the sun came out, and boy, it feels good to be in a winner's circle.
Let me ask you about the chassis set. You went over the cars and set it down in the middle, and your rear wheels were tracking all the way through. Did you make any kind of chassis adjustment before that run?
No, Army, I just run it as hard as it would run. It didn't matter what kind of shape the truck was in. I wasn't letting off the gas.
We just got the word it's official, a new world record, 4.72. Congratulations to you and the Dodge team.
Thank you very much.
Hey, that'll do it. We'll see you next week on Trucks and Tractor Power. Now here's news of an exciting video release from Diamond P Sports. There are those gifted students who proudly show off their passion for learning. Then there are the more aggressive pupils. They conduct their studies in front of the grandstands, going to school on the masters. The right foot is the chosen mode of expression, and while this scholarly bunch can be a little rough on their school supplies, let's just say they excel at a higher level. Today on Trucks and Tractor Power, we feature the best in NTRA monster truck racing. From the Allen County Fairgrounds in Lima, Ohio, it's the four-wheel Jamboree Spring Nationals. This is stop number 3 on the Penda Points Championship. 2 races so far, 1 indoors, 1 outdoors, and what we have not found is Bigfoot in Victory Lane. The first race indoors, the RCA Dome in downtown Indianapolis, won by the Chevrolet, the Carolina Crusher, and Gary Porter. And the first outdoor show here at Lima, Ohio, won by the Dodge Barefoot of Fred Schaefer. In the process, Fred sets a world record of 4.72. He's the fast qualifier for today's event. The Power Wheels Bigfoot truck of Dan Runte is second fast in qualifying. But once again, a Bigfoot truck has yet to find Victory Lane. Here with more on that is Army Armstrong.
The Ford camp is doing exactly what they have to do if they're to go back to the top of the ladder of monster truck racing. What they have to do, win 1 race at a time and go on to the next round. Now, Ford has done that. However, on the other side of the ladder, Dodge has too. And you know, the Dodge trucks in this sport are kind of like the Mopar team in NHRA drag racing of Dale Alderman and Scott Jeffrion. The Dodge seem to have a juggernaut on the horsepower. Every time they go out, Fred Schaefer and Ken Deppy seem to set national records. Now, as luck would have it, these 2 teams are on opposite sides of the bracket. So the 2 Fords may meet in the semifinal, the 2 Dodges may meet in the semifinal, and that means we could have a Dodge-Ford final.
Well, let's take you back now to round 1 with some highlights. Ken Deppy against Paul Schaefer. Deppy came out of this run with his best time ever of 4.91 in round 1.
Well, like we said earlier, the Dodges keep going quicker and quicker. This guy did not have the same luck. Sampson, Dan Patrick, in the round 1 competition, had a transmission blow in the no man's land area, and watch what happens. He can't go, he's got to go, he stops.
Yeah, he noses into those cars, does some suspension damage, and he is towed off the track. As we now can give you our matchups for round 2. Barefoot goes against the Executioner, then it's the Predator and the Dodge Rampage. Carolina Crusher against Bigfoot. Power Wheels against Moving Violation. Class is now in session. Welcome back to the Allen County Fairgrounds here in Lima, Ohio, where Ford trucks present the four-wheel Jamboree Spring National, part of the Special Events Performance Series, featuring round 3 of the Penda Points Championship. We are ready now for round 2 competition here in Lima.
Fred Schaefer is going to be going up against Tim Hall. Now, Schaefer out of Pontoon Beach, Illinois, has the factory support behind him with Dodge. Meanwhile, exactly the opposite. Tim Hall works hard, builds his truck out of his own pocket. He and his brother race it, but they're 2 opposite ends of the spectrum right now, but that will all even out when that green light comes on, Gary.
About staged. A terrific run for Fred Schaefer. A bit of bounce there in the shutdown lane for Hall. Look at that. A new world record at 4.71. Beats his old record by 100th of a second.
Watch how the truck settles down in no man's land. See, keep something on the ground so he can keep pushing it to the other end.
Yeah, it's impressive to be in the air, but in the air, you're not hooking up the horsepower. So a good run for Fred Schaefer. As we take a look now, watch the rough landing for Tim Hall on the right lane. Here's Army with Fred.
Fred, real quick, you just keep getting quicker and quicker and faster, a 471. You guys seem to really have a handle on it.
Army, every day we change some little something, come out there in those clocks, they tell you if it's good or bad. And boy, it seems like we can't do anything wrong this week, and everything's been good.
Well, with that 4.71 clocking, a lot to smile about for Fred Schaefer. Curious looking creation, that's the Predator, driven by Alan Pizzo, and he will stage against Ken Deppy, the Dodge Rampage.
You know, Fred was talking about everything's going right, and that's exactly the way it is. The Dodge have found something they've been looking for. It's a rhythm, it's a momentum, and the confidence factor is great. However, Ken Deppy sitting in that red Dodge next to Pizzo, know that even though Pizzo made it into the round when Dan Patrick broke, he's still got to cut the tree on him. He's got to leave on him on the start line, and he does.
Now, we're not seeing much air coming off that first jump. They're getting the chassis back on the dirt and hooking up. A 5:09, not as fast as his teammate, but he will advance. And as you say, the Predator was there by virtue of the breakage, the scratching of Dan Patrick. As we take a look at Gary Porter now staging, we'll go back trackside with Ken Deppy.
Ken, the truck looks like it's working real well, but the way the chassis are set up, you're kind of rolling that first jump, it seems like.
We're trying to get over that first jump without having to really let off the throttle any more than we have to. That's why you're seeing the lower ETs than we used to do. Suspensions are dropping out. Everything's working good. The big Dodge Hemi is pulling hard. It's going good.
Good matchup coming your way next. We'll have Ford against Chevrolet. There is the Ford. That is Bigfoot 15. Eric Meager in the cockpit, and there is Gary Porter's Carolina Crusher. Now remember, Gary Porter was victorious indoors in the RCA Dome in downtown Indianapolis last winter. He won the opener of the series before it moved outside. Here's the brand new two-frame race truck, the number 15 in the Bigfoot stable.
And remember, Eric Meagers has to be taking the toughest seat in the sport, taking over for Andy Brass, who's dominated in this sport for the last couple of years. But Bob Chandler's got a lot of confidence in this kid, or he wouldn't be in that truck. It's the old classic battle, a blue Ford against a red Chevrolet.
And it is the blue Ford by what, about a fender maybe?
Man, that was a good race, good close race, Gary.
But still not the type of times that we've been seeing from Fred Schaefer. So Schaefer may think right now he's got this field covered.
Yeah, but it ain't over to the fat lady sings. You well know that. Both trucks make a good leave, but look how they stay close to the ground. They do that through adjusting a suspension to make the wheels drop quicker.
And there is the difference right there. Your winner is Eric Meager.
Eric Meager comes out of the Bigfoot truck and immediately goes underneath. Immediately you go underneath the truck. Is there a problem?
Yeah, Army, there is a problem. We haven't diagnosed it yet, but we're trying to get it taken care of here so we can make it back next round.
What's the characteristic that tells you there's something wrong with this truck?
There was a vibration in the air over the second set. I could definitely feel it. Called back on the race electronics radios, let my crew know that there was a problem so we can get on it right away with this time frame we're working with.
That's incredible. They have a 5-second run. They still are hooked up with radio communications. And there is his teammate, Dan Runte, in the Power Wheels Bigfoot. And Runte will stage against Brian Welsh in moving violation.
Welch, another one of the independents, would just like to get that break, pick up a sponsor to help him on the tour, because he doesn't mind racing these guys. He'd just like to get some new pieces to do it with, and he uses the GMC brand, not Chevrolet. It's a GMC truck for all you GMC fans out there.
Yeah, but once again, racing costs money. How fast do you want to go? You really need the sponsorship to go fast and be competitive.
Well, especially in this circuit, man, because this is so tough. You got to qualify. Only the top 12 trucks even make the show, so let's see what's going to happen when it goes green.
The horsepower down through that midsection that won it for Dan Runte.
One thing I want you to notice is Runte goes a 486. Is when he goes over, he's winging the throttle, burping the throttle.
Here now are your final 4 matchups. Barefoot against the Dodge Rampage, Bigfoot against Power Wheels. So in the finals, we will have a Dodge and a Ford. And there's a look at Dan Runte as he climbs out and walks over to Army.
Dan Runte, 486. You got this puppy flying, but you got that other Bigfoot truck in this next round. Now, what happens at a time like this? You're best of friends, I think.
Yeah, we are best friends, Army. They're both Fords. We can't lose as far as this one goes. Like I say, they're both hooking up. They're both running well. We're looking to move another points place today, so we're going to run as hard as we can run, and I'm sure he will, and may the best man win.
When you say we can't lose, the big question is who's going to win, you or him?
That's something that'll have to be determined out there at the light. It's a tough day. Both tracks are real close to the same. It just depends what happens out there. Cut a good light and run down there through there as fast as you can.
And the other half of the semis. There they are, the big Dodges.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the captain. Please fasten your seatbelts for takeoff, and remember, this is a smoking flight. On behalf of the entire crew, thank you for flying TNF Motorsports.
Welcome back to the Allen County Fairgrounds here in Lima, Ohio. We are getting set for the semis. There go the Dodge trucks rolling out. They'll shoot it out for the right to go to the finals. Earlier, Army caught up with the Dodge boys.
Well, what do you think about a situation where buy a kid books, you send him to school and everything, and he's going to try to come and beat you in the competition? Fred, you put this kid in the seat because you knew he could drive the truck. Now he's coming after you.
Yeah, and he's pretty tough, too. He's really made some impressive runs this weekend, so you know, I'm going to have to do the same thing that I do against our other competitors. I'm not going to do everything right in that seat.
That's what it's all about. Now, the kid, we call him. A lot of years experience. You've really done a tremendous job, made a good name for yourself. I know you're tickled to death to be back with the Dodge team. Can you get this guy? I'm not going to call him the old man while I'm standing next to him, but can you get him?
I wouldn't call him the old man either. I don't know, Army. You know, he's turned in the 2 fastest times ever running a monster truck race this weekend. You know, I've turned in the 2 fastest times I've ever run in one, but they still haven't been quite as good as Fred's. You know, the best thing would be if we'd have, you know, 2 Dodges in the final. At least we know we're going to have 1 in the final.
All right, there's a look at barefoot Fred Schaefer in the cockpit. There is the starter, Rick Rice, out of Elkhart, Indiana, with the Goshen, Indiana Rough Riders, the host club for this event here in Lima, Ohio.
Both drivers working into the lane. It's going to not only be the battle of the Dodge, it's going to be the battle of the Red Racers, Gary.
Fred Schaefer takes it, lays down a good run. Let's check it out. Oh, listen to this one. Listen to this, 464, another world record.
Every run he's made today has been a world record. That is awesome.
Yeah, he started out at a 472, went to 471, now a 464. The Ford Bigfoot trucks now preparing to stage for the right to battle Fred in the finals, but right now, it's going to be Fred Schaefer in barefoot awaiting the outcome of this event. There's Fred.
Boy, it's just amazing, y'all. It's hard to believe that every time you make a run, you set a new world's record. And you told us you were going to go after this kid, and you did it in a big way.
Army, I knew this. Ken, he's been running fast. We looked at the air, changed the pill, and picked up some more power. I can't believe it. There's super bite out there on the track, and it's the ideal conditions today.
Well, he makes it look easy. I tell you what, he's going to be tough to beat as we get ready for the matchup between the Big Blue Fords. Bigfoot, 15, and the Power Wheels Bigfoot. Dan Runty, the near lane, Eric Meager, the far lane.
These guys got to be thinking about racing each other, but they were both suited up in their trucks and watched Fred Schaefer make that run. They know that he is constantly going faster. I wonder how that affects their psyche.
Well, they know that they have not been that fast so far today. And it's Dan Runte by a truck length over his teammate Eric Meager. There is a 4.85, good, but still not as fast as what we've seen from barefoot.
Well, you're exactly right. A 4.85 anyplace else would be a great run. But again, notice how they got the chassis set. Fred Schaefer said it's an ideal condition out there. The air's good, the bite's good, and they're just flying.
And there's the margin of victory for Dan Runte. He's with Army.
Dan, you just came over checking something with Jim Kramer. Times are so important. Attention to detail is what it's all about, isn't it? Even when you got to run your own partner.
That's right. You know, at Army, it all boils down to light. It's getting so quick that you got to cut a good light. Lane choice is making a difference out here today. We took the right lane, ran the right lane all day. Freddie's been running the right lane all day, and actually he got a faster time than I did that time, so we're looking at the left lane probably now. We'll just have to wait and see what happens. The Power Wheels Ford is it's hooking up and leaving harder than it was all this weekend, and we're just going to have to wait and see what happens.
It's going to have to hook up if he's going to beat Fred Schaefer. So as we get set for the finals, we can tell you the four-wheel jamborees are part of the Special Events Performance Series, featuring a weekend of four-wheel fun. Check out the manufacturer's Midway. There's also several categories of show and shine competition. So contact the Special Events Promotion Company and find out when a jamboree will be in your area. Well, coming up next, the finals, here's Fred Schaefer.
Well, it's like you and Runte in the final. This dream final is here, you and the kid in the Ford.
Yeah, and he's running good, Army, and I'm going to run him just as hard as I can run because I didn't take anybody for granted. We got him covered on ET, but we're going hard as we can go.
The chassis on the truck are unique. You're going over the first jump, and you're actually like going downhill on a ski slope. You're throttling up, going down the hill. He's doing the same thing. Are you learning from him, or is he learning from you?
I don't know, Army, but I got the fast time right now, so let's say he's learning from me, and let's see if I can't teach him in this last round.
Yeah, we'll see who takes who to school. And, hey, what's the student body cheering about?
Stay tuned for more trucks and tractor power on TNN.
Oh, man, I like this school.
Take 5,000 horsepower, down to quarter mile, in less than 5 seconds. What do you get? NHRA on TNN Motorsports. It doesn't get any closer.
We are back. That's study hall. And this is recess. And these are some of our top flight students. Some highlights now from the tough truck competition. Troy Tate in the Iron Horse, always a crowd favorite.
Well, Gary, I hope you were using the term top flight legitimately, because look how that truck got broken up. Wacko.
Yeah, this is Jason Culp in Bad Moon Rising. And hey, Dave Fontanetta, watch this one.
This is a street vehicle now, folks. He drove his family to the race in it. Oh! He's going home alone.
That's why they have roll cages on those things. An incredible flip over. He was okay, and Army talked to him.
You guys are supposed to be doing this for fun.
It was fun. It was fun until I saw the ground coming up, and I said, uh-oh, yeehaw!
Well, there's a big wave from Todd Miner in Hartman's Orange. He's getting ready to thrill the crowd.
Now, you got to remember, the tough truck is a timed event. He's already messed up on other parts of the track, but he's going to show you one thing for sure. A Dodge can fly.
Oh, and that was a hard impact, too.
Yeah, but listen to the crowd.
Well, the crowd loves this tough truck competition. As we get ready for the finals, the feet, the driving shoes, the lower extremities of Fred Schaefer in barefoot. Just earlier this afternoon, a 4.64, a world record for this event. And he pulls up the stage alongside the Power Wheels Bigfoot of Dan Runte.
This is like two old gunfighters going to go at each other. They're playing mind games on the starting line. Fred Schaefer rolls up, then the kid rolls up, Fred backs up. Eventually, they're both going to have to stage. From that point on, it'll be 5 seconds to find out who the best today is in this sport.
The way Fred's been running, less than 5 seconds. Rick Rice, the starter out of Elkhart, Indiana, will turn them loose as we crown a champion here in Lima, Ohio.
Ford on the far side, Dodge on the near side.
Looks like Schaefer, it looks like Schaefer, but was he out of bounds? A 5-second run for Dan Runte. Let's see what we have for Fred Schaefer. Will Fred be DQ'd? Let's watch again from the end zone camera. Watch the left lane.
There's an out of bounds on the left side. It should be indicated by an orange cone. You do not go outside that cone. He landed on top of it.
We can tell you that our official, George Carpenter, is down at the officials' tent watching a replay monitor to make the decision if Fred is to be DQ'd. Let's listen.
He's over the cone. He's over the cone.
Well, it doesn't look good for Fred Schaefer. In fact, we're being told now that he has been disqualified. Army is with both drivers.
We got a controversy finish. The Ford's going to take the win. He'll take the points out of here. The Dodge was first of the other line, but was disqualified because he jumped out of bounds. Now, the way that I understand the ruling in the past has always been your front two tires have to hit the object at the end, but I never knew there was an out of bounds at the finish line.
Army, I'm not sure about the out of bounds at the finish line either. They said he brought it up at the meeting. I wasn't aware of it.
Okay, very good. Taking nothing away from you in the Ford camp. This guy's been rock and rolling all day long. You guys have been earning your keep on this thing. You're going back after these points, Chase. Were you aware of this situation, aware of the fact that the truck is out of shape on that last jump? You backpedal to try to keep it straight?
No, Army, I really didn't backpedal. The truck kind of picked up and jumped that way. We did steer it back right as it hit the ramp. It stayed in real good. It was a driving track. It was the first time I ran that lane all day. Like you said, Fred's been running tough, and it's kind of a tough break, but Ford's going to take the win here.
Well, Ford did take the win here today, but there might be a Dodge in the future, like a Dodge City, like this shootout ain't over. Back to you, Gary.
Well, Army taking a look at the point standing. Schaefer continues to lead over Gary Porter. Dan Rundy with his first win of the year takes third. Ken Deppy is now fourth, and Eric Meager and Bigfoot rounding out the top five. That wraps it up here in Lima for Armstrong. The NMRO's version of the Sunday Funnies, where superheroes spring to life from fiberglass bodies. And for a brief 3 seconds, it's as if they occupy the cockpit. Race cars have a way of doing this when someone's pushing a hole through the floorboard. Wild bravado shakes hands with high performance every time a mud racer goes to the line. This is Trucks and Tractor Power, featuring the best in NMRO mud racing. Today, from the Allen County Fairgrounds in Lima, Ohio, it's the four-wheel Jamboree Spring Nationals. For truck lovers, the Jamboree is a kaleidoscope of sound and color, a canvas filled with chrome and candy apple pinstriping and tons of horsepower. It's the Jamboree that makes the pages of Four Wheel and Off-Road magazine come to life. In fact, a walk through the show and shine area would tell you that these trucks are an extension of the owner's personality. But there's so much other activity going on right now in front of the main grandstand. And here with that story is Army Armstrong.
Some people call it poor man's drag racing, but that's not the case at all. The names on the side of the vehicle tell you exactly how the drivers are going to attack the track at Lima, Ohio. Lima, known as one stop of the Triple Crown of mud racing. Everybody wants to take a win out of here. It has always provided a ton of action, and today should be no exception. Trust me.
We've had showers off and on all weekend. Now that makes it tough on tuning an engine, and Army Armstrong earlier addressed that issue.
Hey, Gary, whether it's cold or whether it's hot, there's bound to be weather or not. You said that when you were a kid, if you're just kind of playing, but today, it's no play thing. This is a complete weather station that one of the drivers has set up in a pit area. Why a weather station? It's real simple. The amount of fuel and air you mix in a supercharged engine is critical. That's where the horsepower comes from. We noticed that this driver has found a baseline with his weather station and decided to go from a big pulley on front to a smaller one. Look at the difference in the sizes of those pulleys. Now, the smaller pulley forces more air into the engine, making it turn quicker. So the driver's telling us that there's not enough really good air at the track today. He goes to a smaller pulley to compensate for that to get the right fuel and air mixture.
Ready for the Class 6 paddle tire competition in overtime. That is Keith Barry, and he'll stage against Rick Dempsey and the Mud Patrol.
Dempsey's going to be driving a vehicle that has a history behind it. It's a past world champion, but this kid's new. We know the vehicle can do it. The question is, can the young driver step up to this ride? Both of them with alcohol-burning, big block Chevrolet engines, horsepower, horsepower, horsepower.
An open coupe against a sedan model. Quick run. Let's check the time. Barry's a 281. 281, and Dempsey a 329.
The 281's a good number, Gary, and the open car seems to have an advantage. The drivers seem to be able to see better.
We'll come back and talk to Barry as we return to Lima. Welcome back to the Allen County Fairgrounds here in Lima, Ohio, where Ford Trucks presents the four-wheel Jamboree Spring Nationals, part of the Special Events Performance Series. Let's send it out to Army to talk to one of the first down the track, Keith Barry.
Name of the vehicle's Overtime, but right now this is the guy with the quick time. Is an early draw to your advantage today?
Seems to be.
What about the rest of the field? What do they look at in the back when they see a guy like you cut a sub 3-second run in the front?
It's going to run a lot faster. There's a lot of quick cars out there, so it'll be a good run for everybody today, I think.
Also, his indication is the track may remain about the same. Give everybody a chance for a good run as we take a look inside the cockpit of Psycho. Psycho is David Whitehurst, and he stages alongside Chuck Knoll's stepchild.
David Whitehurst and his father teamed up on this vehicle. The stepchild, I kind of teased this guy because he even blew his own doors off trying to get it ready. It's basically a late model vehicle, but he's kind of stripped it down to where I don't even know what it looks like, Gary. But it's fast, I'll tell you that.
It could have been an old Bronco or an old Blazer.
But right now, it's just real fast. That's all he wants. Getting the far lane, 25 years old. No, one of the veterans, wily veterans out of the Sunshine State of Florida in the lane closest to us. And the name on the car kind of says it all.
Well, a good run for Knoll.
Hang on.
He almost does a bootleg spin to get her woed. A 256. Hey, that's the benchmark. 256, and for David in Psycho, a 286.
That was a good side-by-side run. That's what this sport's all about. But when the replay comes up, I want you to notice on the left side of the screen, the driver's sliding, and he actually has to get back in the throttle to get the car settled down. Watch it. He's sliding. He's got to hit the throttle right now.
And he does finally save it, keeps it from going on over, but he takes that at 256, and here's Army.
Some people do this for fun. I can't understand that. There's like a lot of work to clean this thing up real quick. Okay, he's got his helmet off. 259. That was an awesome run. But the run was one thing. The shutdown area looked like a whole new ball game for you.
Yeah, it's still a little wet down in there in that grass, and you get off in the grass, and it gets sliding around. And I was a little sideways coming out the end, so that hurt me too, Army.
Well, I think, Army, you said a 259. It was actually 256 officially as we look at a touch of madness. Coming up next, Gary Reddick. He'll take on the famous Steve Behrman in chemical reaction.
The Moo car.
Moo, that's right across the front of the car.
That's right.
There's your time to beat at 256.
Both drivers working the lines, rolling into the beams like we said before. Just like drag race, you got to break a beam, and you're not racing each other, you're racing the clock. It's a real fast clock today.
That would indicate that Steve was way out on the light, but again, you're racing the clock at 283 for chemical reaction. And look at the touch of madness time, 310.
The 283 is a good number. You got to remember the baseline for good to fair is anything quicker than 3 seconds.
A good look there at Jeff Myers in the Boss. He'll be taking on Chris Kane in Raising Kane. But first, Army had a chance to catch up with Steve Behrman, the driver of the chemical reaction.
Well, again, I want you to notice something. The vehicles are picking up a whole lot of mud. Now, this is it's a mud race. You know you're going to get a little bit muddy, but this mud's causing some problems for them, some handling problems, because if you look at the driver's visors, they literally can't see out of them. They have to kick the visors up when they get to the end of the track. A good run. Do you think the track's going to get better as we go further into the field?
There's no starting line there. You know, we spent a lot of money to build a lot of horsepower, and KCD Chassis built this chassis to try putting it to the ground. That Jim Oddy horsepower is too much for the track, and it spun real hard, and we had to pedal it.
Well, there is a good look at the Boss. That is Jeff Myers, and he stages against Raising Kane, driven by Chris Kane. There's the time to beat at 256. An even run as Chris has some trouble, bangs the water barrier, kind of kisses off like a billiard shot, keeps on driving.
Well, the Yodoc safety system that he got into was developed through this sport. Meanwhile, Myers goes at 263, Gary.
Well, now watch again in the shutdown areas. Chris has some difficulty. Far lane. Now watch him spin around, catch the barricade, and then he hits it a second time. Well, Kane had his problems, but in the near lane, Jeff Myers had his own problems. Here's Army.
The 263 number is a good number, but that's a bad sign. He hurt the motor. Did something look like to the front seal, but the run's over. He's got all week to put a Band-Aid on to get going again, but this Hemi Ford motor, kind of a strange combination, really laid down a good shot for him today. The oil is the bad sign. Gary?
Staging now, Al Stebbins. Al, of course, won the Class 5 competition here at Lima, Ohio. And he pulls up alongside Jim Carr. Never satisfied, Jimmy Carr and Al Stebbins in rapid transit. But once again, the guy on top of the standings is Chuck Knoll at 256. That is the benchmark. And that is the run that these guys are shooting for as Jimmy Carr stages Never Satisfied.
going to be a good run. Both of them 23 Ford Roadsters. The far lane is powered by a supercharged Ford. The near lane is powered by a supercharged Chevrolet engine. So if nothing else, somebody gets to go out of here with bragging rights if they don't go quicker than that 2.56. Both drivers with the alcohol engines letting a little bit of time, get time on the engine, get some heat in them.
Stebbins with a good run. Let's check the time, though. A 2:86, still 0.3 of a second off. The benchmark right now turned in by Chuck Nolan. There's the 2:79 for Jim Carr. So once again, the standing showing Chuck Nolan top with that 2:56, and it's Jeff Myers, Jim Carr, Keith Berry, and Steve Behrman. There is a ton of mud on the side of Stebbins' car. Army right now is with Jimmy Carr.
A 279 tells me you guys are having to think. It's not all driving with your foot today, is it?
No, it's not. The pit is slippery, and it just, if you air the tires right, you can make a good pass.
But the combination is getting the horsepower to stick to the ground.
Yes, definitely is.
A lot more competition, a lot more mud coming your way.
Butch Miller, Joe Rutland, Mike Skinner, Ron Hornaday Jr., Bill Sedgwick. Keep on trucking, boys. The Super Truck Series Stevens Field Genuine Car Parts 150, Saturday, 6 p.m., 5 Central on TNN Motorsports.
Welcome back to activity on the midway, but right now let's check in with Army at the starting line.
The Christmas tree you're looking at is 60 feet past the starting line. That 60 feet seems to be the critical area for the drivers today. You cannot stick the horsepower to the track in that area. Now you're looking at the actual starting line, and you notice how ruddy it is, but the rut you're looking at is about 6 inches of soft mud. Right underneath that 6 inches of mud, it's real hard. That's where the drivers say they're blowing the tires off. It's so hard, it's like starting on concrete. The mud's kind of deceiving. What you see is not always what you get.
Well, coming up, two totally different ideas on how to run the mud. There is Red Heat, a rear-engine car for Melvin Brown, and a good-looking car pulls up alongside Fred Wilhite in Money Pit.
Now, you notice how easy Brown could just look down the track. Look at Wilhite looking around the blower, trying to find out where the groove is. I'm not going to say a thing about those little dingleberries on his helmet. That kind of tells you about this guy's personality.
That gives him better radio reception.
Both drivers getting some heat in the engines. It's amazing. Everybody's sitting on the line a little bit longer today because of the weather conditions. But when it's right, they'll go. That was a run. Wilhite in trouble back.
That was a shot. He has trouble getting it slowed down. He's back on the throttle. He's zinged the throttle. He almost hit some equipment over there. But look at that, a 251. With all the trouble getting it slowed down, he had a 251. That puts him at the very top of the leaderboard. Watch the run again. He zings across that mud, but then he has trouble in the shutdown area.
Called the old dingleberry shuffle because of little jobby-dobbies on his helmet. But right here,
man,
he does some driving.
Run.
See, he has to go into the throttle real quick in order to settle the car down right now.
He wings the throttle right there, then climbs back on the brakes, does get it woed, and he's out of the car with Army.
Well, we were talking about names and different things to tell you the personality of the people. Check this out. Yes, it's fast. No, you can't drive it. You have fun racing, don't you? I'm going to go ahead and talk while you're getting your helmet off and everything. But you and the other guys that race, the camaraderie here, the friendship and the brotherhood is really unique until you go to that starting line, and then you guys put the war paint on, don't you?
If it wasn't for the friendship, I would not race. And yes, I ain't going to let nobody beat me that I can beat.
Well, one of Fred's good buddies is Ron Pence, a real stalwart of this sport in Tater. Now, he is drawing a single in the far lane. Once again, that time to beat just laid down by Fred Wilhite at 251.
Pence out of the Show Me State is capable. He runs the scooper tires on the back and the DOT tires on the front. Tell me he's trying to loosen the car up a little.
Good quick run, but will it be fast enough? He has trouble in the shutdown area as well. No, 279 for Ron Pence in Tater. So that will not be quick enough as we take a look again, coming right at you from the end zone camera.
See, what they're trying to do is loosen the front end of the car, get it to stay on top of the mud. Now, he does it, but the problem area is in the finish line. That could cause us some problems before the day's over because it does not get a bit better.
Dan Richter in the Richter scale now staging, and he goes up against Gary Osteen. And Gary drives the vehicle called the Dirty Bird out of Daytona Beach, Florida.
Osteen owns a business down in South Florida, an automotive business. Runs the Ford, believes in the Ford, and kind of likes to razz these Chevrolet and Chrysler boys if he can put a win under his belt.
Let's take a look at the times. Looks like Richter, Osteen first, 3:02 with his Ford-powered Dirty Bird, which is indeed dirty and muddy right now. And Dan Richter at 2:84. Here's a good-looking car. Stressed out. I like the paint job on that.
Yeah, it's got the Castrol white, green, and red. Kind of almost a John 4 spinoff, if you will.
That's Roger Sherwood. And he will stage against Dan Vukovic in Bone Digger.
Well, that name Vukovic has a lot of history behind it, doesn't it, Gary?
He's won a couple of Indy 500s.
Yeah. But right now, the Bone Digger in blue. With the Bulldog on the front, that Bulldog's going to have to bite a chain if he's going to put this guy away.
Yeah, but to put that leader away, it's going to take a better run than 251. Again, more trouble in the shutdown area, and again, he wings the throttle to get out of trouble. A 298, a good run, though, 298 for Vukovic, and a 268 for Roger Sherwood.
Yeah, the numbers are good. They're just not good enough right now. But what's got me worried is that far lane in the shutdown area. Everybody's starting to come out of there a little bit weird now. That's 3 in a row that have come out of there not straight.
Well, they have to wing that throttle to get the car straightened out and hang on to control it, but they are, in fact, keeping them off the barriers
so far.
Well, the Florida boys are headed back to the Sunshine State. We're coming back to Ohio.
He sees what they see. He knows what they know. Some say he's even got a tiny set of gills. Fishing with Orlando Wilson, today on TNN Outdoors.
The four-wheel jamborees are part of the Special Events Performance Series featuring a weekend of four-wheel fun. Check out the manufacturer's midway. There's also several categories of show and shine competition. Contact the Special Events Promotion Company to find out when a jamboree will be near your area. Well, there's a look at Henry Mattingly. Now, he's the driver of Magnum Force. He's done for the day, but looks quite comfortable at that. Some highlights now from Class 6 competition. There's Garland Wall from the Gambler against Jody Nelson in split second.
Wall's a Little Deuce Coupe had a little excitement himself, wiping out the timing clocks in the X1R Special. Meanwhile, the rear engine dragster, a 305. Not the number he's looking for.
Well, let's put the equipment back in order here so we can time some more runs like Dan Brown and Tony Farrell.
Brown going in the lanes of the Gambler in front of him, which wiped out the timing light, did exactly the same thing, Gary. He hooked that rut in the right lane.
A good pass for Tony Farrell, but he still couldn't catch Fred Wilhite.
You know, Fred had a real good pass, and I knew it was going to be hard to beat, and you know, me and Dan was going to try to get him, but I guess not today.
Well, another guy who couldn't quite catch Fred was Mike Camella. Mike taking on Darren Ovington. Mike Camella in that nasty right lane goes with cut DOTs, not paddles, and pushed his way to a 284.
But he went straight, did not get caught in the rut, so it showed the right lane will work.
There's your leader, Fred Wilhite, as he walked around and checked out the rest of the competition. All he can do now is watch. Back to the starting line, our final pair, Brian Harrell in Surf Rat, and he takes on Rob Marshall in Beating the Odds. So let's see if he can beat the odds and beat Fred Wilhite at the same time.
Brian is part of a family operation. Bob comes out a privateer. Both of them good runners trying to work their way to the top of this sport. Youth close to the camera, experience furthest away. I would not want to be in that far lane, though.
Times apparently not
Gary
quick
going
enough
over.
Oh, he is upside down. There goes the fiberglass body. Lands upside down. You can see the driver moving around inside the cockpit.
Good shot by the camera crew. They can show you exactly what's going on.
He's trying to dislodge himself and climb out. That's not the easiest way to get out of a race car, but he is okay. Acknowledges the cheers from the crowd. Now watch again the far lane.
It's a good pass. The shutdown area is where the problem was, Gary. See?
We talked earlier about the guys getting back on the throttle to save it. Perhaps he didn't get back on the throttle. Hooked that left rear just like a sprint car going over the cushion and rolls on over. Sheds the fiberglass body. Minimal damage. He was all right, and here's Army.
First of all, are you okay physically?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Why don't you go ahead and start taking your helmet off, let the EMTs get with you. He's checking the damage on the vehicle. The chassis's twisted, it's bent, but the roll cage did hold up and protect the driver. But again, I want you to notice just exactly how muddy it is. We'll get them to pan the camera straight down. I'll show you. That's what they're trying to stop in right there. And that's causing some of the problems out here today. Gary, back up to you. Something wasn't quite as bad as it could have been.
Well, taking a look at the final standings, Fred Wilhite hangs on to win it at 251. Then it's Chuck Knoll, Jeff Myers, Roger Sherwood, and Rob Marshall. And now there's your winning car. Let's go talk to the winner. Here's Army.
Well, for the final, you got to take it one step at a time. He's taking the first step.
Here are the top 5 qualifiers so far at Bloomsburg. Look, Fred Schaefer not in the top 5. He qualified 9th. Now, Eric Meager, as you mentioned, Army, took that win in round 1. Now, this is the win you're referring to. He closed out the round. Pam Vodders in the far lane leaves too early. Now, remember, this is round 1 competition, and Meager then would take it easy, advancing to round 2.
Pam Vodders knew she was going to have to cut the tree on the Bigfoot truck, but she knew this kid had a win in the crosshairs.
Well, a guy who did not have it so easy was Alan Pizzo. Pizzo in the Predator also had breakage problems in Lima, Ohio, and watch what happens to him in qualifying.
Pizzo laying down a good run, but watch the rear of the truck. The rear right spindle breaks once again, Gary.
Well, he got things fixed, but then in round 1, taking on Paul Schaefer in the Monster Patrol, the same thing would happen. This gets expensive and frustrating.
All the drivers are starting to notice after the finish line, the trucks were landing extremely hard. I rest my case.
Well, once again, let's check in trackside with Army Armstrong.
Al, I know you and keep working. I know you and the crew are just upset as can be over this, but the same thing happened yesterday in qualifying. Can you tell me what's causing it to do this?
I'm not sure, Army, right now. I think I may have one shock that's lost of valving or something in the shock, and it's not releasing when it's going in the air, and the truck is bottoming out when it's landing and putting a tremendous load on the spindle and breaking it off.
Well, Tim Hall and the Executioner also had problems in qualifying, hand grenading an engine. It's been an expensive weekend so far here in Bloomsburg.
You know, people don't realize how hard you have to run these trucks. This is not for grins and giggles. They're chasing this big point money, and they're on kill.
Well, the best matchup was round 1's Dan Patrick and Sampson taking on Fred Schaefer in Barefoot. Notice the air these guys are getting.
Chevrolet and Dodge. Dodge takes this one.
Well, the big boys are playing with the expensive toys in the infield, but it's something for everybody here in Bloomsburg. Look at that, the kids in the mini Bigfoot race down the front stretch. We're coming back. Stay with us.
Brought to you by 104 Plus Octane Boost. Field.
Welcome back to Bloomsburg Fairgrounds. Big problems are brewing down on the track. Let's send it down there to Army Armstrong.
Gary, I am right now at the finish line. It's flat on the right lane. In the left lane where we're standing, you are actually going to negotiate about a 1.5 foot uphill incline. What that does, it makes the truck that jumps and lands hit, and then the front end has to come up to negotiate the rise we're talking about. When the front end goes up, it slams the back end down, and that puts all kind of pressure on these rear wheels, and it makes the truck's handle real spooky. So once again, the right lane, when you finish, it is smooth. The left lane, you still got another hill to climb. Gary, back to you.
So on your television, that's the far lane. We'll keep an eye on that. Round 2 lineups. Monster Patrol and Sampson come back as the fast losers. Predator, who sheared that right rear off, will not make it back, so Fred Schaefer will have a bye run in round 2. Well, here's a matchup between Dan Runte and the Power Wheels against Paul Schaefer in the Monster Patrol.
Schaefer comes back into this round through the loser bracket, the quick loser bracket, and I really like that because it makes everybody really go hard through the end, but He's got the horsepower, he's got the timing and everything. He's just trying to get this chassis figured out on this Monster Patrol Chevrolet truck, Gary.
So it's Chevrolet against Ford. Now, once again, we watch that far lane when these guys land. We've documented the problem down there, and it could cause some more breakage as this competition continues.
Runty is literally wailing in the right lane. Meanwhile, Schaefer has all kind of problems in the left lane, mechanical problems, second shot in a row, but Runty is reading a riot act to these guys, Gary.
Well, obviously, some kind of mechanical problems for the Monster Patrols. We take a look at the return of the Crush Cam. I like this shot coming at you and going away.
Yeah, but I'm not going to hold it next week.
Let's go trackside and visit with Dan Runte.
Well, Dan Runte, the monster truck sport's always been notorious for being rough, but it looks like you guys are just getting beat up out there, especially in the shutdown area.
Yeah, it's rough down there, Army. You're hitting that second set of cars. It's throwing you every which way. I mean, they're dropping like flies. It's hard to say what that second ramp's going to do, and it's not in any particular lane either. It's really tough. It's going to take its toll on all of us before the day's over, I'm afraid.
Well, Bloomsburg has always been a challenge, but now a new challenge with the ramps and the landing area, the shutdown area. There's his baseball cap inside the cockpit. We speak of Gary Porter in the Carolina Crusher in the Chevrolet. He will be in the next matchup. There he is from Wadesboro, North Carolina.
You know, Gary keeps that cap in there so he can get the exposure for sponsors. Hey, these guys aren't dummies. Speaking of exposure for sponsors, Viper and Dodge team up to help this kid. And Ken Deppy's one of these young stars that's going to be the future of this sport.
There's a look at Deppy from Jefferson City, Missouri, the Dodge Rampage. Now, Gary Porter has staged. It looks like Deppy's playing some games at the starting line. Now, of course, Porter has the heat up in the torque converter. When it's hot, it can rob horsepower. So some head games being played there in the staging area.
Yeah, but I tell you what, Gary Porter's no fool. He's going to play hardball. Rest my case again.
Well, obviously a problem in that far lane with the Dodge Rampage. Gary Porter a 542. And there's a look at Ken Deppy as Deppy will go to the trailer.
I'll guarantee you the next time this Chevrolet pulls up against one of those red Dodges, he will not go into the light first. He will let the other guy get hot.
Well, there is a look at the landing for Gary Porter. A rough landing, shaking that chassis, but he settles back down. He takes the victory. He'll advance, and he's in the pit area with Army Armstrong.
Well, a great hopes for the Chevrolet camp stay alive at Bloomsburg. And Gary, did you have any idea that he had any kind of problem on the starting line, or are you aware of what's on the left or right of you?
Not really. You know, I knew he took a long time getting there, you know, staging, and you know, I think they need to come up with a rule, and after a truck is already staged, if the other truck's messing around in the other lane, they ought to go ahead and, you know, they should have turned me loose long before they did. And, you know, I wasn't aware of what was going on. I knew he was having trouble, but after the light turned green, you know, I just went for it, and I didn't have any idea where he was at or what was happening.
Well, as round two continues, a very unhappy Gary Porter from the Carolina Crusher. There's a look at Eric Meager in Bigfoot, the big blue Ford out of St. Louis, Missouri.
I'll tell you about Gary Porter. He just calls it like he sees it. Here's this Meager kid I was telling you about in the opening. He has got a future in the sport. We talked about Deppy in the future. Meager's in one lane in a Ford. He goes up against this guy who's been around since dirt in the other lane.
Dan Patrick in Sampson. Dan Patrick drives it, he builds it, maintains it, does it all.
Even drives a tow rig, I might add.
I think so. So it's Ford against Chevrolet here in round two from Bloomsburg.
Now, Dan Patrick has actually been a tremendous asset to Meager. Meager will be the first to tell you that Dan likes the sport. He helps everybody in it, but right now we're racing. Patrick get down that left lane, but not quick enough.
Yeah, but it's the second half of the run belongs to Eric Meager, a 5.03 ET.
Another win out of the right lane. Man, I tell you what, there's a black cloth hanging over that left lane right now. Patrick made it down the left lane, but I want you to notice how hard he landed. He's on the right side of your screen right now, but watch, the truck is actually trying to do two things, go down and up at the same time, and the drivers are caught in the middle.
A very hard landing for Dan Patrick in that right lane. Let's go back pit side, and here's Army.
Eric, I tell you what, a lot of guys have been on your case about getting that monkey off your back. It's off the back. You're running good. You're a good driver. You're proving it. But time in the seat really helps you, doesn't it?
Exactly. Especially with this sport, the time in the seat is very rare. The actual time in the seat is a short period of time. But I'll tell you, with each pass, I'm learning more and more, and hopefully gain a little respect.
Tell you what, don't get too comfortable in that seat because it looks like that you're going to be going up against the Dodge in the next round. The kid and the old man. Can you handle him?
I'm sure I can handle him. It's just a matter of going out there and doing my job and making everything go right. But with this big blue Ford here, we're making a lot of horsepower. As long as we can get it down the track, hopefully we can take the Dodge boys out today.
That'll be a good matchup. It's coming your way when we come back.
Year in and year out, 35.
To see now, since they've regroomed these tracks, it's requested the drivers. We're right at that 4-second barrier. Let's see if anybody's going to bump into the 4-second barrier. If that's the case, then the drivers were indeed right. They needed to change those ramps.
Well, there is Gary Porter in the cockpit of the Chevrolet, the Carolina Crusher. There is the Ford Power Wheels Bigfoot with Dan Runte.
Believe it or not, that monster truck has a set of whaled wheels on it.
Famous racing family out of the Kansas City, Missouri area.
Now they're in the monster truck.
And there is a look at the Carolina Crusher and the foot box in there in the cockpit.
Gary runs a transmission brake. Somebody using drag racing to get him off the line quick. He left good with the Ford.
Oh, look at that landing, Dan Runte.
Runty's coming across.
And a good reflex on the part of Gary Porter as he climbed on the binders. They popped the left rear off that rim. So the Power Wheels Bigfoot taking the victory, but watch the landing and watch how close they get in the shutdown area.
The rules say after the finish line, if one driver crosses over in the other driver's lane and contact is made, the driver that crossed over will be disqualified. Gary Porter did not make contact. Thus, the Ford's going into the next round, Gary.
Well, Gary Porter, of course, climbed on the binders to give Dan Runte some room to cross his nose because some damage could have been incurred. Let's go back to the pits. Army?
Dan, they fixed the ramps. You go under 5 seconds, so it looks like that was a good move. But what happened here?
It come down, crossed up, Army. It just, this is the problem we were having last year. The Ford with BDS behind us and this new MSD ignition that we're checking out, we're getting a lot of power. The truck leaves the ramp, it's torqued up. When it gets torqued up in the air, it crosses up in the air. It's something you have to deal with when the truck comes down. And it just, we're making a lot of power and we're putting it to the ground, but as soon as that truck leaves the ramp, it's got to unload somewhere.
So the Bigfoot team will have a job ahead in changing the tire. Runte's teammate will be up. Look at that. You NASCAR guys can make a pit stop in 17, 18 seconds. They have to roll this 700-pound tire from the paddock area back to the pit area to make the change. As we look now at Eric Meager in the Bigfoot Ford. He'll be staging against Brett Schaefer, who had a bye run in the semis. And, of course, with the concern today over the track and track conditions, earlier Army talked to Fred about the rough day on the ramp.
We're hitting the cars now between 50 and 60 miles an hour. You know, these trucks get faster and faster every year, so that ramp needs to come down just a little bit.
Yeah, and such a minute change can make for a much safer playing field.
Very first run after they changed the ramp went under 5 seconds. So it was a move in the right direction. Like you said, the trucks are getting faster, the ramps are staying the same. Gary, they both look like precision flying teams. One yaw to the left, one yaw to the right.
Photo finish, but they're going to give it to Bigfoot 5.04 over the Barefoot Dodge. Look again at how close it is.
When I was talking about yawing, I mean they lean. Now watch the Dodge. He'll lean to the left, and the Ford will lean to the right. Right now, they're bailing out in opposite directions.
What a neat run. The victory goes to Eric Meager.
Well, Eric, we were talking earlier about taking over the seat of this truck, not making it to the final. We can throw all that out. You are going into the final against another teammate here, so I know there's some kind of pressure, but then again, you know it's going to be just a good, clean race out there between you and Dan.
Well, that's right. You got two choice Ford vehicles here, and just the great sponsorship we have behind us and the development through Bob Chandler's Bigfoot organization. I mean, it's definitely showing its power here, and I've got my work cut out for me, but we were pretty optimistic about it.
Another look from the crush cam as we're getting set for the finals, Ford against Ford, when we come back to Bloomsburg.
Live NASCAR action on TNN Motorsports. It doesn't get any closer.
Oh, yeah? What's this?
Miller Genuine Draft presents the Win with a Driver sweepstakes.
Check it out.
You could win a trip for two to one of these Winston Cup races covered live by TNN Motorsports.
Be part of the action.
Meet Rusty Wallace, tour the pits with the Penske Miller Genuine Draft Race Team. And if Rusty wins the race, you win $5,000. To enter, send a postcard with your name, address, and phone number to this address. And remember, there's 7 races, so you've got 7 chances to win.
Get your entry in by September 1st and tune in race day September 9th to find out if you're going to the MBNA 500. If you don't win, you're still eligible for the next drawing.
See you at the track.
Brought to you by Napa Auto Parts, Split Fire Spark Plugs, and Purolator.
Since so many good things come in 12s, we figured the week's very best country video should come in 12s too. It's CMT's Top 12 Countdown. Hotter than a Top 5, bigger than a Top 10, it's the Top 12 Videos of the Week. It's your chance to see 90 minutes of the week's most popular country videos from the entertainers everyone's talking about.
On CMT.
That's the Top 12 Countdown, every Friday night at 10 p.m. Eastern, only on CMT, Country Music Television.
The four-wheel jamborees are part of the Special Events Performance Series featuring a weekend of four-wheel fun. Check out the manufacturer's Midway. There's also several categories of show and shine competition. Contact the Special Events Promotion Company to find out when a jamboree will be in your area. Well, some of the fine-looking iron in the show and shine area coming in from all over the country. And earlier, Army caught up with a proud owner of an exceptional-looking piece of equipment.
Bob Fry out of Danville, Pennsylvania, showed up at Bloomsburg with one of the nicest pieces on the lot. Bob, tell me about this Ford.
Well, Army, it features a 460 cubic inch engine, a hand-built stainless steel frame that me and my dad did from scratch. The transmission and all that stuff's all hand-polished. Just about everything on the truck we built ourselves. We bought the truck out of the junkyard for $1,000. We got about $25,000 into it. 7 years later, this is what you got.
From show and shine to crash and burn, why let a truck rust in the field when you can go out in a blaze of glory? The tough truck competition, the guy who had the fans on their feet here last year, Jan Kleckner. Just a taste of what Mr. Kleckner has in store coming up. You'll have to watch our next show from here in Bloomsburg. Well, we are set now for the finals. From one blue truck to another blue truck, Bigfoot, Eric Meager, and he will stage alongside Dan Runte. Here's Eric.
Well, when you started in the sport, you were kind of an understudy to the guy you're going to be running in the other lane today. Does that bother you at all, or is it just a throw-down run?
Actually, no. Me and Dan, we have a pretty good friendship among us and as fellow co-workers, but when it goes to the line in competition, that all goes out the window. So it's going to be a good heads-up race here, and I'd like nothing better than to take a win, but if I had to take it from somebody, I'd rather choose somebody other than Dan, but I'm definitely going to be giving it all it's got.
As competitors, these guys probably get along better than the Bodine brothers in NASCAR racing.
Well, you mentioned both trucks were blue. I'm going to help you out. This is going to be a black and blue Ford final here.
Blue a Kleckner.
Yeah.
That's what I was talking about.
And the winner is going to be featured in the Keystone Motor Racing News, a monthly publication that comes out of the Pennsylvania state. It carries all types of motorsports. We're glad to have them in the monster truck into this thing, and they're excited about covering this event. But right now, it's a blue oval brush in all Ford finals. Meager takes his first win, Gary.
Well, remember, Dan Runte and crew had to change that tire on that Power Wheels Bigfoot. There is the new wheel, the rim, and the tire right there.
But also remember, Meager takes the win out of the quote-unquote bad lane. So it was a level playing field. That was just a good head-to-head race.
And there is the margin of victory right there. Eric Meager, as you said, he was the understudy of Dan Runte, but the student knocks out the professor. Here's the winner.
Well, they say you're going to remember your first one. This is the one you're going to remember. After a day of controversy, it seems like that the cool heads prevailed. You just drove a good race. Just a easy-going, hard race.
Yeah, that's what we were looking at. We were looking for consistency. We knew that was going to be a key here today. As you can see, the trucks and the track conditions that we went through all day to get here. Consistency got us to the final round. We would have liked to have lane choice there. We weren't really happy with the left lane, but we just ran our race, and I believe we broke the fours, and I believe Bigfoot won on the day in Bigfoot here in Bloomsburg.
I believe you're right. I want you to look at the camera. Hold up that number one finger, because you are number one.
The first for me, not the last.
And a big smile from your winner, Eric Meager. There's the congratulations from his teammate. And a good day for the Bigfoot organization here in Bloomsburg. Fred Schaefer continues to lead the Penda point standings over Dan Runte, Gary Porter. Eric Meager is now fourth, and Ken Deppy rounding out the top five. And as the congratulations continue, talk about parity in the top 5 in points. 2 Dodges, 2 Fords, and a Chevrolet. Well, we hope you've enjoyed today's monster truck racing here from Bloomsburg, Pennsylvania. For Army Armstrong, I'm Gary Lee. We'll see you next week on Trucks and Tractor Power. Now here's news and an exciting video release from Diamond P Sports.
What could follow?
To those who think of this as simply mud, I say try telling the All England Lawn and Tennis Club that grass is simply grass. To the proud race volunteers and NMRO officials, this mud pit in Bloomsburg, PA is as hallowed a surface as center court at Wimbledon. And to the fans who travel to jamborees to pay homage to the pickup truck, they too understand the magic of this grit and are on hand to witness man and machine bathe in its glory. This is Trucks and Tractor Power, featuring the best in NMRO mud racing. Today, it's the Summer 4-Wheel Jamboree Nationals from the Bloomsburg Fairgrounds in Bloomsburg, Pennsylvania. Over the years, Bloomsburg has gained the reputation of being a very festive, party-like atmosphere for the Summer Nationals. Now, if you really want to spice up your summer party, just invite the mud racers. But one guy who didn't RSVP is Tom Means. He has a prior racing commitment this weekend, but he has won 3 events over the past 2 years. So without the favorite here, this fiesta is a wide-open affair. And here with more of the competition is Army Armstrong.
Well, Gary, one of the invited guests to your party is bringing plenty of horsepower in the form of blower drive service out of Whittier, California. Who am I talking about? None other than last year's winner, Dan Brown, with the Mind Games vehicle. Dan took the win last year. He has since teamed up with the horsepower people out of California, the blower drive service people, to make a phenomenal amount of horsepower. As a matter of fact, once they teamed up, horsepower was a problem. In Lima, Ohio, they made too much horsepower and couldn't get it to stick to the ground. Today, they made a lot of gear changes, a lot of jetting changes and everything, and they believe that they can put Mind Games in the winner's circle 2nd year in a row at Bloomsburg. Let's see.
Well, the party got started early in a battle of 2 naturally aspirated vehicles. Watch the wild ride Gary Funk takes in the near lane against Althea Lynch. And Funk got acquainted with the Hydra barriers near the Bloomsburg stage. Got a shower, a mouthwash, all in one. Near lane again, Dale Campbell in Showdown does his version of the twist.
And shout. Believe me, Bloomsburg is spooky at best.
And talk about blowing out a candle, Johnny Angel shells a motor. Hey, some parties so far.
Bang, lifted a nitrous oxide system, Gary.
And Army, talk about crashing a party. The Thunderbolt was indeed that in the shutdown area. Watch this rollover.
You have any idea what happened?
Kind of got up on the bank there, and once you get up on the bank, you're pretty much done.
What's the track like out there? All these guys in the back of the lineup are really kind of spooky over it. Now that you've gone over, they're really getting nervous.
It's going to be faster. Definitely going to get a lot faster.
Some of the pre-party activities so far, the action at this point in the competition, a 3.04 laid down by Brian Harold, is the time to beat. There's a look at Dan Brown. He won the Class 6 paddle tire competition here last year. Brings a ton of horsepower, as Army alluded to in the opening of the show. And he stages alongside a touch of madness with Gary Reddick. Now, the naturally aspirated cars have gone before. The track is a bit torn up, and there's been a lot of jockeying for lane position. The word is, and as we've seen, the right lane is not the place to be.
Brown's going over, Gary.
That's the left lane, a hard hit. He comes to an abrupt stop. Moving around the cockpit, Dan Brown appears to be okay, but he comes out that left lane and is now collecting his thoughts. Watch again, a head-on shot
Hooks a rut right there. Hooks a rut, and it comes around on him. He's on the throttle. Now he's on his head.
And all he can do is hang on as he takes a couple of violent barrel rolls. But once again, he is okay, and he's down there with Army Armstrong.
Dan, real quick, I don't want to bother you. First of all, I want to make sure you're okay.
Yeah, I'm okay, Army.
Wild, wild ride.
Well, I don't know what happened. I come out that end, I thought I was okay, and all of a sudden we was over. I was on top of them crush cars, and I don't know what happened after that.
Not the way he wanted this party to go. As you can see, the damaged car being hauled back to the pit area. We'll come back with more from Bloomsburg. Welcome back to Bloomsburg, where Ford Trucks present the McCarthy Tire Summer Four-Wheel Jamboree Nationals. The competition set to continue with Darren Tibbetts in the cockpit of Midnight Magic, the first time in the seat, driving for David Ray.
David Ray has proven the car run, but in the lane next to him, this kid will be Jim Carr. So if you're going to make a good shot, Carr's the guy to have in the next lane with you. He's not going to do anything that'll get this kid in trouble. The car's proven itself. David Ray has shown that this Ford will really make some horsepower. It's ironic both these vehicles are powered by Ford. One of them a 27 body in the far lane and one a 23 in the near lane. Carr versus Tibbetts, Old Pro near, kid in the far lane. You've got him, it looks like.
Kid with a good ride. The time to beat a 3:04. Let's take a look. 3:36, a good ride. He had to be intimidated by that lane, but a good ride for the youngster.
Whoa.
But Jimmy Carr, a 2:86. 2:86 will put Carr at the top of the leaderboard.
And they both made it through on all four wheels. That's good.
Well, up next, a classic matchup, Tom Martin and Ron Pence. Ron Pence and Tater, Tom Martin in the Super Trooper. But first, let's go down the track and talk with James Carr. Here's Army.
Jimmy, congratulations to 286 on your wheels.
Thank you. It felt good. It was going straight, so it felt real good.
Is the track going to come around? Everybody's really kind of spooky in the back of this field. You made a good run. You went quick, but will your good run help the guy behind you?
I don't know. There wasn't much up there at the starting line. We picked the left-hand side. It looked pretty good. There wasn't that many ruts, and hopefully that was the right choice.
All right, back to the starting line now. There is the Super Trooper. That is Tom Martin, staged alongside the veteran Ron Pence.
Both these guys, yeah, Gary, they run year-round. Coming outdoors, they can really make some horsepower. They do a lot of indoor racing in the winter months. But right now, closest to us kind of looks like the Red Light Bandit out of Southern California years ago. Good race.
Well, Pence takes that one. Let's check the time. Looky there, 2.76, your new leader, a 2.76 for Ron Pence.
Yeah, but Martin, he could just get a 3.14. So the left lane seems to be coming around.
Coming right at you, there is Ron Pence and Tater, a 2.76. And let's go down and talk to the quiet one, Ron.
Ron, the number comes up, 276. That's good for the lead right now, but will the track stay where you can run those good numbers for the guys behind you?
I don't know. It's pretty rough out there. It could get better.
It looked like you all were not just chirp bouncing. You were really bouncing out there, up in the air.
Yeah, it's one of the worst tracks I've run on in quite a while.
Well, the man of few words had a lot to say right there, Army.
Wonder how he really feels about the track, Gary.
Interesting combination. We got a Hot Tuna coming up against a Dirty Bird.
Hot Tuna, 48 Fiat. Used to see him in drag racing years ago. First time we've had a chance to see Bob in quite a while. Meanwhile, Gary Bam Bam Osteen, all the way up from Daytona Beach, Florida, being the lane closest to us. Osteen running a gazillion cubic inch Ford motor. Took the body off. Used to run a Thunderbird body.
Problem in the near lane, problem in the far lane. A crash in the far lane. Heisner gets those junk cars from the monster truck track. There's the damage. He is okay in the cockpit. Originally a mechanical problem for Gary Osteen. Hot Tuna at 288. And there is Gary Osteen.
Osteen stumbles on the start line, but Hot Tuna, he was fried on the other end. Direct hit.
Take a look again. He gets in trouble in the shutdown area.
Really, these cars are away from the track. He's in trouble right now.
He's a long way off the track as he gets those crash cars in the monster truck lane in the infield here at Bloomsburg. See the damage to the left rear, but once again, the driver is okay, and Army Armstrong has caught up with him.
Gary, once again, the EMTs really had their hands full here. This Bloomsburg thing, everybody really kind of gets after it and really goes hard. But what the EMTs are doing right now, she's talking to him, asking me questions he should know the answer to. Everything's looking good. She just checked to make sure that he had good control of his muscles by grabbing a hold of her hands and everything. So they're going to let him sit there and kind of get his wind back, and then we'll be back to race in just a minute, Gary.
It is indeed a wicked racetrack here at Bloomsburg. We're coming back with more. Stay with us.
Live NASCAR action on TNN Motorsports. It doesn't get any closer.
Oh, yeah? Watch this.
Miller Genuine Draft presents the Win with a Driver sweepstakes.
Check it out.
You could win a trip for two to one of these Winston Cup races covered live by TNN Motorsports.
Be part of the action.
Meet Rusty Wallace. Tour the pits with the Penske Miller Genuine Draft race team. And if Rusty wins the race, you win $5,000. To enter, send a postcard with your name, address, and phone number to this address. And remember, there's 7 races, so you've got 7 chances to win.
Get your entry in by September 1st and tune in race day September 9th to find out if you're going to the MVNA 500. If you don't win, you're still eligible for the next drawing.
See you at the track.
Brought to you by Napa Auto Parts, Split Fire Spark Plugs, and Purolator.
Since so many good things come in 12s, we figured the week's very best country video should come in 12s too. It's CMT's Top 12 Countdown. Hotter than a Top 5, bigger than a Top 10, it's the Top 12 Videos of the Week. It's your chance to see 90 minutes of the week's most popular country videos from the entertainers everyone's talking about.
On CMT.
That's the Top 12 Countdown, every Friday night at 10 p.m. Eastern, only on CMT, Country Music Television.
NASCAR fans, don't give up racing excitement at the end of the season. Join us December 4th through 8th on the Big Red Boat as TNN presents the NASCAR Family Cruise to benefit the Winston Cup Racing Wives Auxiliary. Sail into the Caribbean with top NASCAR drivers. There'll be NASCAR festivities and activities, plus stops in the Bahamas and kids fun with Warner Brothers Looney Tunes characters. Call now for 5 days and 4 nights of non-stop food, fun, and high seas hospitality. It's NASCAR on America's #1 family cruise, the Starship Oceanic, leaving Port Canaveral, Florida, December 4th.
Welcome back to the carnage of Bloomsburg, Pennsylvania. The Robert Heisner car being towed off after his crash. Competition continues now with the boss, Brian Bulanda. He'll be taking on Al Jones, the Mud Hen. The boss, a 27 full-fendered roadster in racing green. And speaking of green, there's the Mud Hen.
You know, a lot of superstition about the color green, but the Mud Hen all the way out from Idaho and Jones, we got 2 mean green mud machines here. But so far, the sound of the day at this track is with ooch, ow, oh.
Yeah, a lot of crashing, here? A rough track. Let's see what happens in this run. Look at that, head on into the barriers. I cannot believe it.
Oh,
it looked like he locked up the front end and just steered right straight to the barrier.
We had a radar on him, and believe it or not, impact was made. Get this, impact was at 68 mile an hour, head on. The barriers held, the driver's okay. That was awesome, Gary.
Well, you can see the damage to the front end. Now, once again, as we watch the replay, Army, watch him lock up the brakes. That effectively takes away any steering possibility, and he slides head on into those barricades.
Boy, this Bloomsburg's like an old rock and roll song. If the left lane don't get you, then the right lane will.
It's easy for us to second guess, but I would think as we look at the damage, that had he gotten off the brakes, regained some steering, and powered up, he may have driven by that stage.
Yeah, but if a frog had wings, he wouldn't bust his bottom every time he jumps either. This guy hooks up on the right side of the track, has a good run going, and I'm wondering if some mud got in his face or something. He had to know that that wall was down there, but he still drove right into it like he was aiming for it, Gary.
Today's competition has been like a demolition derby. Army?
Gary, we're taking a look at the front end of the car now. They take it away on the hook. We want you to know these Yodoc safety barriers, they do their job. We put them at the end of the infamous Bloomsburg wall, and they took a direct hit at 68 mile an hour. They saved the driver. Car's worse for wear, but the driver's okay. He did walk away.
Let's take a look now at some highlights from earlier in the competition. This is Rick Wheeler in alley-oop, and he gets up on the high side of the berm.
Love the name of the car.
Second generation driver Brian Harold in the Surf Rat with a 304 against David Forbotnik.
Father and son team going to make history in this sport within the next 2 or 3 years.
There's his time for Brian, a 3:04 earlier in the competition. Chuck Knoll in the stepchild comes all the way from Palm Harbor, Florida, and also gets atop the berm in the far lane. He got DQ'd.
But he is fast when he's not DQ'd.
Look at this. Mike Behrman simply overpowers the track with the Audis horsepower. Just a ton of horsepower.
Like skipping a rock, Gary.
And Dan Vukovic in Bone Digger goes out of bounds, and he gets DQ'd.
Other than that, everybody went straight as an arrow all day long today.
While his opponent in the other lane, Chris Kane, turns a pretty good pass for being so late in the field. Raising Kane right there. Also late in the field, Mike Camella in Bonkers throws down a 2:92, which is currently the 4th quick time in the competition. There are your current standings. Ron Penn still on top with a 2:76. Then it's Carr, Heisner, Camella, and Kane. Well, the four-wheel jamborees are part of the Special Events Performance Series featuring a weekend of four-wheel fun. Check out the manufacturer's Midway. There's also several categories of show and shine competition. Contact the Special Events Promotion Company to find out when a jamboree will be in your area. Fred Wilhite, you saw him a couple of weeks ago win the Paddle Tire Class 6 competition in Lima. Coming up to the line, and earlier, Army took a look at Money Pit.
Well, you think you've seen this vehicle before? Not the case at all. As a matter of fact, this is a brand new, complete Money Pit of Fred Wilhite's. After setting the world speed record in Lima, Ohio, on the very next run at an outlaw race, the vehicle was completely destroyed. As a matter of fact, the only thing they could actually use were the rear tires and rear wheel assembly. From this point forward, it's a complete rebuild. Now, Fred Wilhite, the owner, driver, and now chassis manufacturer, is kind of like a cooter turtle. As they follow these national points, they have to carry everything they own on their back. While he was on the road, he completely rebuilt the vehicle. He said, hey, if I'm going to own it, drive it, and build the chassis, I might as well start my own chassis company. I want you to check it out. It's called Fred Pro Chassis. Fred Wilhite will be in the thick of the action today.
Well, Fred will be taking on Rodney Covington in Mud Rat. Last time we saw Rodney was in Lima at the '94 Spring Nationals. Rodney had this violent wreck. Wasn't in Lima this year. What a race he picked and returned to. But watch this crash in Lima.
This scares me every time I see it. Watch his hands.
He was one lucky boy not to get injured in that crash.
Yes, he was. You put him next to this guy, it's like mixing acid and acid. Something's got to give.
Wilhite takes it out the far side. Covington with a problem. A 271. Fred Wilhite takes the top of the leaderboard with a 271.
Down in the field, too. We were worried about the track. Wilhite shows you can still get it to the track. Meanwhile, a 509 Covington has the back pedal. Another time, another day, like they say.
Watch Fred Wilhite. Look at the ruts. Look at the ruts. He climbs to the right side of the lane, stays on the power, and turns down a 2.71. Here's Fred and Army.
Well, Gary, Fred Wilhite with the Money Pit didn't let this thing bother him at all. It's a brand new vehicle. We told you about him wrecking it, having to put it back together. So the guy with the little dingleberries on top goes quick at a 271. All these problems all day long, and you go out there and drive just like it's a Sunday drive.
It might have looked good from there, but where I was at, I was all over that place. There wasn't nothing straight I seen.
It has been a wild day in Bloomsburg with more to come. Stay with us.
Monday, the TNN Salute to Motorsports at Opryland continues as Ralph welcomes Rusty Wallace, Lake Speed, Stevie Reeves, and Jim Head to the Ralph Emery Show. Monday morning at 9 Eastern on TNN. Thursday night, the TNN Salute to Motorsports at Opryland continues. Music City Tonight welcomes NASCAR Winston Cup legend Harry Gant. Don't miss Music City Tonight on TNN Thursday.
It has been a rough day in Bloomsburg. Some wreckage of Brian Bulanda's boss and Dan Brown's mind games, too. We have 2 more races to go as they continue to work on the wrecked cars. The first pair, Jeremy Finley and S-Kicker, taking on Mike Yosha.
It's going to be a good run, too. Finley, he's a hard charger in this sport. And Yosha, like I say, this guy, you get behind them glasses, he's got the Harley mentality. He likes to crank it wide open. Both of them running supercharged engines, drawn late in the field. Will Height showed you could get down the track if you skip on top of the mud. Let's see if either one of these guys can figure that out. Great runs, Gary.
271, the time to beat. Finley at 282. A good run puts him up high on the leaderboard, but not on top. And Mike Yosha clocks in at 298. Our final competitor will draw a single, David Whitehurst in Psycho. But first, let's send it down to Army with Jeremy Finley.
Jeremy, at 282 is an awfully good number this late in the field, especially the way things are going today.
Yeah, track's real rough right now. We had to line up all the way to the right side of it to get anything out of it.
Can anybody behind you get anything off that track?
There's always a good chance of it.
Well, let's see if our final competitor can do exactly that. David Whitehurst needs to beat that 271.
A lot of you folks at home don't know this, but this is what Gary Lee's high school teacher put in his high school annual when she wrote it. Dear Gary, you will always be a psycho.
Oh, how pathetic.
Caught you not being able to talk, Gary Lee. That's the first.
I'm on Prozac. A 289, not quick enough, which means Fred Wilhite will take the victory in a wild day here in Bloomsburg with a 271. Ron Pence goes second, then Jeremy Finley, James Carr, and Whitehurst rounding out the top 5. So here's your winner.
Fred Wilhite's Money Pit, the big money winner today. I tell you what, you can go home and tell him you won the Battle of Bloomsburg, because it was literally a war out there. Only the strong survived.
I can relate to every one of the wrecks out there because I was just a hair off the same position myself.
You know, it's amazing. Today was the best of days for guys like you, but believe me, it was the worst of days for some of these other competitors.
Yeah, Dan Brown, we've traveled together. We've been gone for a week racing, and his car didn't fare at all.
Congratulations on your win. Dan will be back. I know that. He's already told us, but today is your day. Congratulations to you.
Thank you, Army.
Indeed, what Fred was talking about, an expensive day of racing here in Bloomsburg as we take a look at Raising Cane being pulled back to the pit area. But what a day of wreckage. He talked about Dan Brown. Let's recap what has happened. Dan Brown in the far lane. Now watch what happens in the shutdown area.
High sides it big time and flips it 3 times.
But once again, he was able to climb out and walk away uninjured. Then it was Rob Heisner's wreck. Now watch Rob also in the far lane.
The crunch cars for the monster trucks play the major role here, wiping out literally the left side of that vehicle, Gary.
And now it was the Hydra barriers at the stage. Now watch this, the near lane, the boss, on the binders, sliding to a very abrupt stop. So that will wrap it up from a wild day in Bloomsburg as they're assessing all the wreckage and trying to make repairs for Army Armstrong. I'm Gary Lee. We'll see you next week on Trucks and Tractor Power. Now here's news and exciting video release from Diamond P Sports. We'll see you next week on Trucks and Tractor Power. Now here's news and exciting video release from Diamond P Sports.
1 Chevy, 1 Dodge, and 2 Ford. So they're all knotted at the national points lead. The winner out of here today is going to set the pace for the rest of the year. So once again, Bloomsburg, Pennsylvania, the Jamboree here is going to set the tone for the remainder of the year. If you don't win today, you're playing catch-up.
Take a look at the top 5 qualifiers. There is Eric Meager in his time. Ken Deppy was second fast, a bit of a surprise. Then Dan Runte, Gary Porter, and Fred Schaefer. Well, an old friend returns. David Morris, the '89 world champion, has joined the Penda Point Series chase. The equalizer taking on Rampage. This is round 1 competition. He would not be around very long. In fact, he hit the Hydra barriers, and Ken Deppy would advance to round 2 competition. Also some highlights from round 1, barefoot against the Boogie Van. The second race in a row, Pam Botters, red lights in round 1. She's showing lots of improvement, but a little over-eager there against Fred Schaefer. And hey, this looks like something we might be able to control, Army Armstrong. The action continues from Bloomsburg. Welcome back to the Bloomsburg Fairgrounds here in Bloomsburg, Pennsylvania, where Ford Trucks present the McCarthy Tire Summer 4-Wheel Jamboree Nationals. The round 2 lineups now, Monster Patrol and Predator come back as the fast losers. As round 2 gets underway, Alan Pizzo in the Predator will go up against Eric Meager in Bigfoot. There is that fiberglass nose on the black painted Predator.
Looks like a cat. He's trying to sneak his way into this field. I tell you what, he has been around the sport for a long time. Alan and his dad, they kind of team up together, a low buck operation, do a lot of indoor racing in the winters, but they come outside to run against some of the big blue boys now.
And that would be Eric Meager out of St. Louis in the Bigfoot number 15. And there's a good look at the blue Ford. Well, Eric had some big shoes to fill with the retirement of Andy Brass.
And Bill, he did.
Well, but not a real big victory. In fact, the Predator ran him pretty close there.
Yeah, well, a 5:19, that's a good number, but, you know, it doesn't have to be a big victory. An inch is as good as miles in this sport. Boy, Allen had a little rear suspension set down and tore the right rear quarter panel off of that truck.
Let's watch again, and let's see how close he comes to getting out of bounds here. Right there. He just does keep it in bounds. Army?
Eric, it seems like you've hit your stride here. You and the rest of the team seem to be gelling now. You got confidence. Everything's looking good.
That's right. This weekend for us has gone real well. We've got our program back together. Everything seems to be dialed in, and the parts are staying together. That's a big factor here. Consistency is the key. Well, with that consistency comes that comfortable feeling. So if we look a little bit relaxed, it may look that way, but inside we're really not.
Well, the next race pits the top two drivers in the Penda Points Chase. Round 2 competition continues now with a look at Barefoot. Fred Schaefer, the Dodge, out of Pontoon Beach, Illinois, and he will stage against another of the Bigfoot trucks.
This one being driven by the young gun Dan Runty, goes by the name of Power Wheels. And Gary, this could be the pivotal race of the year, because you get more than bragging rights if you win this one. You get more points than the other guy, and that's what the Penda payout is based on.
Top 2 in points right now, going side by side only in round 2.
Hole shot by Runty.
Look at the wheel stand by Fred Schaefer. Runty knocks him out, though. Runty at 4.98, but did you see that wheel stand by Fred Schaefer?
The crush cam's going to give you a view of a wheel stand you've never seen before, Gary.
That was quite a run by Dan Runty and by Fred Schaefer. Army, you're down there with our Victor.
Dan, the truck looks like it's handling good. You're doing a good job driving a beautiful day here and everything. This could be the day you guys take off on this points thing.
Yeah, we're working on it real hard. Like you said, Power Wheels is really working good. I had a little problem there the round before. The truck was just a little squirrely. We changed a couple things, the Trailmaster suspension, and come back, and it hooked and went straight that time.
Okay, real quick, what do you change on a monster truck to make it handle? We hear other forms of racing talking about this, but what do you all change? Bars, length of bars, or what?
Mostly just once we get out here and find out what the race conditions are, it's just shock pressure. You're dealing mainly with shock pressure. It's, you know, more in the back, less in the back, depending on how the truck's handling going down the track and where it's actually pushing down on the pads. Where is it bottoming out on the track?
Well, as round 2 competition continues, there's a look at the Carolina Crusher with Gary Porter. He drives the Bow Tie Brigade Chevrolet, and he will go up against the Sampson truck with a substitute driver.
Yeah, Porter's out of Waitsville, North Carolina. Sampson has a new driver in it, really over from the Bigfoot stable. Dan Patrick had hurt his back earlier, went over to the Bigfoot team, said, hey, I need a hand. They said, no problem. We're going to put Eric Tack in there. He's one of our young gun drivers, give him a little bit of experience. I want you to notice something on the Sampson truck, though. Watch how quick the rear wheels will drop on this truck on the second jump. Keep an eye on it. Watch them just fall out. See? Didn't work for him, though. Porter takes the win.
There's a time of 5.39 to amplify on the work that Sampson is doing with the rear end. He's trying to get that travel, to get that rear end to set down sooner to make for a smoother landing. And you may see that in other trucks in the future.
Well, the privateer, Gary Porter, carries the bow tie colors of Chevrolet into the next round. And Gary, how do you do it? You work out of your own pocket, you work with pickup crews and everything, and you keep battling with these corporate guys.
That's right, Army. It's getting tougher and tougher out here, you know, as an independent, you know, trying to do battle with the big corporate sponsor guys. And, you know, we just try to buy good pieces, come out here, you know, and try to run consistent and do the best we can. You know, Fulton's building my engines now. You know, Chance, you know, my transmissions and torque converters and the Big A auto parts. You know, I just try to get good pieces and come out here and try to be consistent.
Well, talk about factory backing. Ken Duffy up next in the Dodge Rampage, the big Hemi, and he will stage alongside Paul Schaefer in the Monster Patrol.
Deppy's driving a vehicle. It's kind of the research and development vehicle for the Jefferson City native. He's the hired gun by Fred Schaefer's operation. Meanwhile, Schaefer runs a salvage operation in northern Indiana. He relies on Chevrolet for horsepower. But Deppy's research and development comes with the underslung chassis. As Schaefer comes up on the screen, he'll represent the Chevrolet camp in this battle of the manufacturers.
Well, Paul has staged the starter looking over at Ken Deppy right now. In fact, his engine died for a second time. So he's taking longer to stage. You can see him there in the cockpit working his right hand on, what is that, the air shifter?
Yeah, he's loading the air shifter right now.
So taking a long time for Ken Deppy to stage in that near lane as Paul Schaefer's Chevrolet starts to heat up, I would guess.
Yeah, something was strange on the starting line right there. I don't understand what's going on, but we're here to race. Let's race. No shot.
As Deppy takes the victory, a problem obviously in the far lane with Paul Schaefer. There's the 561 for Ken Deppy. So we'll come back and talk to Ken after this commercial break. Stay with us.
Benjamin. Tonight on the PM edition of Race Day, we'll tell you who's mastered the Lady in Black, which gunslinger draws first blood at the Big Bud Shootout, and all the day's motorsports news on TV's fastest half hour, Race Day.
All you need to know about motorsports. Race Day. Tonight, 7:30 p.m., 6:30 Central, only on TNN Motorsports.
You know, that youngest Wallace brother might get to be a problem.
Last year, sparks were flying as the Bush boys battled. First, Chad Little found out why they called him the Intimidator, and all Hermie Sadler could do was wait for the crunch. In the end, Kenny Wallace held on for his second win of the year. It's a prime-time battle under the lights at Richmond. The NASCAR Bush Grand National Auto Light Platinum 250. Friday night, 7:30, 6:30 Central on TNN Motorsports.
It doesn't get any closer.
Eric Meager getting ready for the semifinals. Right now, let's go down to Army with the winner of the final race of round 2.
Well, Gary, we caught Ken Deppy running around the pit area talking to some of the other drivers about a characteristic of the starting system. Can you explain to me what you all were talking about?
Well, what had happened, they all kill the trucks, you know, to test the killer radios when you go up there. They had killed mine, tested it. I went ahead and I rolled back, you know, got secured, rolled back in. I was right in the process of staging, and they killed it again. And I guess it was inadvertently done. Paul had already staged, and I thought maybe something was wrong because normally, you know, they'll do that if, you know, maybe something the driver can't see. As it turned out, I guess it was inadvertent, and it ends up, when something like that happens, you know, Paul was getting warm sitting on the line and all that, and it's a bad thing, and I wanted to apologize to him. You know, of course, really wasn't much I could do about it.
So there, that answers the question of what was going on there in the staging as we take a look at the pairings for the final round. First matchup, all four. Then it's Chevrolet against Dodge. And there is a look at Eric Meager as he stages the Bigfoot number 15 out of St. Louis, Missouri. And there is his teammate and right now combatant, Dan Runte in the Power Wheels Bigfoot.
You know, Gary, there's not been a lot of discussion today over these different lanes. Both lanes seem to be okay. Nobody's got a crying towel out there. Everybody's ready to go racing. Everybody's laying their cards on the table. And like you say, they're going out 2 by 2 right now. We're down to the final 4.
Well, we will have a Ford in the final, that is for sure. But will that Ford take on a Chevrolet or a Dodge? That will be the question.
Well, the question really is, will it be a black or a blue Ford in the final?
It will be a Bigfoot Ford. There we go.
Ooh, another good start out of this lane.
And Dan Runte takes the measure of his teammate with a 4.86. There's a look at Eric Meager. He'll go back to the trailer, and Dan Runte will continue on in competition. So a black Bigfoot will be in the finals.
Yeah, now the big question is he going to go against a Dodge or a Chevrolet? Wait a minute, we may have a real problem here.
A problem at the starting line with the Dodge Rampage. The mag is not firing. Gary Porter, meanwhile, he rolls out. So the rules would state that if Gary stages, then Rampage goes on the clock.
Tell you what, with the new kid up there, you knew you were going to have to cut the tree on him, and that's exactly what you did.
That's right. Eric's new, but he's good at cutting trees. He was in mud racing before this. Gary's got both of these trucks running good. It's hard to put two Fords like that in the semifinals, but one of them's got to lose and one of them's got to win, so we just let it go at that.
Well, as we take a look at Power Wheels, we can tell you that time is running out for Rampage as Gary Porter waits. We can tell you the four-wheel jamborees are part of the Special Events Performance Series featuring a weekend of four-wheel fun. Check out the manufacturer's Midway. There's also several categories of show and shine competition. Contact the Special Events Promotion Company to find out when a jamboree will be in your area. As the controversy continues at the starting line, we can now see that Fred Schaefer is pulling to the line. Let's send it down to Army to update the situation.
Well, we're with Ken Dappy. We got good news and bad news. Good news is there is still a dodging competition. Bad news, it's not you, it's your boss. How do you feel about that?
Well, naturally, Army, I'm really disappointed. It turned out to be a real simple electrical thing. Then, you know, the crew was scrambling, trying to get it. Of course, you've only got 3 minutes to fix it. They were just a little bit late finding it. So that put me out of the competition. Hard luck for me. Good luck for Fred, though. At least the Dodge team's got someone still in it.
Now, at first, it appeared that Porter was going to have a bye, but the officials brought back the fast loser from the previous round. Now, Gary Porter cannot be happy about this. In fact, I don't like this rule at all. Who says the Dodge team wouldn't fake a mechanical problem to give Fred the added semifinal points?
Well, I'm going to be real honest with you. I looked down, and there was a ground wire off the mags, exactly what the problem was. I mean, I saw it myself.
So something very simple, so it may have been fake.
They may have been looking for the mountain, and it was just a little pebble to trip them up, but the ground wire was off the mag when they were spinning it. I don't know if they took it off or not, but I know a vehicle will not run unless it's grounded. Well, let's go back to the racing. We got a Chevrolet and a Dodge.
All right. The winner here advances to the final. Once again, the points are ever so important toward that final points rundown at the end of the year in the Penda Points Championship. Gary Porter, the Carolina Crusher, in the far lane. The near lane now being brought back as the fast loser. Fred Schaefer in fair play.
Chevrolet.
Yeah, Schaefer has all kinds of trouble. Well, he lost a golden opportunity to gain some points, but Gary Porter continues on. He'll be in the finals against the Power Wheels Bigfoot. Let's look again.
Both of them leave side by side, but right in no man's land, Porter settles down.
And Porter takes the victory. Let's go down trackside and visit with Gary.
What's going through your mind? Because I've seen you cut a tree before, but you were pumped on that one. You drilled that tree.
That's right. Army, I was sort of mad when I pulled up there to the line. The officials made one decision, and then the competitors out here complaining or something, and they go back and change the ruling that they had already made. And I think that's pretty sad that the officials do that. They made a rule, and if they don't have enough backbone to stand up to their rule, then we need some new officials out here.
Well, obviously, he was not happy with that decision, but hey, talk about a black eye. Oh, boy, you'd have one, too, if you got hit by that truck.
The last time I'm holding a camera.
Tonight on TNN Outdoors. At 9 Eastern, whet your hook on Fishing with Orlando Wilson. Then hold on for big fish and big fun on Fishing with Roland Martin. At 10, the bigger the bass, the bigger the cash on Bassmasters. And at 10:30, Ron Shearer takes you to the great American outdoors. From fishing to hunting to the most scenic spots in the world. Catch all the action tonight starting at 9, 8 Central on TNN Outdoors.
There's no place you'd rather be.
Bud Light presents the Buckin' Bull Blowout, part of the Professional Bull Riders Tour on Championship Rodeo. Tonight on TNN.
Welcome back. The second race in Bloomsburg is where the tough truckers let it all hang out. Oh, we love some of these highlights. First up, the Mad Bronco of Todd Komowski. Look at the air. Look at the landing.
Todd K with a big bounce there and into the old tire.
And the hard-charging Ford Bronco of Alex Nejas.
There, tire holder and all, lands down and tags the tire.
Almost missed the tire. But the Jeeps would not be outdone by the Blue Oval bunch. Charles Mariner makes sweet music to a tough trucker's ear. Wow. Well, this guy is such a tough trucking legend. He made our open. The family truckster, Jan Kleckner, last year he sunk the whale, but he's back with whale number 2. This is what you call saving it for Sunday. Now watch this.
This guy can work a crowd.
Oh, man, there goes the front axle. He actually did hit the tire. The crowd loved that. From tough trucks to chrome and candy apple, a good truck to get your picture taken in front of. That's the Grand Champion Show and Shine truck. Here's Army.
We're standing with the man that's responsible for this creation. He's out of Detroit, Michigan. His name is Rick Cray. And, Rick, I say it's a creation. I know you assembled it, you put it together, but really, you had to create it first. Tell me about what we're looking at here.
Well, I started out with a front axle and a transfer case. Everything else is hand fabricated, from the tubing frame all the way up to a lot of the fiberglass work on the body. I'm a machinist by trade, so I'd saved 1,000 hours of machining time right there. My brother did the inside of the motor, sitting on a 4-wheel drive hardware frame, hardware body, and it took a long time, 4 years.
Dollar investment. Everybody wants to know, what does something like this cost?
If I had to put a price tag, probably between $55,000 and $60,000.
Good-looking piece of equipment. Speaking of good-looking pieces of equipment, we're ready for the finals. There is a look at Gary Porter, the Chevrolet, the Carolina Crusher. And he pulls up alongside this guy right here. That's Dan Runte in the Power Wheels Bigfoot, the big Ford from St. Louis, Missouri.
You know, kind of the interesting story here is Runte, the good driver, the kid working for Bob Chandler, got some support financially from the corporate end of America. On the other side of the coin, the All-American dream, Gary Porter, living his dream, picking up these sponsors, working out of his own pocketbook. Chevrolet, Ford, this is an All-American final if there ever was one. Plus, you're going to see a good, clean race. Neither driver will try to spook the other guy. They're going to go up there, they're going to square off, and they're going to go to the other end, Gary.
You think Fred Schaefer might be cheering for Gary Porter? I'd like to see that Chevy knock out that Ford for the points purpose.
You better believe that.
Their stage. Let's go racing for the championship here in Bloomsburg. Whole shot, and the victory belonged to the Power Wheels Bigfoot. Dan Runte, he got the whole shot, and it was all Ford.
Dan Runte was possessed today. He was light on that tree. Believe me, he was 100%. Nothing against Porter.
Well, he got a poor start, though. He got a poor start.
Yeah, he burped the throttle, came out of the throttle, then the light went green. Okay, that's called a stutter or a stammer start. And once you lose your momentum, it's over.
And once again, it was all Ford, and Dan Runte, he takes the victory. Let's go trackside, and here's our champion.
Dan, real quick, a lot of credit. Come here. Tell us who this guy is right here. A lot of credit goes to this man.
Gary Saline, like I said earlier today, he's been keeping us in it. He's got this motor running just unbelievable. The Ford's taking off like there's no tomorrow, and it's unbelievable. I can't say enough about Gary either, or the rest of the crew for that matter.
Well, they do a good job, but Gary, credit where credit's due. This guy's a good little driver, too, isn't he?
Yeah, a lot of credit. I mean, we can do the best we can here, but if the driver doesn't do his job, it's for naught, too. So he's doing an excellent job, and I give him a lot of credit on that last little burp there. You know, last year he red-lighted on a deal like that, and this time he did a good job.
That all makes for the experience from time in the cockpit. So we'll take a look now at the Penda points current standings, and Fred Schaefer continues to lead, but the gap narrows. Dan Runte now in second. Porter is third, then it's Meager, and it's Deppy. So that will wrap it up here from Bloomsburg, Pennsylvania. Congratulations all around to Dan Runte. We hope you enjoyed today's monster truck racing.
3 wins in a row for the Bigfoot team as Eric Meager comes over to congratulate Dan.
For Army Armstrong, I'm Gary Lee. We'll see you next week on Trucks and Tractor Power. Now here's news of an exciting video release from Diamond P Sports. In the eyes of millions of off-roaders in this country, the monster truck is the ultimate urban assault vehicle. But in terms of competition, we find this machine's destructive characteristics channeled into a racing fury. Off-road racers are known for attacking a chunk of the Baja. But in monster truck racing, drivers literally obliterate pieces from Detroit. This is Trucks and Tractor Power, featuring the best in MTRA monster truck racing. From the Ozark Empire Fairgrounds in Springfield, Missouri, it's the Dodge Monster Drags. Coming out of Bloomsburg, Fred Schaefer in the Dodge Barefoot has a slight lead in the Penda Points Championship, but he best not look over his shoulder because closing fast are a couple of Fords, the Bigfoot Fords. In fact, this weekend, Fred may feel some additional pressure because his corporate sponsor, Dodge, is the sponsor of this event. It's the Dodge Monster Drags. However, the Bigfoot drivers could also feel some pressure. They're in their home state of Missouri, and these fans expect to see these big Fords in victory lane. Here with more of tonight's competition is Army Armstrong.
Gary, from deep in the heart of monster truck country, you wouldn't believe this first round action that we just saw. The Dodge boys are literally hanging on by the skin of their teeth. Fred Schaefer, he took a win in the Barefoot, but Rampage is going to have to come back through the loser bracket. He's going to have to work his way back through. Another side on the loser bracket, listen to this. Carolina Crusher, out of here. Gary Porter was upset in the first round. Sampson, he's out of here. He's not going to be coming back. So there goes two big bullets for the Chevrolet camp. Meanwhile, Pam Viters is going to come back. She's a rising star in the boogie van. She'll come back through the other loser bracket. We told you, one Dodge gets back in through a loser bracket, one Ford's coming back in through a loser bracket. So, believe me, it's not over by a long shot. Gary, we're going to throw it back up to you for first round action and some of the qualifying highlights from today's event.
Well, Army, tough landings are the order of the day here in Springfield. Eric Meager, your fast qualifier, and watch this one. Take a look at the top 5 qualifiers behind Meager: Kirk Dabney, Ken Deffey, Dan Runte, and Gary Porter. Well, round 1, the Crusher was upset by the Predator. This was a big surprise. And after the run, we talked to Alan Pizzo.
Well, and what the Predator's been telling everybody, you're for real. I think that run proves it.
Yeah, definitely. You know, we're out here to race and win. The last couple of weeks, we've been having all kinds of trouble trying to, you know, be real competitive, but I think we're coming around. My crew is doing a very good job of helping out, and I just think, you know, tonight the track conditions are real good in the right-hand lane, and I think I'm cutting a good light, so I think we're going to be back again way down the road.
Moving violation took out Sampson in round 1. Now Eric Tack will continue to drive for the injured Dan Patrick.
Yeah, with this Brian Welch kid with moving violation, he ran a hard race. You got to keep an eye on him in the future. Brian, you told me all along, if you could just get a break, you could show these guys you could run with them and get on the other side of the ladder. Well, you're there, son.
Yeah, we're here this week, and you know it's awfully hot. This track requires a smaller motor, I think. I got my big Keith Black motor at Van Sennis. They're doing a fine job putting it together. They put together this 544 for me here. It's not quite as big, but it's sure as heck doing a good job on this track tonight.
Well, round 1 of the Dodge Monster Drags found the two Dodges squaring off against one another.
Not exactly what they wanted in that first round, Gary.
No, I guess not, as Fred Schaefer knocks out his teammate. Great crowd here in Springfield. We're coming right back. Stay with us. Welcome back to the Ozark Empire Fairgrounds in Springfield, Missouri for the Dodge Monster Drags. Now, earlier, Army had a chance to take a look at track conditions.
Gary, the drivers are behind me trying to check the tracks out. Historically, Springfield, Missouri has always had a good track and a bad track on the starting line. That's not the case this year. Both starting line tracks look pretty good. But I want you to look over the first jump. The area we call no man's land is real dusty. The temperature's been over 100 degrees here for a couple days. It's real dusty down there. And as soon as the drivers go over the first ramp and pick up on the throttle, they're what they're calling blowing the tires off. The horsepower is just not sticking. It's turning into nothing but old dust and dirt down there, and it's a thinking driver's track. It doesn't take horsepower tonight. It takes a little bit of finesse in that no man's land. Gary, back to you.
Ready now for round 2 competition. Bigfoot against the Boogie Van, Predator, Barefoot, moving violation, Power Wheels, and Overkill against Rampage. So we've got the fast losers coming back, and there is a look at Bigfoot Eric Meager, the fast qualifier a bit earlier before the sunset.
Yeah, he's a quick qualifier, but I tell you what, you talk about a story, the Boogie Van. Pam Viters and her husband are working their way into this sport. Believe me, they are tough competitors, and again, the break is all they're looking for. If they can put this big blue Ford away, that'll really put a notch in their gun.
The Boogie Van against Eric Meager out of St. Louis, Missouri. Eric drives Bigfoot. That's actually, I think, Bigfoot 15 in the Bigfoot stable out of St. Louis. Far lane over there is Pam Viters in the Boogie Van. Well, Pam obviously had a problem as Eric takes the victory at 5.07. And there is a look at Pam as we once again take a look at the run.
Both of them leave the starting line side by side, but in no man's land, Bigfoot just really muscles his way on the other end.
Well, I think she had some kind of a problem in that far lane as we get ready now for Fred Schaefer. 15 years of drag racing, 15 years of monster truck racing, his second year with Dodge, and earlier Army talked to him.
The motor that the drag racer dreams of is that Dodge Hemi. And that's what every drag racer wants to play with, is that Dodge Hemi.
You know, Dodge is really big on their support group and everything with their technicians and their salespeople all over the country, and they're involved with you at all levels. I mean, the engineers talk to you, the salespeople talk to you, you go to the dealerships and everything, so it's a complete package, and you can take some to them, too, to show off these new Dodge Ram trucks.
You're right, Army, and it is a complete package, and if I need an engineer and if I need some advice, believe me, they got plenty of engineers and plenty of advice to give you, and it's really a helping hand, and after 30 years and you got all this help, you really are grateful to be on the team.
In this shootout, Fred would have to be the odds-on favorite against Alan Pizzo, the Predator. Now, Alan has had a rough and tumble year, as we've alluded to before here on the show, and earlier we had a chance to talk to this tough cat.
There's no saying in racing, if you're going to race hard, you got to be willing to rub. Well, we stopped by Alan Pizzo's pit and noticed something. Look at all the rub marks he's got on his chassis where this tire is actually getting into the frame up in this area, plus at least halfway back. But also come down the drive shaft, the solid yellow drive shaft, and look at the marks on it. It's got black marks and red marks where he's been rubbing on the support system. So Pizzo's definitely a racer because he's not afraid to rub on anything. Back to you, Gary.
All right, let's see if he can knock out the favorite in this matchup. Fred Schaefer, near lane. Alan Pizzo, the far lane.
Don't count Pizzo out. He'll run you hard all the way through. He's running Fred tough.
Was that a Hemi that won it? Look at Fred. Fred is in trouble. That should be a DQ.
Exactly. If you cross into the other man's lane and make contact, Pizzo's coming back with a slide. Fred, you're out of here.
Fred has been DQ'd in the Dodge drags here in Springfield. Watch what happens in the shutdown area. Fred wins it, but then he gets DQ'd as he crosses over into the Predator territory.
Tag, you're it.
And I'm out. A tough break for Fred Schaefer and his points hopes.
Fred, the camera's looking at the left front wheel where you made contact down there. Man, if there's anyone you wanted to win, I know you wanted this one.
Yeah, Army, I guess in between the cars, my power steering belt slung off. I got crooked, and when I landed down there and tried to steer it, I didn't have any steering at all. I mean, there wasn't nothing I could do.
Well, you still got one Dodge left in this thing. Is there anything you can do to help him to get to the final?
That's what we're going to work on now, Army.
Another look now coming right at you. Schaefer is in command. He appears to have won it. Right here is where he gets out of shape, loses the power steering, has no control as he heads over into the other lane, hits Pizzo, knocks Pizzo around, and he then is disqualified. So let's go down and catch up with Alan Pizzo in the pit area. Army?
What you're looking at is Alan Pizzo and his crews are trying to put a bar back in. The bar they're trying to put in is this yellow bar. What this bar does, it keeps both rear wheels. Remember, monster trucks steer front and rear? Well, this keeps both rear wheels lined up so they'll turn at the same angle. When impact was made on the other end, it bent this bar enough to knock the nuts and bolts out of it, and that's what he's trying to put back in. But for the first time in this young man's life, he's moved up to literally battle with the big boys, and the crowd is pulling for him. To believe in pulling for an underdog, this is the one everybody's backing tonight, the Predator. Gary, back up to you.
I think he needs a big socket set there, Army. Well, there is a look at Brian Welsh in moving violation as he will stage alongside Dan Runte and the Power Wheels Bigfoot.
You know, this brings out something I'm just going to tell you this. This is real racing. You got a corporate sponsor here and everything, and everybody's laying it on the line. There's no hokey pokey here. There's no hocus pocus. There's no smoke and mirrors. This is real racing in America. Don't you doubt it for 1 minute. When they're running for Penda points, it's a
Hammer
war.
down.
You better believe it. Don't ever doubt that.
Well, Welsh ran him strong, but Dan Runte takes the Power Wheels to victory at a 5.07. Well, it was a good effort by the privateer, Brian Welsh. He is undersized, though, in the engine compartment. He could use a few more horses right here to run that Bigfoot Power Wheels Ford. as the victory goes to Dan Runte. And so often we say, let's go to pit side and visit with Dan Runte.
Gary, I'm talking to a guy who's literally got blood in his eyes right now. You're pumped, you're psyched. You still believe you can win this thing?
Yeah, we do, Army. The truck's running actually too good almost for the track conditions. We're actually starting to detune. It's leaving hard off the line. We got grass in between the cars. It's just rough driving in between the cars. The truck wants to float to one side or the other. You're seeing it with everybody. It's not just a problem we're having. The Ford team's got it together, and I think we can pull this out, put 2 Fords in the final.
We shall see how prophetic he is as we take a look at the Rampage. And that is Ken Deppy in the factory-back Dodge. So it's going to be Dodge against Privateer. There's a look at Ken Deppy out of Jefferson City, Missouri. And he will stage alongside the Privateer Overkill with Kirk Dabney.
You know, Dabney has exactly 0 none points at this time. So anybody he beats, he's taking points away from some of the top trucks in the circuit. He could be the spoiler for the year, and that's the role that he kind of wants to play. Had a terrible accident at the beginning of the year. Last year at the end of the year was coming on like a bear. They knew he had the combination.
He can win it.
And he's got the combination again. Yeah.
He does. The Rampage, Ken Deppy had the whole shot, but at the far end, it was Kirk Dabney takes the victory of 5:31. He has to be happy with this run.
He's got some points now.
Well, once again, although the Dodge had the whole shot, he kept his foot in it and takes the victory. Here's Kirk Dabney.
Kurt, you were telling us you can play the role of the spoiler here. If this was prom night, you just took the queen to the dance, buddy, I tell you.
Well, Army, we couldn't be happier. A lot of hard work's went into this truck, and, of course, we're really pleased with the results. But we've got a long ways to go. There's a lot more tough guys in front of us. You know, the truck seems to be working good. It really feels good to be back. You know, a long spell in between good runs.
It has been a most unusual night here in Springfield. Welcome back to Springfield, Missouri. The semifinal pairing showing us 3 Fords and a cat, if you will.
What you got 2 Bigfoots and 2 cats, because you got the Predator, and then Felix the cat shows up on the side of the Overkill. So
okay,
make your shot.
Right. Well, here's the one cat I was referring to, the Predator, Alan Pizzo. He's got it back together from his brush with the Bear, and he'll be staging alongside Eric Meager.
Alan Pizzo's a hard racer. He's been around a long time, but not come outside to run with us on the big circuit. The Bigfoot guys, everybody knows who they are. This young man is a hired driver doing a great job for a great team who's done so much for the sport. As a matter of fact, Gary, this is the 20th year that Bigfoot has been in monster trucks.
It's going to be Eric Meager. He takes the victory over Alan Pizzo, but Pizzo's showing some strength, so he can come back with a new confidence.
There's half your final right there.
Remember, Dan Runte said he thought both the Bigfoot Fords could be in the final. One is there. The other, of course, waiting to come up. Let's go trackside and visit with Eric Meager.
Gary, I'm standing with a guy that's had to fight off 2 of these young Chargers in this circuit. How about these young guns? They are tough, aren't they?
Army, they're coming at us with everything they've got here tonight. This series is getting harder and harder each week. These guys are moving up. You can't cut any slack. They're going to go right by you.
Back to the starting line now, a semifinal round between Dan Runte and Kirk Dabney. We talked earlier about this being Kirk Dabney's first race back since a bad wreck in Lima, and earlier Army talked to Kirk about the long road home.
Well, the long road back for Kirk Dabney is over, but it was a lumpy road. We're glad to have you here, but I understand a whole lot happened since the last time we talked to you.
Well, Army, you know, when we started the season, we thought we'd be a contender for the points. We had a real strong year last year. Well, we came out in Lima, and we really rolled the truck and tore the truck up a lot. It didn't look like we were going to get back in it, but you really learn who your friends are. And one of the other competitors that's out here, the Boogie Van truck owned by Mike and Pam Batters, really pulled together and helped us put the truck back together when it didn't look like we were able to go on. We were really down on our spirits, and we owe a lot to the other teams. I really am really amazed at how the other teams pulled in and helped us put the truck back together. We might not be in the points, but we're out here to mess up the guys who are in the points, and all we can do is take it a race at a time, a round at a time, and that's what we're going to do today.
And, of course, Army, that underscores the great camaraderie that we find in this sport. They battle tooth and nail in the competition, but back there in the pit area, they certainly help each other to keep all the trucks on the road.
You know, you're exactly right. We talk about the privateer and the corporate guys. That line's crossed over, too. Everybody helps everybody until the light goes green.
Ranty was a prophet. He said a pair of Fords in the finals. We will have a pair of Fords.
He may be a prophet, but the Cinderella story ended on the other side with Kirk Dabney.
Well, Kurt got a good hole shot right here, but his dream ended in no man's land. It was that Ford power that got Dan Runty to the victory.
Tough run. You knew that Dabney was going to be on that tree.
Kurt always cuts a good light. You know, he's been a tough competitor most of the year. This year he had a bad break in Lima. He's back and he's running hard with this. You can't ever cut him any slack. Ford Power Wheels pulled it through that time.
So both of Bob Chandler's Bigfoot Fords are in the finals. The Dodge Monster Drags, like the four-wheel Jamborees, are part of the Special Events Performance Series. Visit the manufacturer's Midway. There's also several categories of show and shine competition. To find out when a Jamboree or a Monster Drag will be in your area, contact the Special Events Promotion Company and take part in the four-wheel fun. And here's some four-wheel fun, the Tough Truck Competition, the crowd favorite here in Springfield. We're coming right back with the finals. Stay with us. On a hot, humid night in the Ozarks, we welcome you back to the Dodge Monster Drags here in Springfield, Missouri. The finals pitting Eric Meeger, the Bigfoot truck, against the Power Wheels Bigfoot of Dan Runte. Now, Runte squared off against his teammate Andy Brass in the first race at Springfield last year. Now, earlier, prior to the finals, Army talked to Runte.
Everybody had to scratch and claw to get to the final, but it's final, Bigfoot, Ford. It's been a tough night, hasn't it?
It has been a tough night. You know, got to give a lot of credit to Kenny and Herbie and John, all the guys taking care of us. Detuning was a big thing here. It worked for us. You know, we're just backing the big horsepower motors down. Just getting them to hook to the track and be able to walk in between the cars helped us out a whole bunch here.
The second time this season, these two guys have met in the finals. Now, keep in mind, if Runte can win this thing, he would overhaul Fred Schaefer in the Penda Points Championship.
Yeah, and you keep one thing in mind. He would never give me that interview if he wasn't running his teammate in the other lane in the final. He just told us how they did it by detuning the horsepower, settling the trucks down between jumps, the no man's land area, and making it work there.
Well, I think this emphasizes teamwork in this Bigfoot organization because it's the driver doing the job down the run, but the crew that detunes the engine or settles that chassis down and adjusts the chassis, it will make the truck work. A problem right away for Eric Meeger. Dan Runte takes the victory and the points lead in the Penda Points Championship, a 5-0-2, but there was a problem right away in the far lane.
Yeah, but there's no walk in the park. He goes a 5-0-2. He had that sucker on kill.
We're being told now the problem in the far lane, he did not have four-wheel drive. Only the rear wheels were moving at that point, or pulling or pushing, if you will. So the victory goes to Dan Runte.
Well, Gary, we're with the man of the hour. I say the man of the hour, boy, it comes down to seconds at a time, doesn't it? But a little bit of problem on his side, not taking anything away from him. You just drove a good, clean, hard race.
That was a nice pass. It probably felt better than most passes we made all night here tonight. That other lane, like I said earlier, it's a tough lane to drive. I didn't have to go over there and do it. Two Fords in the final and Power Wheels came out on top. We're real proud of it.
Well, that shuffles the standings somewhat as Dan Runte now assumes the top spot. Fred Schaefer drops to second. Then it's the Ford of Eric Meeger, Gary Porter, and Ken Deppy in the Penda Points Championship for this year after 6 events. There is bound to be a party here tonight as Ford putting both the Bigfoot trucks in the finals. Our congratulations to Dan Runte, Eric Meeger, his teammate, and of course Bob Chandler, the guy behind the Bigfoot organization. Hope you enjoyed today's monster truck racing here in Springfield, Missouri. That'll wrap it up. For Army Armstrong, I'm Gary Lee. We'll see you next week on Trucks and Tractor Power. Now, here's news of an exciting video release from Diamond P Sports.
What could follow the 3 volumes of Diamond P's and They Walked Away series? A 4th, and They Walked Away 4, like its predecessors, captures the most perilous moments in recent motorsports history. Unmerciful tumbles, unbelievable flips, falls, and fires, and in every harrowing incident, the driver beats the odds. Once again, man and machine test their mettle through mayhem in over a dozen motorsports disciplines. You can't find this video in stores. You can't rent it. And anyone who has it won't let you beg, borrow, or steal it. Then how do you get your own copy of And They Walked Away For? Call 1-800-652-8686 or send $24.95 plus $4 shipping and handling to the address on your screen. 1-800-652-8686 or charge it on your Visa, MasterCard, or Discover card. Call 1-800-652-8686. 1-800-652-8686 or charge it on your Visa, MasterCard, or Discover card.
Less than 5 seconds. The NHRA on TNN Motorsports. It doesn't get any closer.
It begins on the Ferris wheel. The 6-foot-tall tires of a monster truck are already spinning their magic. Thousands can only sit back and witness this blown and injected roller coaster that catapults its thrill seekers some 100 feet and then goes into a free fall from the height of a 2-story building. This is a dazzling display of grace and gravity, and only a selected few have paid the price to purchase this ticket. Is Trucks and Tractor Power, featuring the best in NTRA monster truck racing. From the Ozark Empire Fairgrounds in Springfield, Missouri, it's the Dodge Monster Drag. The stifling heat here in Springfield, Missouri is being generated by two people, Mother Nature and Dan Runte. For the first time this season, the Power Wheels Bigfoot is on top the Penda Points Championship. And of course, traditionally, the Bigfoot organization racks up a lot of wins here in their home state of Missouri. Now, as the fans battle the heat from Mother Nature, the drivers feel the heat from Dan Runte. And here with more on how these drivers and crews combat the heat is Army Armstrong.
Gary, you're exactly right. The air atmosphere is very important today. Dan Runte's important because you've got to overcome both of them if you're going to win this thing. Because Runte and the Bigfoot crew are from the St. Louis area, this 95-degree stifling heat doesn't seem to bother them. As a matter of fact, they're tuning the truck forward. There's a lot of moisture in the air. We didn't have that earlier today. They seem to be taking horsepower away from the truck after qualifying and after the first round. They're going down on horsepower to go faster on the other end because they know the humidity coming in is going to affect the running of the engine. That's one train thought. Now, the Dodge boys, on the other hand, will give you the starting line, but they're putting more horsepower into those big Chrysler Hemi engines on the finish line and taking what they give you on the start right back on the other end of the track. Two trains of thought on how you make horsepower in this stifling heat and humidity that's going to play a major role before the day's over.
Now, earlier today, Dan Runte would turn in the best qualifying time, but look at the problems he had on his first qualifying pass. Well, he does high set it a bit right there. Almost got it over as your top 5 qualifiers, Runte, Meager, Porter, Deppy, and Schaefer. Now we have some highlights from round 1 staged earlier today. Fred Schaefer in the barefoot truck going against Dan, Patrick, and Sampson. Patrick back for the first time since he injured his back in Bloomsburg. Now Patrick comes back. As we take a look at Fred Schaefer's time, Patrick will come back as the fast loser. Good hard racing continued from round 1. Moving violations, Brian Welsh calls Schaefer the Monster Patrol.
Both independents made a good run. Schaefer starting to really put some horsepower to work for him.
Brian Welsh comes back as the second fast loser. Alan Pizzo, the Predator, and Ken Deppy in Rampage. Pezzo, after tangling with Fred Schaefer in the last race in Springfield, puts together a good, strong run.
But he suffered from Dodge fever real bad.
So some highlights from round 1. We have round 2 action coming up from, the popcorn vendor. We'll take a couple boxes of hot buttered popcorn right up here at the broadcast booth. We're coming right back. Stay with us. Well, Welcome back to the Ozark Empire Fairgrounds here in Springfield, Missouri for the Dodge Monster Drag. Let's go back to the starting line, and here's Army Armstrong.
Gary, the starting line is kind of giving us some unique problems here today. It was so dusty after the first round of competition, the track officials decided to water down, dampen it down, okay? Get a little bit of moisture in here to keep the dust down. But what happened was as soon as they did that, then they started to get some real mud, okay? Now, the drivers don't like the mud either, so what the drivers do, they come up to the starting line, stop, and do what they call a dry hop or a burnout. What that does is throw all the mud out of the way. So they're right back to square one. They're right back to where they started before they ever tried to change the track. Gary, back to you.
Well, Army, as we take a look now at the pairings for round 2, the Power Wheels against Samson, Barefoot, Carolina Crusher, the Monster Patrol, and Rampage, and Bigfoot against Moving Violation. And first, we'll take a look at the Samson truck with Dan Patrick. And as he stages up against the big Ford of Dan Runty. There's Dan Patrick back from that back injury he suffered earlier this season. And there's a look at Dan Runty in the Power Wheels Bigfoot.
You know, that injury that he suffered as Runty's graphic comes up on the screen really had a lot of people scared because all these guys race hard and everything, but that truck, when it lands so hard. We've had helmets fall off. We've had drivers fall through safety restraints. Like you say, it's just like falling out of a 2-story window, but you do it over and over.
Samson with some trouble in the far lane just does get over the last set of cars. Dan Runty, a 5.38. So the success here in Springfield continues for the Bigfoot organization as we take a look at the feet of Fred Schaefer in the Barefoot Dodge. I'll tell you, he must feel some pressure because Dodge is sponsoring this event this weekend as he stages the big Dodge at a Pontoon Beach, Illinois, over in the St. Louis area. And alongside Gary Porter in the Carolina Crusher. Gary, of course, an independent who's been a force to be reckoned with for a number of years. And earlier before the competition began, Army had a close look at Gary's seat.
When the 10,000-pound monster trucks land from their flight of horsepower, a certain amount of energy has to be absorbed in 3 main ways. Now, the tire will absorb some of the energy. The tires have about 3 or 4 pounds of air. Then the nitrogen shocks will absorb some of the energy again. That's 2 of the 3, but one of the most important ways you've got to absorb energy is through the driver and through his body. Now, I am literally standing underneath the seat of a monster truck. It's a very sturdy mounted seat, very secure, but we're not sure that's exactly what you need in this sport because the driver lands with such an impact straight down that it has a tendency to put a lot of pressure on his back and on his spinal cord. So a lot of research and development is going on in the seat end of this thing to maybe loosen the seat up a little bit, put a shock absorber on or something to let there be just a little bit of give to take some of that pressure off the driver's back when they land so hard.
Yeah, a lot of stunt drivers now in Hollywood are using spring-loaded seats to absorb the shock of the impact. Fred Schaefer against Gary Porter.
Dodge Chevrolet. We got a race.
Well, now, who won that one? I honestly don't know. Fred Schaefer, Barefoot, a 5.57.
57 to take the win, but it was an awfully close race, Gary. Let's take a look at this one again.
Well, that was a photo finish indeed. A 5.57 for Fred Schaefer. In slow motion, here it is.
Porter actually settles down in no man's land first. Then Schaefer cranks the trigger on that big Dodge.
Ever so close, and here's Fred.
Fred, the way the trucks are set up, it looks to me like you're giving them the starting line, but having to pull it back on the other end. But that was awfully close.
Yeah, Army, you're right. There's already no traction all up there. I think my tire's rotating 2 turns before the truck ever moves. The times are way off.
Another Schaefer boy. This is Paul Schaefer coming up. No relation to Fred. He drives the Monster Patrol. And we have another Dodge of Ken Deppy, the teammate to Fred Schaefer.
Deppy's also out of the Show Me state. We talked earlier about the Bigfoot boys wanting to do good for the local people. Believe me, this kid does too.
Well, I tell you, Fred Schaefer's real close to the Show Me state in Pontoon Beach, Illinois.
You know, I would imagine per capita there's more monster trucks out of the state of Missouri than any state in the country. Meanwhile, this young man is an auto salvage operator, has a past world championship in the sport of mud racing, got into this sport about 2 or 3 years ago, and believe me, Paul Schaefer is going to be a player. He just got to get that all-important time in the seat.
Well, Paul comes out of northern Indiana. There's a look at the front of his monster truck. Stages alongside Ken Deppy. Another great run. Who won that one? Paul Schaefer, a 5.39. Boy, we're seeing some great close competition here in Springfield.
The trick is not the starting line. The trick is no man's land. Watch them. Both of them leave pretty good, but who can get down and dirty in the middle right there?
This is to settle the chassis down and hook up the horsepower.
Exactly. The Dodge did a wheelie. It cost him.
Well, here is Paul Schaefer.
Well, the Chevrolet hopes are still alive, and the colors carried by the Monster Patrol, Paul Schaefer. That was an awfully good run, Paul.
Well, I'm starting to learn how to shift this thing a little bit better. Before, I used to run an automatic transmission, and it would shift all by itself. Now I got to grab 3 gears and about 250 feet, and it's taking me a little while to get used to shifting it like that.
Boy, you're busy in the cockpit of a monster truck indeed for a very short ride. Next pairing coming up, Eric Meager, Bigfoot, out of St. Louis, Missouri. Some big feet, if you will, to replace there with the departure of Andy Brass. And there's a look at Eric Meager in the Bigfoot organization. And he will stage against Brian Welsh in the moving violation.
The GMC of Welsh, a privateer. But this Eric Meager kid, he's a good All-American kid. If there's any such thing, Bob Chandler has a knack for picking good drivers. This kid's coming in taking Andy Brass's seat. Meanwhile, Brian Welch, he's an up-and-comer. He'll run with anybody. He's proven he can be competitive. So we have probably the future of the sport on the starting line right here. Far lane of GMC, near lane of Ford.
Like the sound of the raw horsepower, the Ford turning out the horses, and Eric takes it a 5:13. The run's getting faster.
What's happened is some of the moisture that they laid down in the starting line, we told you they kicked it out. The moisture was affecting them in no man's land. Now the heat's starting to dry it out, and they can put a little bit more horsepower into that no man's land area.
Meager coming right at you. Great ride at 5:13. He's standing by with Army.
Well, Gary's taking just a little while for him to get out of the truck because the crew chief, Gary Saline, had to go check the race pack computer to get the information on the vehicle, and the computer can tell you everything you want. My observation is that starter is not consistent, man. He's bouncing around, keeping you guys on your toes, isn't he?
He is. He's making us, maybe in the past people had a lot of guesswork going into it, but he's definitely not being consistent with it, which is keeping us on our toes. It makes it very tough and difficult on the line, but as you know, in the past, the line is where it's won or lost usually here. And with the lane choice, we got to stay on top of that. We got to have lane choice if we want to have the advantage going into the race.
And he will indeed have that. A good run for Eric Meager in Bigfoot. Hey, the kids are here. They're enjoying their pogs. We're enjoying the competition. Come back and join us. So who will find the key to victory here in Springfield? I wonder if you could fire that junker up. Well, that's just the trunk key, though. Welcome back to Springfield. We are ready for the semifinals, and we have Ford, Chevrolet, and Dodge represented. But, of course, Dodge is sponsoring this weekend's competition. And there's one of the bow tie brigade right there, the Monster Patrol. And there's one of the Ford representatives, Bigfoot, Eric Meager, and Paul Schaefer.
You notice how quiet it just got? What they're doing, they're checking the kill systems on this vehicle. Are the electronic interrupters #1 on the window indicates that's the channel he's on. Okay, the monster trucks run a safety device that a lot of other people don't run. That is a kill switch operated away from the truck. Before every run, they'll back the truck up, activate the shut-off or safety kill system just to make sure it works. Because believe me, there is not a wall in the state of Missouri that'll stop one of these things if it gets after it.
No, we've seen them before just climb over walls, squad cars, and anything that gets in the way.
Stands.
That's right.
There's the guy that's got everybody kind of buffalo because he's not in a rhythm. They can't read the light. They can't read him. They can't pressure this guy. He's not doing anything wrong. He's just doing it his way. And his way is to change his style of how long you sit on that line on every run. See, they'll go up on the torque converter now.
A good run by Paul Schaefer, but it is Eric Meager. The Ford knocks out the Chevrolet. Meager, a 5:14. It was a 5:13 the last one. Very consistent for Meager and the Bigfoot organization.
Meager has got a handle on this track in that lane. The question is, if he goes down into the brackets, will he be able to stay in the right lane? He told us a moment ago how important lane choice was.
Well, you talk about young talent and how Bob Chandler picks it. He's a good one. Here's Eric.
After each round of competition, crew chief Gary Saline immediately goes back to read the plugs because they're detuning the engine. I try to tell people at the beginning of the show it's hard to believe you can actually take horsepower out of an engine and go faster, but on a day like today, that's exactly what you're doing.
You have to with the weather conditions and the way the motor's reacting to the conditions. Gary here's doing a fine job actually detuning the motor. I don't know if that's a compliment in itself or not, but we're going each round we're coming out ahead, so in a way it is a compliment to him.
Well, his teammate, the other big blue driver, as we take a look at the work continuing, is Runte, and Runte pulls up against this guy right here, Fred Schaefer in the Dodge Barefoot. So this will have a Dodge and a Ford pairing. And of course, Ford would love to win this thing because of the home state fans, but Dodge would love to win it because they're sponsoring this event. And Army talked to Fred about the added pressure from corporate sponsorship.
When the Barefoot crew rolls into town, you're going to see names on the side of their vehicles like Dodge Motorsports, Viper Auto Security, Mopar Performance, Goodyear Tire and Rubber, Mopar Express Lube. And I tell you what, Fred Schaefer, you're the kingpin here, but everybody knows when you get a major sponsor, you get major responsibilities too.
It is a major responsibility, Army, to have a team like this, and we're building a real good team now. We've got different people that do different things on the chassis, the shocks, and that gives me more time for research and development to get the truck actually dialed in.
The team members you have, you broaden your base. That's got to take a lot of pressure off of you. You used to do all this by yourself. Now the sport is down to hundreds and thousands of a second. So having this help has got to take that pressure off of you.
It does, Army, and also we've got 4 trucks touring the country now, so that's also helped us take a lot of pressure off of 1 truck running every weekend or 2 trucks trying to run every weekend with all the demand we have. So the more trucks, the more people. Now it's getting more relaxed, and we can get back to more research and development.
So let's see if that research and development can pay dividends here in Springfield.
I guarantee you, old Fast Freddy is not relaxed right now. He wants to beat this sport. There's no love lost between these two guys. A lot of respect, but there's no love lost. Because one of them drives a Dodge, the other one drives a Ford, and there's the trump card. Keep going back to this guy. He's doing a good job. He's tricking the drivers. It's exactly what he's doing when he's making them drive these trucks. They can't intimidate the starter.
Looks like Fred Schaefer. Indeed, Fred Schaefer in the final. Look at that 5.07. That would give him, I do believe, lane choice of the championship run as he knocks out Dan Runte in the Power Wheels Bigfoot. Let's look at this again. A good run for both guys, but Fred Schaefer right in no man's land picks up the throttle and the horsepower, wins it. And let's go trackside with Fred and Army.
Crew chiefs playing a major role today. Every time you guys come back, they're jumping in, thrashing. What's going on here now?
Army, this blistering heat out here, oil temp got real high, oil pressure dropped off. We're going to drain the oil and put some fresh stuff in here and hope we can make it to the next round.
Final shootout coming up, Dodge against Ford. Stay with us. Welcome back to the Ozark Empire Fairgrounds here in Springfield. The Dodge Monster Drags, like the four-wheel Jamborees, are part of the Special Events Performance Series. Visit the manufacturer's midway. There's also several categories of show and shine competition. To find out when a Jamboree or a Monster Drag will be in your area, contact the Special Events Promotion Company and take part in this four-wheel fun. We are ready now for the finals here in Springfield. It has been hot. It has been humid. And speaking of being hot, Fred Schaefer just talked about how hot that Dodge Hemi's getting.
Yeah, he was trying to change the oil to cool the engine down. He runs a dry block setup. There's no coolant in the engine. The only way he can cool it down is by changing the oil and running more alcohol in the engine. Meanwhile, and that gives you more horsepower. Meanwhile, the Ford guys we told you are still in horsepower, but the story, Gary, is the lane choice. Meager's going into a lane he hadn't been in all day long.
Well, Fred, of course, laid in that 5.07 run, so he gets the lane choice. You take a look at the starter. Once again, Ford against Dodge. Dodge would love to win this one because Dodge is the corporate sponsor for this weekend's event.
Yeah, but when that light turns green, Gary, nobody knows who the corporate sponsor is. The man in the black and white shirt is in control of this race right now. Let's see what's going to happen. And both drivers trying to work up on the torque converter. Whoa, far lane move, Gary. Then the light goes green, and the red truck goes dead, and the blue truck goes the other end. That kind of sums it up.
So Eric Meager takes the victory here in the Dodge-sponsored event. So Ford victorious as Barefoot heads back to the pit area. Meager's time of 5.22, not as fast as what Fred Schaefer was the last round, but a problem right there at the start. Dan Runte still leads the Penda Points Championship over Fred Schaefer, Eric Meager, Gary Porter, and Ken Deppy.
In poker, they call it a bluff. What happened? And Schaefer went to the line knowing he did not have the engine cooled down. He took a shot. It didn't work out.
Of course, Bigfoot could have red lighted and Fred would have won, but here's your winner.
Hey, Gary Lee. Hey, how do you spell the word respect? R-E-S-P-E-C-T. Son, they respect you now.
I hope so, but we spelled it a little different. We spelled F-O-R-D. Something you ought to respect. The best never rest. Like I said, we're on our way back, and we're coming on strong. I just hope everybody else realizes it.
2 straight wins in Springfield, Missouri for Bob Chandler's bunch, and 5 straight overall going back to Lima, Ohio. This is just what the rest of the Penda Point Series field did not want to see as we head to the midway point of the season. Let's send it now over to Army Armstrong.
Fred, so close, but it sounded like something was going away in the engine when you rolled to the line.
Well, I hate to lose them like that, Army. This dry block here, you know, in this extreme heat we've had this weekend, and I pulled the line, the oil pressure was down. I really thought I could make it, and I accelerated, and there's a valve or something's wrong there.
Okay, now real quick, folks, I'm going to tell you what a dry block is. You don't run any liquid in it at all. It's exactly what the name implies. With it over 100 degrees now, that's exactly what he's talking about. Get the engine heat, they change the oil, they try to cool it down and everything. So basically, you did everything you could do. That's just the nature of the beast.
You're right, Armin. We did. We changed oil between rounds. We did everything we could do. It's this extreme heat has took its toll on it.
Hope you've enjoyed today's monster truck racing from Springfield, Missouri. For Army Armstrong, I'm Gary Lee. We'll see you next week on Trucks and Tractor Power. Now here's news of an exciting video release from Diamond P Sports.
What could follow the 3 volumes of Diamond P's and They Walked Away series? A 4th, and They Walked Away 4, like its predecessors, captures the most perilous moments in recent motorsports history. Unmerciful dumbles, unbelievable flips, falls, and fires, and in every harrowing incident, the driver beats the odds. Once again, man and machine test their mettle through mayhem in over a dozen motorsports disciplines. You can't find this video in stores. You can't rent it. And anyone who has it won't let you beg, borrow, or steal it. Then how do you get your own copy of And They Walked Away 4? Call 1-800-652-8686 or send $24.95 plus $4 shipping and handling to the address on your screen. 1-800-652-8686 or charge it on your Visa, MasterCard, or Discover card. Call 1-800-652-8686. 1-800-652-8686 or charge it on your Visa, MasterCard, or Discover card.
The Fram National, Sunday, April 21st on TNN Motorsports. This has been a special presentation of TNN, your #1 source for country music, entertainment, and information. Oh, sir.
The quiet streets of Canfield, Ohio, but just beyond the backyard fences of this peaceful mid-American neighborhood lay relics of the interstate. Taken from the boneyard, it's as if Boot Hill spirits beneath the dashboards have been stirred, and these garage ghosts are out to wreak havoc on the high-revving monsters who now disturb their resting place. This is Trucks and Tractor Power, featuring the best in NTRA monster truck racing. From the Canfield Fairgrounds in Canfield, Ohio, it's the Dodge Monster Drags. In the world of motorsports, if I mention the Intimidator, you'll likely think about a black #3 Chevrolet Monte Carlo of Winston Cup driver Dale Earnhardt. But in monster truck racing, it's not Chevrolet, it's the Ford pair of Bob Chandler. And now this weekend, we're in northeastern Ohio, in Canfield. But here, there is another intimidation factor. And with that story, here's Army Armstrong.
The right lane at Canfield Fairgrounds. Gary, this lane has about a 4.5-foot drop right off the right lane. Has a tendency to intimidate some of the drivers. One of the drivers we've been keeping an eye on is Fred Schaefer in the Dodge. Drivers with quick time get lane choice. In the first round, Schaefer took this right lane. That kind of surprised everybody because I want you to think back with me. He's been in 3 finals this year. Of the 3 finals, 2 times he's hooked to the right on the track and been disqualified. If he should do the same thing on this track, it could be disastrous because of this downhill slide. Now, the right lane has always been an action lane. As a matter of fact, earlier this evening, we've proved it again. But the left lane still can jump up and bite you. And Gary, tell us more about that.
Well, Army, we want to take you back to qualifying now. This is Mark Hall in the Executioner. Earlier today, this was in qualifying. And he almost gets first on his nose, then veers off to the left. So that could have been a very costly ride that could have ended up on his head. Now, once again, we're still in qualifying action earlier today. This is Ken Deffey in Rampage. Look at the wheel stand, and he hits that second group of cars. Hang on. He's still on the power. Look at this. And pulls it back out by staying on the power. Incredible. Now, he's coming right at you. Had he gotten off the throttle, he would have barrel rolled that thing side for side.
What happened? The right rear suspension leg go right here. He kicks the nose down. Boom. There's a space in between those cars. He nosed over into it. Now the right rear suspension's gone. He is picking up on the throttle. He's more than picking up. He is mashing the motor, trying to keep one of those 4 wheels on the ground. It works. The right front stays on the ground, and it pulls him down. One of my big concerns was why was he on the throttle and why the kill switch was not activated to shut that truck off. The question right now is the kill switch.
Army, you know, the radio was on. I got crooked off of there and, you know, going up on its nose, and I was just trying to bring the truck around, and actually I had my foot to the floor. When I finally got stopped over here, I was going to turn my front wheels, try to get them straight, because I could tell I had them turned, and then it died, and I looked up, and the motor, you know, the radio was flashing, so I figured they'd waited to kill me till I got down here, and they said that they'd been trying sooner. I don't know, Army.
You know, it's an electronic safety kill switch. As soon as they activated it, it should have worked. Simple as that, Gary. And all that came out of the left lane.
Well, once again, still in qualifying, this turns out to be perhaps the most violent qualifying station we've ever had here on Trucks and Tractor Power. Right lane action with Brian Welsh, and he is all over the shutdown area and finally gets it on over. Incredibly so, he walked away. He was uninjured.
The qualifying sessions are just awesome here because this is real racing. You're not going to get around it. Anybody says these guys are doing it for grins and giggles are about half goofy because these guys do not tear up equipment like that.
He started to climb out through where the window would be and I said, hey, wait a minute. The whole top's out of the truck. I can just walk through there. Okay. Watch again.
One of the things I'm wondering, you let me know when the kill switch is activated. The kill switch was activated on this accident. He noses over. Now, you got to remember, these big old tires weigh about 1,000 pounds, so centrifugal force is going to keep him rolling. But right now, he's dead in the water, if you will. The motor is off. He is just along for the ride and the landing. As you can tell by this interview, his adrenaline was on Mach 1.
Tell you what, that's what a roll cage is supposed to do. We went up around. I seen the ground a couple times. Everything was good. The truck seemed to hold together good. I don't know what happened back there. We come up the second ramp, back in, tried to pass the front end up for some reason. We got the new KB motor in here from Van Sims. I'll tell you what, it's putting the power out.
It'll take some work to get that truck back in order, but as you can see, the roll cage held. Brian is okay. We're ready for the competition to continue when we come back to Canfield, Ohio. Welcome back to the Canfield Fairgrounds here in Canfield, Ohio for the Dodge Monster Drags. Now we can tell you as we get ready for round 2 action to show you the pairings, the fast losers coming back from round 1 are Boogie Van and the Equalizer. David Morris and Pam Vodders still in competition as fast losers in round 1.
We'll be talking a little bit later about this guy, David Morris. Been around the sport for quite a while. As a matter of fact, he's won national championships, but does not run on this circuit that often. He normally runs the indoor circuit where it takes a completely different chassis. He's going up against Dan Runte, and Runte has got to be the odds-on favorite here because this is his kind of track.
And he turned the fast time from round 1 at 4.93. He chooses the near lane, puts David Morris in the far lane. Just like that, it's all Ford.
Oh,
Morris had a rough landing as well. And that's the lane that we didn't talk about before. That's not the intimidation lane, as we call it. turns out to be pretty intimidating this evening.
I was going to say, the drivers are looking down that left lane, and they don't like what they see. There's a lot of obstacles down there. There's only one little obstacle in the right lane. That's a hill. But David Morris,
watch him get in trouble
good.
right here.
Boy, that hurt.
But again, he stays on the throttle, rights it, and continues on back to the hauler. Well, he'll spend the rest of the evening as our second round competition continues. Fred Schaefer and Gary Porter. Fred Schaefer in the barefoot Dodge and the big Dodge Hemi here in the near lane. The far lane, the privateer, is Gary Porter. There's a look at Fred Schaefer out of Pontoon Beach, Illinois.
Lane choice goes to the quickest qualifying time. We opened the show telling you about how dangerous the right lane was, but all the quick qualifiers are indeed going to the right lane, exactly opposite of what happened last year. Porter out of Wadesville, North Carolina, he was the slower qualifier of the two, so he's pushed over in the left lane. I don't understand why. It's like the lanes have a personality. Nobody wants to date the girl in that left lane.
Well, it's all Fred Schaefer, the barefoot Dodge, a nice, smooth ride. We documented earlier about some problems that Fred has had in the right lane over the season, but a nice, smooth ride there. Now, coming up next, there's Dan Patrick, and Patrick and Sampson also chooses to go to that right lane as he will stage against Kirk Dabney in the overkill truck. But first, before this second round matchup, let's go down and talk to Fred Schaefer.
Fred, you got to take these things one lap at a time, but they're getting tougher and tougher, and your next lap could be your toughest. Runty in that other lane. By the way, who gets lane choice?
Army, I don't know what his time was, but he has been running faster time up to now, so he's probably going to get it.
Does the lane matter to you? We've been watching you all night long, and, you know, because of the problems you've had running in the right lanes all year long, we figured you may want to go to the left, but that's not the case.
Them concrete barriers and stuff that you've seen in qualifying, Army, we kind of want to stay away from them if we could. That's why.
So there is the trade-off. They'll take the hill off the right lane as opposed to all the obstacles off the left lane. And now there is the overkill truck of Kirk Dabney in that far lane or the left lane. He'll be staging against Dan Patrick in the Sampson truck.
Everybody's landing straight in the right lane, so that doesn't bother them. The only time the right lane doesn't bother you is if you get cockeyed. I'll check the left lane now.
Yeah, a bit of a surprise there. Kirk Dabney takes the victory, the left lane in the overkill truck. So, just as we talked about the right lane being the lane of choice, Kirk Dabney pulls out the win in the left lane. As we take a look again, now watch, he gets the whole shot. He won it right there. He cut a good light, put the horsepower down in no man's land, and takes the victory. So let's go down the trackside down and talk to what has to be a very happy Kirk Dabney.
Well, when you're interviewing a driver after a win like that, the only thing you can say is good light.
Well, Army, you know, a lot of work's been put into the truck, and the reaction time you see is just out of pure determination. Of course, we want a good starting line on the truck. It matters the most, but the truck feels like it's working better than it has in a while, and we owe that to all the people that back us on this. And we got to say special thanks to Russ Moore Transmissions out of Fort Wayne, Indiana, and Cook's Body Shop. Without them guys, we wouldn't be running like we are.
Okay, coming up next, there is Eric Meeker in Bigfoot. And Eric will be staging once again in that right lane against the Boogie Van with Pam Vaughters. There's Pam out of Hagerstown, Maryland.
Once again, this young lady definitely capable of driving with anybody as the Power Wheels Bigfoot team goes, like you said, you pointed out, to the right lane. It's kind of strange how, like I say, the lanes have a personality. This time last year, you couldn't give the right lane away. Now Eric Meeker has lane choice and goes over to the right lane, push the young lady into the left lane or the lane with the barriers.
But I think after what we saw in qualifying, the guys and gals are somewhat concerned about the obstacles in the shutdown area, so it's a trade-off. They'll take their chances in the right lane with that hill that drops off to the right. Well, it's all Bigfoot, but a rough landing. Oh, he blows off the right rear.
He blew the right rear tire off. The front end nosed in and then slammed the rear end down.
So there you can see it is off the rim, so he takes the victory, but the Bigfoot crew will have to change that right rear before he can continue on in the next round.
What's the bounce? Kind of the nose-over attitude of the truck. See, he kind of noses down now with the front end's in, then it slams the rear end down, but the tire doesn't go flat until now. Kind of strange, Gary.
Well, so the Bigfoot crew will have some work cut out for them to change that right rear as the foot gets towed back to the pit area. We'll take this break and come back with more action from Canfield, Ohio.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the captain. Please fasten your seatbelts for takeoff, and remember, this is a smoking flight. On behalf of the entire crew, thank you for flying TNN Motorsports.
Hi, this is Ernie Irvin. Thanks to all you fans out there, I am back on the track and stronger than ever.
At the end of the racing season, join Ernie and several of his NASCAR buddies on the NASCAR Family Cruise, benefiting the folks who help injured drivers, their crews, and their families get through tough times. They're sailing December 4th through the 8th. Don't miss out on the fun. Call 1-800-972-2359 to sign up now. That's 1-800-972-2359.
Welcome back to Canfield, where the thrash on Bigfoot continues. We understand, though, besides the right rear popping off, they have a drive line problem. Now, the semifinal tree will have the two top trucks in the Penda point standings, Power Wheels and Barefoot, along with Overkill taking on Bigfoot. Now, here's Army with Eric Meager.
Pam Butters ran you tough. She's going back in. If you don't make it back, can you make it back?
I think we can. We're on a time frame here, so we got to work real fast. Pam, we knew we were going to have to run hard. We pushed our equipment to the limit, as you can see. It's falling out from underneath the truck. We're hopefully going to get it back in. We'll be back next round. If not, we tried our best.
And right away, Eric jumps in to help out the crew under the frame of Bigfoot. There is the look at the Intimidator we talked about earlier, the Power Wheels of Dan Runte, and there's the Barefoot Dodge Hemi of Fred Schaefer, and Fred's over in that far lane.
Lane he has not run in so far tonight. The left lane, first time. The way the truck always turns in a bad situation is towards the right. Both of these drivers better be on their toes. If Fred has a run that's not a good run, he hooks to the right. Bingo, he's right into the side of this Power Wheels truck. And I don't care who you are, you make a book on the other guy, and both drivers know what the potential is here. We could have a disaster if that red truck turns right.
Joe Batista, the starter, out of Youngstown, Ohio. And it is Dan Runte. And once again, Fred does get off to his right a little bit, but not that far into Dan Runte's shutdown area as he takes the Power Wheels forward to the final round here in Canfield. A look again.
Both trucks leave at the same time. A good, clean start, but right in the middle of the track, right here is where the Ford really gets to put the horsepower down, Gary.
And Army, you have caught up with our winner, Dan Runte.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Another 4-second run. Wherever you're doing, just keep doing it.
That's right, Army. The Power Wheels Bigfoot, and owe a lot to Herbie and Gary. Gary tuning the motor here tonight. He's got it dialed in on kill. It's just going. We're in the 4 seconds. We're not changing it. You're right.
Well, we have one half of the final set. The Power Wheels Bigfoot, one of the Intimidators. However, the other one, well, they may be running out of time on Eric Meager because Kirk Dabney and Overkill is on the line. He is ready to stage, but we have no Bigfoot. Let's send it back to Army in the pit area.
Well, the Penda official has just informed the Bigfoot crew they did not make the time cut. Pam Butters, her crew on the other side, is giving a fire-up signal. Girls against the guys. Let's see if she can do it, ladies.
So Pam Butters will pull out the stage against the Overkill truck and Kirk Dabney. The Dodge Monster Drags, like the four-wheel Jamborees, are part of the Special Events Performance Series. Visit the manufacturer's Midway. There's also several categories of show and shine competition. To find out when a Jamboree or a Monster Drag will be in your area, contact the Special Events Promotion Company and take part in the four-wheel fun. A surprise participant in the semifinals. The Boogie Van, Pam Butters, was about to be a spectator, but they could not get the Bigfoot monster truck ready in time, so Eric Meager becomes the spectator, and Pam becomes the participant. Now, that's the way you watch a monster truck show.
That's his mom driving that monster truck, and I tell you what, it's a very popular move, too. A lot of the people out there are starting to know that the Botter families are playing hardball. They're trying to get that break. Pam can drive the truck. Her husband can fix the truck.
Look at this. Pam Butters takes the victory. This listen to the crowd. The crowd loves it. Pam Botters will be in the finals against Dan Runte's Ford.
I believe on television it's the first time she's ever made it to the finals. I am tickled to death for that team. They've worked so hard to get here.
Well, you will not hear a bigger ovation for anyone that we just heard when Pam knocked out the overkill truck at Kirk Dabney. She has to be delighted. Let's talk with Pam.
RPMs, I'm up at 89.
Right now, she just gives her engine builder the word. She's at 8,900 RPMs. I'm going to tell you something about her. A lot of people don't want to know. Before she comes out of that truck, she's a little lady. She puts her seatbelt and folds them all back up before she'll come out. But, Pam, congratulations. You're going to a final. You all have worked so hard to be here. The crowd's behind you. You know, I'm just as excited as you are.
Yeah, I want to thank a few people right now. I want to thank Rushmore Transmission for building me a transmission that's really getting me down the track this weekend. I want to really thank our motorman, Pete Bronzine, who's coming in, who helped to tune in the motor. And I want to thank my husband for putting up with me for, you know, all the trouble I've been giving him with trying to get the truck going in. But we're really working hard, and I'm just glad to see it's paying off for us, you know, this time.
Well, and you saw the right rear get sheared off a rampage in qualifying earlier. They're still working on that Dodge down the pit area. We'll be right back with the finals.
Put yourself in the boots, the hat, the jeans, the chaps of a rodeo cowboy on a hot Friday night in Mesquite, Texas. Get your vicarious thrills right here on Championship Rodeo every Friday night on TNN.
Army Armstrong and Gary Lee back in Canfield, Ohio for the finals of the Dodge Monster Drags. It is Ford against Ford. That is the Power Wheels Bigfoot of Dan Runte in the right lane, the near lane, the far lane, Pam Botters in the Boogie Van Ford.
Yeah, it's Ford against Ford, but it's the girls against the guys. And I tell you what, if there's a crowd favorite, for the first time in a long time, it will not be a Bigfoot truck. A lot of people like him, but a lot of people are pulling for this young lady to take her first win ever. Worked so hard to get here. Let's see if she can do it.
Well, she's made steady progress over the last 2 seasons, and here she is in the finals.
That's taking nothing away from Dan Runte, because he's worked just as hard to get here, but he's been here before. We brought that man on board. He started making them horsepower. That's
There's
the
Mike
wallet.
Botters.
A lot of drama here.
It was a good run, but oh, Mike thought he had it there for a moment. Mike Botters thought that Pam had won, but indeed Dan Runte takes the victory here in Canfield. She was ever so close.
Both drivers cut a good light, but Pam, after the first jump, does a little bit of a wheelie right about here. See, now Bigfoot puts all 4 of them big old meats to the ground.
Well, our winner is Dan Runte, and he's with Army.
Dan just asked me, is it over? It has been one of those nights, hasn't it? But congratulations to you and the crew. You did it, you know, you stayed cool, you did what you had to do. But they were definitely coming after you.
Yeah, they were. You know, that's what I've been saying all night. You have to be consistent. Power Wheels Ford, Firestone helped us. I mean, tires were hooking up excellent. I can't say enough about those. And the crew, like you said, Army, they're all great people. They put it all together as well as myself.
We'll take a look now at the current Penda point standings, showing Runte still leading Fred Schaefer. Meager is still third, then Porter and Ken Deppy, but we have to talk to Pam Botters. Army?
Well, Gary, we're going to walk over and talk to Pam while she's interviewing a cast of a young lady. Pam, how close was it on the other end?
It was pretty close. I mean, he beat me by about a truck length from what I seen standing in my lane and everything. But I'll tell you, Army, I was just proud to be there in the finals. You know, it's the first time I made it there since my racing career started, and I'm just real proud to be there.
Hey, gang, who do y'all think's a good monster truck driver? How about this lady here, huh?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Well, that wraps it up from Canfield. For Army Armstrong, I'm Gary Lee. We'll see you next week on Trucks and Tractor Power. Now here's news of an exciting video release from Diamond P Sports. The glow of the welder's torch burns brightly as it mends what the flames of competition wrought in Canfield, Ohio. 10,000-pound trucks tossed like Tonka toys around a patio. Chassis crunched, parts sheared, as brute horsepower and gravity lost in negotiations with an unyielding fairground surface that bargains not with men who speak with a heavy right foot. is Trucks and Tractor Power, featuring the best in MTRA monster truck racing. Today from the Canfield Fairgrounds in Canfield, Ohio, it's the Dodge Monster Drags. The last time here at the Canfield Fairgrounds, we saw a lot of destruction in qualifying for the Dodge Monster Drags, and the Dodge boys were not exempt. In fact, Rampage broke the chassis in several spots, but they have bounced back. Ken Deppy driving to a round 1 victory, and his teammate Fred Schaefer in Barefoot is also the fast qualifier. So the Dodge boys are putting their best foot forward here in Canfield. And here with more in the competition is Army Armstrong.
Be careful what you ask for. You just might get it. You know, the monster truck drivers chasing these Penda Point Series, they know that Canfield, Ohio is a track they've been looking for all year long because they can finally dial all the horsepower into the vehicle, not have to worry about taking horsepower away, and use all this horsepower. The clay at this track is phenomenal. It's actually used for pulling events, so they know the track will hold the horsepower. As a matter of fact, it's a little bit drier today. The air density is great. Everything is online for a big horsepower day. So even though this may look like a flat Kansas mile behind me, this thing is nothing more than the Burma Road, and there will be a war fought here today.
Top 5 qualifiers, as we say. Fred Schaefer is the quick one, then Dan Runty, Eric Meager, Gary Porter, and Kirk Dabney. Now some highlights from round 1. Pam Vodder's in the near lane taking on Kirk Dabney. Remember, the 2 men in the semis last race with Vodder's taking out the overkill truck. Now here in that dangerous near lane, she punches out Dabney and has some difficulty getting the truck woed before she talked to Army Armstrong.
We got a real good motor guy, like I said before, that's been tuning in on our motor. He's got it running up to 100%, and we're just out there giving everything we can give.
How about the driver? Are you comfortable with this?
Yeah, I'm real comfortable. You know, they're telling me what to go, my RPMs and stuff. They're, you know, walking me through the course, what the way the truck should be handling, and everything just seems to be clicking right now, and I'm real proud of it.
Well, I talked about the Rampage win at the top of the show. Now, here it is, but I want you to watch this rough landing once again from round 1 competition. Man, they are tearing up some iron here this weekend in Canfield, Army. Eric Meager taking on Mark Hall. Hall, you might recall, also sustained some damage in our last show from Canfield. Eric Meager goes on to lay down the low ET of round 1 with this pass. There it is at a 5.02 low ET for round 1. So now the round 2 tree, Kirk Dabney and Paul Schaefer will come back as the fast losers of round 1. You can see the matchups there for round 2 competition here in Canfield. Fred Schaefer, who took out Sampson in round 1, pulls up to the line as we head into round 2 competition. Fred Schaefer, there he is from Pontoon Beach, Illinois, near the St. Louis, Missouri area, and he will take on Kirk Dabney.
Now, Dabney's one of the strong privateers we've been hearing so much about. Was really hoping to have a great year, but out of the box, first race of the year, did a lot of damage to the truck. Has been fighting its way back. Meanwhile, the Dodge boys, like we said earlier, Gary, they finally have a track they can put all this naughty horsepower Hemi motors down and make them wail on the other end. And Schaefer is so confident of the run, he goes into what we would call the bad lane.
Oh, and Schaefer has a problem in that bad lane. He's way off course, and he gets disqualified. How costly for Fred Schaefer, the fast qualifier, and now he's out of competition. He'll lose a lot of points, and this is really a shot to his effort to take this Penda Points Championship. Watch again, mid-track, the big Dodge Hemi veers off to his right. He's off course, and he gets disqualified right here. A costly mistake for Fred Schaefer. He'll be a spectator the rest of the afternoon. He's with Army.
To be a privateer, Dabney will definitely run you hard, won't he?
Yeah, he will, Army. You know, times are real close today, and the track's a little bit slippery between cars, and he's running pretty good.
Not a very good smile on the face of Fred Schaefer. We're coming back to Canfield. Stay with us. Welcome back to the Canfield Fairgrounds here in Canfield, Ohio for the Dodge Monster Drags. We keep telling those photographers, stop shooting the food. I'm hungry, but we have business to take care of. Round 2 action coming up.
Eric Meager, the man we're looking at right now, the young gun. They call him the kid on the circuit, but believe me, he's driving today like an old pro. And speaking of old pros, one of the big hitters is out. The national point chase will be affected, and this young lady right here could be holding a trump card. Pam Vodder's out of Hagerstown, Maryland. She and her husband are really starting to make a move in this sport. Young Meagers comes up on the screen, driving a Bob Chandler rig out of St. Louis, Missouri. We know the truck can do the job. Let's see if this kid can.
You talk about the heavyweight, we look at the Dodge banner. Fred Schaefer is the one you alluded to being out of the competition, DQ'd in round 1. Here is Meager, fastest run from round 1 competition, going up against the young lady from Hagerstown in round 2 as Pam stages the boogie van. Surprise,
Major.
surprise, surprise.
Major
Pam Botters
upset.
again has trouble getting it woed, but Pam Botters, 5:19, knocks out Eric Meager.
Meager stumbled just a second on the start line, and that's like in a slapping contest. You make a bad move, she's going to hit you. Like it says in the back, a woman's work is never done. Keep an eye on him. Just a little bit of a hesitation right there, but Pam did not wait. She went to the other end big time, Gary.
Well, we're finding that Pam and Mike Botters are dialing in the horsepower in this boogie van this season. Oh, what a pleasant surprise. She has some trouble getting it woed again, but hey, let's go down and visit with Pam Botters and Army.
Ask anybody in Canfield, Ohio, and they'll tell you the boogie van and this young lady, Pam Botters, are for real. But Pam, this weekend, you and your husband, Mike, brought another crew member. I think that's helped you both.
Yeah, we went one step further with the motor and everything. We went out and we hired ourselves a top alcohol funny car. He works on them. His name is Pete Bronzine. He works on Tim Slagle's funny car, and he's been a real asset to the motor this weekend and to us as a racing team. He's done real well for us.
Let's take a look again. You indicated that stutter right at the start for Eric Meager. Right there it is, Army.
Yeah, but that Pete Bronzine horsepower didn't know about a stutter. It just went to the other end. Pam Botters has always been a good racer. She's starting to get what they call racer's luck. Now, speaking to somebody that has no racer's luck so far today, the Dodge camp, their big gun went out in the first round. Now all the hope rests on the shoulder of this young man right here, Gary.
Well, it's amazing that Ken Deppy from Jefferson City, Missouri is even here for this event after he tore the race truck up after the last show here on Trucks and Tractor Power. There's the Carolina Crusher, the independent of Gary Porter. Porter in the Chevrolet. He goes up against the Rampage Dodge Hemi. Gary Porter out of Wadesboro, North Carolina, one of the leading independent drivers.
He is the leading independent driver, relies on Chevrolet horsepower, always following up, flying in the top 5, but Deppy has got to have blood in his eyes.
Look at that wheelie. Look at Deppy pull the trigger on the big Dodge Hemi and do a wheelie, and he almost doesn't get a stop.
Gary, that is what you call a Mopar migraine, because both Dodges are now out of this program. Porter advances.
Yeah, Gary at 5:17 will take the Chevy on to the next round. Watch again. Watch the big wheelie in no man's land.
We talked about horsepower. That proves that Hemi engine will make the horsepower.
Another somewhat rough landing, has some trouble getting it woed. Let's go down now trackside and talk to our winner, Gary Porter.
We're standing with a guy that had the best seat for the wheelie of the year. What was going through your mind while he was up in the air like that, or were you even aware of it?
No, I wasn't aware of where he was at all. You know, once the light turned green, and I was just focused, you know, on my race over to my lane, and I had no idea where he was at or what was going on.
How does the track look to you today? Everybody wanted this track. They said they wanted a horsepower track. What's it like out there?
The track's really, you know, coming around both lanes. I don't think they could be built any more even than what they are, and you know, it's a real good track. You know, it seems like the trucks are biting pretty good off the starting line, and you know, we couldn't ask for a better track, I don't think.
Dan Runte on the starting line. He's our points leader, winner of the last race here at Canfield. Now, Runte took out Dave Morris in the equalizer in round 1. But first, let's send it down to Army with Ken Deppy.
A lot of people call him the driver of the Rampage. I'm going to call him the Wheelie King. That had to be a weird feeling.
It's kind of deja vu from, you know, from the other day. Luckily, this one didn't have quite as bad of finale to it.
Well, of course, he refers to that qualifying crash he had the last race out here at Canfield, so no major damage, but he'll be out of competition today as we take a look at Paul Schaefer and the Monster Patrol out of Portage, Indiana, northern Indiana in the Hoosier State. And, of course, fairly newcomer to the sport. He'll be taking on Dan Runte out of St. Louis, Missouri, the Bigfoot organization.
Now, Schaefer is a new driver in this sport, but he holds world records in mud racing, so he's used to the horsepower. What we got to get him used to is this 10,000-pound truck. He runs a large salvage operation, like you say, up in northern Indiana. Meanwhile, on the other side of the slate, the Power Wheels you see at the Kmart and Walmart stores, they're sponsored Runte, who is your current national points leader, so this will be a good race.
Indeed, it was a good race. Runte by about a half truck length and a 5:26 ET for Dan Runte, the Power Wheels Bigfoot. We'll come back and talk to Dan after this break. Stay with us.
Wednesday night, 50,000 hunters gather to rock the Georgia Dome.
Country ain't what I sing, it's what I am.
With John Michael Montgomery, Sammy Kershaw, and Hal Ketchum. Buckmasters Country Champ. Wednesday night at 8 Eastern on TNN, the Nashville Network.
Welcome back to the Dodge Monster Drags here at the Canfield Fairgrounds in Canfield, Ohio. Semifinal action coming up. But first, let's go trackside down to Army Armstrong and Dan Runte.
Well, another round. You're still in this thing. It keeps getting tougher and tougher and tougher, though, doesn't it?
It is tough, Army. The track's hooking up different every time we go out there. The right lane's actually digging some big holes. Lane choice has got a lot to do with it. I mean, I specifically haven't run the right lane, or the left lane, excuse me, but we might get our chance at it this time. We Carolina Crusher, and we're going to go out there and put the Ford on top again.
Well, it sounds like Gary Porter may like this track better than Dan Runte with Dan's comments there. There's the tree for the semifinals. Don't see these trucks too often past the second round, but there's Pam Botters and Kurt Dabney and the Carolina Crusher going against the Power Wheels Bigfoot. Yeah, and don't forget the last two meetings between Overkill and the Boogie Van. Pam Botters has taken the measure of Kurt Dabney. She has owned that truck. So we'll see what happens here as we prepare for a semifinal action. But first, we go down trackside. Earlier, Army took a look at what it takes to land one of these monsters.
Landing these 10,000-pound monster trucks presents some unique problems. The problems being energy has a tendency to go in two directions. One of the main energies is absorbed through the shock absorbers. These Custer shocks, designed out in California for off-road racing, seem to be the hot hand for absorbing energy going one direction. But what you have to do is realize those shocks are only like 36 inches long. You can't stretch them all 36 inches. You have to limit their travel. That's what this strap is for. It's called a limit strap. And what it does is it keeps the shock absorber in the proper perspective so that it can do exactly what it's supposed to do. This strap keeps it from stretching one way, and the shock absorbers absorb the energy the other way.
So take notes. We'll have a quiz on those straps. All right, there's a look at Overkill, Kurt Dabney, and we'll pull out to show you Pam Botters staging the Boogie Van.
Girls against the guys.
And oh, it looks like Kurt by a nose, maybe. A 5'11".
Kurt went back to his crew chief, Marty Garza, and said, we got to have more horsepower. I think they did it.
Well, watch the replay. Even here, still even in no man's land, but right here, it looks like Kurt Dabney does take the measure, and he's with Army.
Both drivers seem to take a whole lot of time out there before you stage. Why'd you do that?
Well, Army, I'm trying to figure out each guy I race, or girl in Pam's case, and Pam has a system that she makes me build a lot of engine heat. I'm trying to cope with it and adjust to the way she races. I'm not sure exactly what her program is, but it looks like we've able to pair ourselves with her equally. You know, engine temperature and the way that the truck leaves the line depends on how much fuel's in the motor. That's what we're working with.
Smart driver, Army, always knows the competition, be it an oval track, a road course, or here in monster truck racing. There's a look at a past champion, Gary Porter, the Independent, the Carolina Crusher, the Chevrolet. Now, Gary will meet Dan Runte for the right to take on Overkill in the championship here at Canfield. There's a look at Gary Porter inside the cockpit, and there's a look at the Power Wheels Bigfoot of Dan Runte.
640 cubic inches, blower drive service, supercharged Ford engine in that lane. 500 plus cubic inches in the Chevrolet, but they think that the horsepower ranges are equal. Runte, national points leader. Porter, the privateer, always in the top 5, always in the thick of things. He can mess up anybody's day anytime.
And it looks like the big Ford just messed up the day for Dan Runte as something broke in the Ford. Gary Porter, a 5'12", takes the victory, and he will go to the championship round against the Overkill truck and Kurt Dabney. Look again, Army. Right here, something happens to the Ford.
It laid down on him in no man's land, but Porter, you know, you take the win.
So once again, Porter does take the victory, and he's with Army.
You've always said you can run with anybody on a level playing field. I think you're proving it today.
Yeah, I think so, Army. You know, the truck's been running really good out here with the Big A Auto Parts and the Neil Chance converters in it. And, you know, the Fulton motor seems to be making a lot of power. And, you know, hopefully we can take this win today.
It is a Ford and a Chevrolet in the finals from Canfield right after this break.
To run 300 mile an hour in a quarter mile feels kind of like sitting at a stoplight and get rear-ended at 100 mile an hour by an 18-wheeler.
The NHRA on TNN Motorsports. It doesn't get any closer.
Welcome back to Canfield, Ohio for the finals of the Dodge Monster Drags. No Dodge trucks in the finals. A Ford against a Chevrolet. There is the Chevrolet of Gary Porter. But during our commercial break, there's been a bluster of activity down there in the pit area. Let's send it down to Army.
Final time at Canfield, Ohio, and we keep telling you this place is full of drama. No exception today. Gary Porter has made his passes back and forth. He's ready to race in the Chevrolet camp. On the other side, the Ford, Kirk Dabney, they can't get that truck started. They've blown the starter, I believe, and there's some starter on the starter ring. There's a couple of teeth left. They're trying to get around to where it may catch one time and start the motor. If it doesn't, then the 3-minute rule comes into effect, and the young lady, Pam Vodders, would go to the line if the Ford doesn't start.
Well, Army, the state of Ohio has not been good to Kirk Dabney. Recall that grinding crash he had at Lima early in the season. This would be his first final appearance since that crash, but he's on the clock right now. Hey, we can tell you the Dodge Monster Drags, like the four-wheel Jamborees, are part of the Special Events Performance Series. Visit the manufacturer's Midway, and there's also several categories of show and shine competition. To find out when a Jamboree or Monster Drag will be in your area, contact the Special Events Promotion Company and take part in this four-wheel fun. Talk about four-wheel fun, tough truck highlights. One of our favorites here in Canfield, the Pig Out Jeep. This is one fast piggy. This is Jim Alt from the great state of Indiana, and I tell you, he always puts on a show.
Jim's got a new driver suit, and his crew's over hanging. Jim's a real cutie in his new driver suitie.
I don't think that's a flame retardant driver suit.
No, but it looks cool, and that's all Jim cares about.
Look out, hang on. He almost dumped that one. Jim Alt, always a crowd favorite in the tough truck competition. I have ridden with Jim a couple of times, and that's quite an exciting A-ticket ride.
Better ye than me, Gary Lee.
Well, looky there. Kirk Dabney could not find the fire, as we say, and the truck is being towed back to his hauler, and that means the young lady from Hagerstown, Maryland, the Boogie Van and Pam Vodders, will come back to take on Gary Porter's Chevrolet, the Carolina Crusher, for the finals.
Pete Brozine, that man walking right in front of the camera, could be the trick to this whole thing. Been around NHRA drag racing for years. He comes over to the team and says, hey, kids, calm down, be cool. You drive the truck. I'll take care of the motor, and we're going to the final. That's right.
That's the big difference right now is the jetting of the fuel.
Actions speak louder than words. She's in the final.
Well, let's go back down to the track, and let's talk to Kirk Dabney with Army Armstrong.
Kurt, man, I hate to talk to you at a time like this, but this is your final. What happened?
Well, Army, just like with all race cars, mechanical, we had a starter failure at the line. It's more than 3 minutes to put it in. Just nothing we can do, you know. It is a disappointment to run that hard and not be back. They should be us out there.
Happens in every form of motorsport, so he has to be a spectator. In the finals, he should be racing in. There's a look into the eyes in the cockpit. Gary Porter stages a Chevrolet against a Ford and the Dodge Monster Drags here in Canfield. This is for all the marbles.
Oh, tough break. Pam red lights, Gary.
Pam red lights. Gary Porter takes the victory. But I'm telling you what, Pam Vodders is coming on strong, and she will be a force to be reckoned with as the season continues here in the Penda Points Championship.
You know, I'll guarantee you Gary Porter won a runner clean, too. There's a red light. It doesn't lie, but you live by the sword, you die by the sword.
She knew she had to cut a good light against the veteran, and she was a little too eager. Red light, she knew it. Backs out of the throttle. Gary Porter goes on to victory here in Canfield.
I guarantee you there won't be an excuse either.
Point standings, Dan Wright continues to lead with a Dodge of Fred Schaefer. Eric Meager is third in a Ford, then Gary Porter and Ken Deppy. Let's go back and visit with our winner. Here's Gary Porter.
Gary Porter proving once again a privateer still can be competitive. It just takes a lot of heart and a lot of soul out there. Congratulations on this win today.
Yeah, thank you, Army. You know, when Kurt pulled up there to the line, I knew that was going to be a close race, you know, and then he had mechanical problems there on the line. And, the Boogie Van had to come back, and she's been running really strong. And, you know, I was just going to try to give it all I had. And, you know, I hate that she cut that red light, you know, a little bit too close there and got disqualified. But, you know, we'll have to take them like any way we can get them.
Well, the fans are always eager to visit with their favorite drivers as Gary Porter and Pam Botters signing autographs in Canfield for Army Armstrong. I'm Gary Lee. We'll see you next week on Trucks and Tractor Power. Now here's news of an exciting video release from Diamond. Kids playing with trucks. It's the childhood spirit found in these fun and games that carries young and old through the turnstiles at county fairgrounds when the monsters roll into town. Lifelong allegiances to manufacturers begin here, where you don't need a program to find out about your favorite driver. The NTRA experience allows you to do so in person. It's the flavor found at events like the Dodge Monster Drag that appeals to the kid in all of us. This is Trucks and Tractor Power, featuring the best in NTRA monster truck racing. From the Canfield Fairgrounds in Canfield, Ohio, it's the Dodge Monster Drag. Stop number 12 of the Penda Points Championship has moved on to northeastern Ohio at the Canfield Fairgrounds. Now, the heart and soul of this facility is the annual fair over Labor Day weekend. In fact, the very biggest names in country music have performed on a stage built right here in front of the grandstand. But tonight, the music is being provided by those mountain motors of monster truck competition. And here with more on this event is Army Armstrong.
Gary, country music has been very forgiving at venues like this and given a lot of stars, a lot of talented people an opportunity to get that big break, to make a name for themselves. Well, at the Canfield Fairgrounds, monster truck racing is no different, because at this venue, the little guy, the privateer, has an opportunity to gain the national recognition by beating the big guys on the block. However, there is a little bit of a difference here. The music format is swaying a little bit from country to some real hard rock and roll, with the emphasis on roll.
Yeah, and rolling into today's field is no easy matter, as we will see here with some highlights from a run by David Morris in the Equalizer. This is qualifying. Now watch what happens.
Nose is over, and the impact of the 10,000-pound truck completely tears the tie rod off. You can see the hydraulic fluid coming out, so Morris has had better days.
Not a good qualifying pass for Morris, but look at Fred Schaefer's second straight race. He's been the quick time, but Dan Runty a quick run as well. Then Meager, Patrick, and Gary Porter, the top 5 in qualifying. As we take you back to some round 1 highlights. Now, it was Gary Porter and Pam Botters. They met the championship of our last race here at Canfield. And this time a mechanical problem for Botters. And look at that near lane, the dreaded near lane, Gary Porter off the track in the Carolina Crusher. A roller coaster weekend for Ken Deppy in Rampage. And he has some more problems here as Overkill takes the victory.
Deppy wrecked in the first race. Does a big wheelie in the second race. Is not going to make it past this one, Gary.
One of the best matchups from round 1, Sampson and Monster Patrol, Dan Patrick and Paul Schaefer. Paul Schaefer edges him out with a 5:32, so the Patrol will advance. And Dan Runty taking on Alan Pizzo. Runty would lay down the low ET in round 1 competition with this pass. And a valiant effort by David Morris to get back in competition. He had the misfortune of taking on Eric Meager in Bigfoot, and the big Ford would take the victory. As we get ready for round 2 competition, remember the fast 2 losers, Alan Pizzo and Dan Patrick, coming back from round 1. So there is your tree for round 2 competition here in Canfield, Ohio. Fred Schaefer, the fast qualifier, will be taking on Alan Pizzo, the second fast loser. Second straight race that Fred Schaefer has been the fast qualifier.
Now, Fred Schaefer knows what he has to do. First of all, he's got to stay calm, cool, and collective. This old pro knows the horsepower's there, knows the handling's there. He's just got to get this vehicle down the track. Meanwhile, Pizzo, he's got nothing to lose. Man, he's a young gun. He knocked Fred over. He's put a notch in his gun. So you got one guy that's going to be on full kill double boogaloo throwdown, and the other guy is going to be walking a tightrope.
Well, the pressure, too, as we look at Alan Pizzo, the pressure has to be on Fred Schaefer driving the big Dodge Hemi. This event is sponsored by Dodge.
I would agree with you there. Meanwhile, Pizzo just wants to get a shot at it.
Well, if Schaefer has any hopes of staying alive in the Penda points chase, he has to do it now. He has to advance and collect points for each round that he can advance in this competition here in Canfield. And Pizzo has him.
He ran him hard, Gary.
Pizzo takes the victory at a 5:34, the second straight race here at Canfield. That Schaefer was the fast qualifier and got knocked out in round 2.
No excuses. They both leave at the same time. Fred gets in no man's land, a little bit out of shape now, trying to pull it back in, not going to work.
Well, you know that Alan Pizzo has to be ecstatic. He's down with Army.
Alan, you snagged one of the biggest in the sport on that run.
I'm telling you what, we've been struggling all weekend long, and my crew's been doing one heck of a good job, and he had a gamble. We played that gamble, and I'll tell you what, it's the best thing we've done all weekend. And, you know, it's fine to come out here and run with these guys. It takes a lot of money to come out here. You know, if we had a big major sponsor like all these corporate sponsors, you know, we would be right there with them every pass.
Well, we'll take a break, then come back and talk to Fred Schaefer. Welcome back to the Canfield Fairgrounds in Canfield, Ohio, and the Dodge Monster Drags. Let's send it down now to Army Armstrong with a very disappointed Fred Schaefer.
Fred, every time you go up there against one of these privateers, you know they're going to put it on kill to get you.
You're right, Army. I go out there with #1 qualifier, and then that Dodge has got so much power. I get between those cars, and the tires broke loose, and I had to get out of it. And he was so close to me, I couldn't get back in, and I just couldn't make it up.
It's amazing in this sport how quick it is. You blink, you're out of the whole ball game.
And that's about what it was, and I blink. You're right, Army.
Well, you can see the expression on his face as the Dodge is out of contention here in Canfield. Ready now for round 2. Eric Meager and Bigfoot, the big blue Ford, against the Chevrolet of Gary Porter. There's a look at Eric Meager out of St. Louis, Missouri, and the Bigfoot organization of Bob and Marilyn Chandler. The privateer from Wadesboro, North Carolina, Gary Porter, a former champion of monster truck racing in the Carolina Crusher.
You know, we keep talking about Gary being a privateer, but he's hooked up with some really good associate sponsors, if you will, okay, and they're really doing him a good job because he's always qualifying in the top 5. He takes the Big A Autoport store along with him. He's got a torque converter sponsor. He's got a motor builder. So Gary doesn't have the big bucks, but he's got the smart bucks and the smart involvement with his team, and that's why he keeps going back and qualifying in the top 5.
And look at this. He does it again. Gary Porter knocks out Eric Meager. Gary Porter, a 5:17. Takes the measure of the Bigfoot truck of Eric Meager.
Well, a replay is going to show you Gary Porter literally knocked the tree over on him. That means he just left on this kid and muscled it on the other end, Gary.
A good run for Gary Porter, and he's down trackside with Army Armstrong.
Gary, you're the one privateer that has told all these other drivers that they can beat some of these big corporate guys, and you're still proving it.
Yeah, Army, you know, the truck's been running good tonight. You know, Foot, I don't know if he had trouble or what it was, but, you know, we tried to run a little bit taller gear that run than what we had been. We lined up on the first set of cars a little bit different, and, you know, it worked for us that time.
As round 2 continues, you look up inside the cockpit of the Monster Patrol with Paul Schaefer. He'll be taking on Kirk Dabney. Dabney an overkill. Dabney, of course, having his troubles this season. He tried to kill this truck at Lima, Ohio early in the year, but has persevered to come back out of Fort Wayne, Indiana, up in northeastern Indiana. There's a look at Paul Schaefer. A couple good Hoosier boys from northern Indiana going at it here in Canfield, Ohio.
Well, we're going to use some Hoosier terminology. One of them is going to slam dunk the other one to go to the next round.
Yeah, basketball's pretty big in Indiana as well.
So it looks like setting the motor to the rear of your truck's big here too, Gary.
All Kirk Dabney, a problem maybe with the Monster Patrol, but Dabney takes it a good run, a 5:19.
He made it look like a walk in the park, man. Oh, and a little bit of a spin on the other end.
So he takes out Kirk Dabney takes out Paul Schaefer, and he is ready to advance to our next round as we take a look at Dan Patrick in the Sampson Chevrolet.
You know, and the kids really like this truck. They like the big arms and everything. And tonight he qualified in the top 5, Gary.
Well, Kirk Dabney has advanced to the semis, and I know he's very happy to be there. And let's send it down the trackside. And Army, you've caught up with Kirk Dabney of the Overkill truck.
It seems like you actually have an advantage over the first set of cars. What are you doing different, or what do you have different?
Well, Army, you know, at first the swing arm suspension fought us, and it was a difficult task to get it working. Now we're being rewarded with some really pristine passes. The swing arm, the design of the chassis, allows the vehicle not to get the front tires off the ground. Hey, we owe that to the Custer people out there in California. Without them guys, we wouldn't be here.
Well, so now Dan Runte in the Power Wheels Ford as we get ready for more competition. Dan had the low ET of round 1 of 498. He has lane choice as he goes up against Dan Patrick in the Samson.
You know, it's amazing how interesting and how intricate the suspensions are on these trucks. They may look like big old sumo wrestlers, but we told you before, it gets down to almost being a ballet as far as technology is involved.
Sumo wrestlers and a ballet. Only you could put both those in the same sentence. All right, we're just about staged here in round 2.
Samson and Power Wheels, Chevrolet and Ford. Veteran against the new kid.
Samson runs him tough, but Runte took him a 5-0-0, 5 seconds even. He was the quick pass of the last round. And there's a look at Dan Patrick as he will go back to the hauler, and the Power Wheels Bigfoot, Dan Runte, leading the point standings, will advance.
This is a classic race. Both trucks lead good. Both of them settle down the middle. It just turned into horsepower.
So once again, it's Dan Runte, and here he is with Army.
Samson with the Chevrolet horsepower, not able to handle you tonight.
Yeah, Army, it's pretty tough out there. The lanes are getting rough. We're staying in the right lane. We've been in the right lane all night. But like I say, it might be a deal where we switch back and go to the left lane next round. We just got to go round by round right now. The Fords are on top.
From Canfield, Ohio, the semifinals are coming up. Stay with us.
Country fans, start your engines. Today's hottest stars trade their cowboy hats for racing helmets in the Mark Colley Celebrity Race for Diabetes Cure. Join Mark and celebrity drivers Billy Ray Cyrus, Joe Diffie, Brooks and Dunn, Faith Hill, Aaron Tippin, Tanya Tucker, and many more. It's a good time for a good cause. The Mark Colley Celebrity Race. Tuesday night, 8 Eastern, 7 Central on TNN.
Welcome back to the Dodge Monster Drags here at the Canfield Fairgrounds in Canfield, Ohio. We are getting set now for the semifinals. A great crowd enjoying a break in the action, but they better get back to their seats because we're ready for the semifinals. Alan Pizzo against Gary Porter, and it's Dan Runte against Kirk Dabney.
You know, in earlier interviews, Pizzo was telling us how the crew works so hard and everything. The crew for Pizzo is his father. We talked about Gary Porter hooking up with some people. Well, the people he's hooked up with is like the Fulton Engine Company. They build his horsepower, his motors. Neil Chance builds a special torque converter for him. So all these privateers, and we're seeing 2 of the best here, are starting to work their way to the field to be competitive with these other trucks. They've never been afraid of them. They just haven't been able to be competitive. Now they are, Gary.
Well, Gary Porter will have lane choice. He was the quicker of the 2 in the last round of 5:14, but the kids have to like this Predator truck.
Oh, yeah, the kids enjoy it. Remember what Dan Runte said to me before we went to intermission? The right lane is the place to be. Look where Gary Porter is.
Yes, Gary Porter picks the right lane because he had lane choice in this round. And it's all Gary Porter. So Gary Porter again will go to the championship round. A 5:14 as Gary Porter takes the Carolina Crusher Chevrolet to the finals once again here in Canfield. The Dodge Monster Drags, like the 4-wheel Jamborees, are part of the Special Events Performance Series. Visit the manufacturer's Midway. There's also several categories of show and shine competition. To find out when a Jamboree or Monster Drag will be in your area, contact the Special Events Promotion Company and take part in this 4-wheel fun.
Gary, it's almost like you're dialed in on that right lane, like you can do nothing wrong.
Yeah, the truck seems to be working that right lane the best. You know, there at the starting line, you know, they're ruts, and the tires will fit right in them, and, you know, to make the truck go straight. And, you know, hopefully I'll have lane choice, you know, coming up in the finals, but, you know, we'll just have to wait and see.
Well, a pair of Fords coming up for the right to take on the Chevrolet in the finals. There is a look at the Power Wheels Bigfoot, the bumper anyway, and the right front tire wheel assembly. of Dan Runte's Ford. In the near lane, the far lane, the overkill Ford of Kirk Dabney.
Both drivers, Gary Porter and Dan Runte, and Runte hasn't made it to the final yet. He's got to get past this overkill kid, but both of them have said the right lane's the place to be. Both of them cannot run the right lane in the final. The way they'll determine who gets lane choice is who has the quickest round in this round of competition. So this is just like qualifying all over again, except there's somebody in the lane next to you, Gary.
A late stage by overkill and by Runte.
They just run alcohol. They won't get hot.
The competition will. Ford against Ford. And it's going to be Dan Runte.
Who's going to get the right lane will be the question. 495. The question's been answered. The big Ford's going to be in the right. Chevrolet will be in the left lane for the finals, Gary.
So Dan Runte in the Ford will go up against Gary Porter, the Chevrolet, and here is the replay. Well, it's a good, smooth run for Runte. He left strong and had him covered all the way through the run, and here's Dan with Army.
I tell you what, he may have been in a Ford, but you guys look like you just were at an old-time street fight out there.
Yeah, there's one thing for sure. A Ford couldn't have lost that one. Somebody had to go down there. We ended up on top. Crew's doing a great job again tonight. I got to thank them a whole bunch. Put us back in the fours that time. That's where we wanted to be. We're going on to the finals, see what happens.
Well, as we prepare the trucks for the finals, hey, a highlight of these shows will be some action from our tough truck competition. The fans love the tough trucks. Rick Jennings. Here's an old Datsun pickup truck. Good shot inside the cockpit as he is getting staged. The flag drop.
Now this is where the crowd really gets involved, because these basic street trucks are going over moguls, obstacles, loops, turns, and everything. And of course, they always end with the finale of them hitting a big tire at the end. But the crowd has a chance to really get involved in this. They can actually score the vehicle during the run. For an example, that would be a thumbs up. Like the old gladiators, the crowd, listen to them. They get involved. As we set up for the final jump, is it going to be thumbs up or thumbs down, Gary? You make the call.
What did he break? Nothing.
Go back and do it again if you didn't break anything.
Fans seem to enjoy that. But hey, how about this cameo appearance by Mike Botters? That's Pam's husband.
Oh, yeah, I'd pay $250 to win this thing. He said, honey, can I borrow the truck for a few minutes? And she's been mad ever since.
The last time we saw him behind the wheel was in a truck called Black Stallion.
That was a real monster truck.
Oh, look at that. Slid to a stop. Well, Jennings was not through for the night. He's coming back for another run. You can see the damage done there from kicking the tire.
Tricky Ricky Jennings. He's got a nickname now, see. Everybody likes him. He goes, throws that thing in the corner, a little bit of a push in the front. But the crowd's getting involved. Heading for the loosey-loose once again. Is walking through 1, 2,
nose down,
3,
rear up,
4, crank to the right. One more big jump, and then Tire City.
Yeah, again, bump, broke nothing. Little slow motion action here. Look at the abuse he takes in the cockpit. And now our old buddy Jim Alt in the pig out. He does his share of flying as well as we're getting ready to go to break and come back for the finals. A full grandstand ready for the final shootout here at the Dodge Monster Drags in Canfield, Ohio. Dan Runte in the Ford against Gary Porter in the Chevrolet.
If you look at it on paper, Gary Porter's going to make a perfect run, and Runte's going to make a mistake. On paper, Runte, believe it or not, is a quarter of a second quicker in that Ford than the Chevrolet right now.
Well, yeah, Dan Runte with lane selection of 495 the last round to Porter's 514 from the semi-round. So he has lane choice. He'll take that near lane.
Plus, what that does, it puts him in a lane he's familiar with a quarter-second time edge, and Gary's in an unfamiliar lane. Gary's going to have to push a tree or do something here. Right now, he's psyching himself up. Did you see that? He's pumped.
Well, now he has to stage the Carolina Crusher. He won the last outing here in Canfield. There you see the grill and the front bumper of the Power Wheels Bigfoot with Dan Runte.
Now, both drivers are working the light. That means they're taking their time going in, but the longer the motor runs on alcohol, the more heat it's going to build. Ford set. Chevrolet's in. I think we're ready to go racing.
And And Ronte, by just about the same margin he had from the last round, wins it a 5:01. A 5:01, and Porter was clocked at 5:26. So indeed, the margin remained the same from their last pass. Watch again.
The paper showed up. The quarter of a second stayed the same all the way through. Porter ran a good race. He just didn't have the lane to run in.
So Dan Runte, your points leader, takes the victory. He's with Army.
Tell you what, Dan, I don't know what to tell you. It seems just to be working for you, but these guys are pulling you all in ever so slow every week, and you knew you had a battle on your hands when you went up against Porter.
Yeah, he was there. You know, every time you go up there, like I said before, Gary's going to cut a good light. He's going to run you as hard as he could run you. The 4 Power Wheels was just hooking up. Great team effort, and we were there again. Ford is #1.
And indeed, he is #1 in the point standings. This victory certainly will enhance his points lead right now as he gets some congratulations to walk over to sign some autographs. And we'll take a look at Dan Runte's margin now over Fred Schaefer. Eric Meager still rides in third, then Gary Porter and Ken Deppy rounding out the top 5. This has been a very costly weekend for Fred Schaefer as he lost a lot of points in his battle with Dan Runte as Dan Runte widens out that margin in the point standings. We'll see you next week on Trucks and Tractor Power. Now here's news and an exciting video release from Diamond P Sports.
We're lucky enough to...
Gary Porter won round 1 at the RCA Dome. A promise-filled season for Kirk Dabney was shattered in Lima, Ohio. Fred Schaefer and the Barefoot Dodge's blistering start at the beginning of the season, only to be cooled by Dan Runte and Eric Meager. Team Bigfoot rising to the occasion on this, the 20th anniversary, a fitting tribute to the man who created the monster truck, Bob Chandler. The casualties of qualifying in Canfield, Ohio. And a late season charge by a lady in a van that sure knows how to boogie. These are the images of this year's Penda Points Series. We'll see what new tales will be spun as we head to our final stop, the 14th Annual Fall Nationals in Indianapolis. This is Trucks and Tractor Power, featuring the best in NTRA monster truck racing. From the Indiana State Fairgrounds in Indianapolis, it's the Tire America 4-Wheel Jamboree Nationals. This is a significant weekend for the Bigfoot organization. In fact, this marks the 20th anniversary of Bigfoot racing. It all began 20 years ago with this truck right here. And to commemorate this date and this anniversary, the mayor of Indianapolis, Stephen Goldsmith, has declared today Bigfoot Day in the greater metro Indianapolis area. Now, of course, we're here at the Indiana State Fairgrounds because the Penda Points Championship wraps up where it all began, in the racing capital of the world, Indianapolis, Indiana. Now, the Bigfoot Power Wheels with Dan Runte has already wrapped up the Penda Points Championship, but there is a great battle going on for second, third, and fourth. And here with that story is Army Armstrong.
Gary, 790 points is all that separates the 2 through 4 position for the Penda Points chase. And we've got a battle royal coming up. Ironically, the 3 positions we're talking about, 2 is a Dodge, 3 is a Ford, and 4 is a Chevrolet. So all the manufacturers are represented. Here's the story. Fred Schaefer in the Barefoot Dodge, the old pro. He's got to put away this kid named Eric Meagers in that Bigfoot Ford. So it turns into a battle royal of the manufacturers. Meanwhile, Gary Porter, he's kind of in the catbird seat. He's the only privateer in the top 5. And one of these 2 I just told you about a moment ago, the Ford or the Dodge, not going to be a player after this round for the Penda Points.
Yeah, because they meet in round 2. Here are the survivors of round 1. Power Wheels Rampage, Bigfoot Barefoot, Boogie Van Overkill, and Carolina Crusher, and the Executioner. Want to take you back now to qualifying Samson with Dan Patrick. This is what happened earlier in the day, Army.
The Samson truck, known by the kids with those big old arms, was literally trying to muscle his way into this show. And this is a classic case of a bad qualifying run.
Well, he lost the front end, lost the doghouse, broke the axle, the suspension, a lot of damage. And earlier, Army talked to Dan Patrick.
You're looking at pieces of Dan Patrick's broken truck. Dan, what happened in that qualifying session?
Well, when the truck landed on the second jump, I think basically what happened was we sheared the flange off, and which let the wheel come back, locked it up, which tore all the other parts up. But what happened here, we think it's from a long, hard summer. At Lima, we maybe hit the cars real hard in no man's land and kind of jammed the front end up there. Then also in Bloomsburg, when we made those hard landings on that second jump there, we noticed that, well, we bent the housing there, but we couldn't tell that there was any fractures from the outside.
How can you tell now?
Well, by looking at discolorations in the material where the brakes are, this is what actually was holding it yesterday. The rest of the stuff had broken, but you couldn't see it visually. So it's just a long time coming this summer after hitting all those hits and just taking it here. This wasn't a hard landing. It really shouldn't have happened.
Well, he was able to get the truck ready for round one as we show you some highlights now from round one. Pam Botters, the far lane, in the blue van, and Dan Patrick, the near lane.
Yeah, Patrick and his crew and other crews literally thrashed to get it back together. But Pam Botters, the young lady, all of a sudden decided to say, hey, fellas, I'm stepping up. I'm for real. I'm going to cut about a 5/16. Bingo.
Also, round one highlights, Paul Schaefer, far lane, Fred Schaefer, no relation in the near lane.
As a matter of fact, I don't even think they like each other, Gary.
Fred Schaefer had the low ET for round one at 5.08.
You know, the 5.08 was a good number, but Eric Meager came up and ran against the Hall Brothers team in that round one competition. He went a 5.22. Now, remember, quick qualifying is a 4.96. Schaefer went an 0.8 with a 5. This 5.22 is going to get much quicker if he's going to be competitive in the later rounds.
Yeah, Eric will have to step it up just a bit. Brand new truck, though, for Brian Welsh as he debuts this vehicle against Gary Porter.
Yeah, the big wreck in Canfield, Ohio, kind of pushed him into a corner and made him play some cards he wanted to wait and hold on until next year. And ironically, he in a GMC goes up against Porter in a Chevrolet.
And Gary Porter would take the advantage there and move to round two competition. Another driver who had his bad luck earlier in the year, Kirk Dabney. He also has a new paint job on his truck. New color scheme as well.
Yeah, he and Marty Garza have teamed up, and Dabney's got to be one of the most underrated racers in the sport. Here he's going against a factory Dodge in the far lane, and we'll just let the picture tell you what happened. He thumped him.
Ken Duffy would come back as the fast loser, but a nice, impressive run for Kirk Dabney. A 5.28, though he'll have to step that up in round two competition. It's a beautiful weekend here in Indianapolis, Indiana. Stay with us. The Christmas tree at the starting line at the Indiana State Fairgrounds for the Fall Four-Wheel Jamboree Nationals. Gary Lee and Army Armstrong. And there's a look at Dan Runte in the Power Wheels. He goes up against Ken Duffy in Rampage, a pair of factory-back trucks, a Dodge and a Ford.
Well, and you got psychological advantage here. Duffy has nothing to lose. Put it on kill, bump this Ford off. The Ford's already won the World Championship, the Penda Point Championship, so, you know, he's only got one way to go. And he knows everybody's coming after him, so it's back to an old-time slapping contest between two good drivers and two good pieces of equipment. And this is what the sport of monster truck racing is coming to.
Yeah, and once again, your world champion in the Penda Point Series takes the measure of the Dodge, so the Ford wins. Runte a 5.04. And look at what's coming up next for you. The Dodge against a Ford. That would be Schaefer against Meager. But before we have that marquee matchup, let's go trackside and talk to Dan Runte.
Dan Runte, you're doing an awfully good job of driving this truck, but it is taking some spooky bounces on the finish line in.
Yeah, Army, the Ford Power Wheels Bigfoot, it's hooking up hard. It's running down through there. It's going real good over the first set. We're hitting the second set. The truck's twisting in the air, and it's throwing us around down there. We got to figure out a different strategy or maybe even a lane change. We'll just have to see how it ends up.
It is indeed the 11th hour for these two guys in the battle for second place in the point standing.
Yeah, the whole year comes down to this one race. It'll last less than 5 seconds. Now, you got to remember the Dodge won a 5.08 in the first round. The Ford has already got into the second round with a 5.04, so the track is getting quicker. Looks like it's Schaefer. It looks like Schaefer. Whoa, they're trying to get him shut out on the big end.
Schaefer, a 5.03. Meager high-sided that thing and almost took it on over upside down.
The track is quicker. The 03 beats the 04, which beats the 08. So these guys have literally got them on kill. Look at the different chassis designs, how one goes nose up, one nose down.
Watch the far lane, and he does get over on the right side, but saves it. So the victory goes to Fred Schaefer. He's with Army.
You got to be tickled to death with putting him out in that round, Fred.
Yeah, right, Army. It's a real close here between second and third place here, and we want to maintain that second. We're going for first.
Here's a good matchup, Army. There is a good look at the overkill truck, Kirk Dabney, and he will stage alongside Pam Vodders, who's been a very pleasant surprise late in this Penda Points season in the Boogie Van.
Well, what happened is Pam Vodders and her husband, they teamed up and they went after a guy that knows how to make horsepower in the alcohol engine category. As a matter of fact, he's the crew chief of one of the strongest running NHRA alcohol cars. You see Pam's picture come up out of Hagerstown, Maryland, and since they've hooked up with the mystery man, they have been running real fast.
She stages the van here in round 2.
What'd I say?
And there is the margin of victory. Both drivers having some difficulty. The shutdown lane, a little 360 or 180 bootleg spin there by Pam.
What they're doing, everybody's hooking to the right as soon as they land. I talked to Runty a little bit earlier about it, but as soon as you land, the trucks are going to the right. Exception will be, as we come with the replay, will be in the left lane here. But keep an eye on how the truck seems to have a mind all its own when it lands here.
You can see the margin of victory right there at the finish line. Now let's take a look at the landing in the lane with Kirk Dabney.
Yeah, Dabney came across the corner. He hooked to the right big time.
Here's a look at Pam Vodders landing.
And she hooked.
And she does a little bootleg 180. And that mystery man you referred to as making the horsepower is Pete Brosine. He's down in the pit area now with Pam and Mike Vodders, and there's the crew. Army?
All along, you've been saying you could do it. You just need the brake, the new engine combination. Your husband's working hard, and you're there. You're a player now.
I'll tell you what, this whole team's working hard. My husband, we worked especially hard this whole past month to get everything ready for Indy. We knew Indy was the last race, and we had to come up in our points. We have Pete Brosine, which is a miracle man that came upon our team, you know, and he's just done tremendous things for us.
You're doing an awfully good job, too. Keep up the good work.
Thank you, Army. Thank you.
Nice to see the big smile on Pam's face. And there is a look at Mark Hall, the executioner, who comes back by way of being a fast loser from round 1. There is Mark from Champaign, Illinois.
We were talking about the privateers. Mark and his brother worked so hard to make this truck run, and they're going to keep hammering and nailing. It's kind of like, how do you eat an elephant one bite at a time? Well, they've been taking one bite all year long, but today they got to go up against Gary Porter. They're strong runners, they're hard runners, but they always seem to have a black cloud hanging over them.
Pair of privateers,
as is Porter. You know, credit where credit's due. Good, 2 strong running Chevrolet-powered privateers there.
And it is Gary Porter, but not by much.
There's that hook to the right again on the end. Hall ran him hard. There's nothing to hold your head down about there. Those guys are players. Just need
that was a good run. Once again, Mark Hall the far lane, Gary Porter the near lane, and you can see the margin of victory ever so slim, but the win does indeed go to Gary Porter out of North Carolina, and right now Army is standing by trackside with Porter.
Well, Gary Porter's doing exactly what he has to do, and Gary, that's just winning 1 round at a time.
That's right, Army. You know, out here on this Penda Point Series, you know, the races get harder and harder, you know, by the round, and you know, we're just taking them 1 day at a time and 1 race at a time, and, you know, hopefully we'll come out on top here.
Final weekend of the Penda Points Championship for this season. There's a good show and shine area here at the Indiana State Fairgrounds. They are going to be running.
Tonight, Marty Stewart has an invitation.
It's time to party, boy. Okay. All right.
With the blonde, tall, cool one, Alan Jackson.
I'm a fool, fool, fool boy.
the Continental Cowboy Cop Junior Brown.
Just doing my job on the highway patrol.
And the man in black, Johnny Cash.
It's madness. Can't take much more of this.
The Marty Party, tonight, 8 Eastern, 7 Central on TNN.
Welcome back to the Fall Four-Wheel Jamboree Nationals here at the Indiana State Fairgrounds. Gary Lee along with Army Armstrong. The Jamborees are part of the Special Events Performance Series featuring a weekend of four-wheel fun. Check out the manufacturer's midway. There's also several categories of show and shine competition. Contact the Special Events Promotion Company to find out when a Jamboree will be coming to your area. Well, as the competition continues here in the infield of the Mile Dirt Oval at the Indiana State Fairgrounds, we are ready for a semi-action. That will include the Power Wheels Bigfoot against Barefoot and Pam Vodder and Boogie Van against Gary Porter's Carolina Crusher. Now, following round 2, Dan Runte was concerned about keeping that Power Wheels Bigfoot truck straight. Now, earlier, Army took a look at what it takes to keep a monster running straight.
Gary, Dan was talking about the truck twisting in the air. That's called reverse torque. And what they're doing after every run, they're coming back and checking these bars. These are called four-link bars. You got a lower bar and a top bar. 2 going to the rear, 2 going to the front. But they're checking those bars to make sure they're not bent. If that bar bends, it takes the truck out of square. And that's where they could be getting this problem they've got in laying in the truck. Back to you, Gary.
Well, the technology in suspensions has really enabled these guys to go so fast over these cars.
It's the same basic technology used in drag racing with the four-link suspension on the rear.
Eric Meager looks on as his teammate Dan Runte stages the Power Wheels Bigfoot. There's the nose of the Barefoot Dodge of Fred Schaefer.
Schaefer awfully slow going into the starting field. Okay, he's coming in now. Both drivers up.
Oh, did you see that surge? Did you see the surge when he came off that first jump?
They're setting their chassis different. The Dodges are dropping their rear wheels down, making contact quicker than the Fords, and that's putting them on the other end. You think they're not happy?
494. Now watch as the rear settles down after this first jump, and watch the surge right here.
Yeah.
Look at him kick out, and that's where he wins it. Fred Schaefer takes the victory. And right now, he has to be ecstatic. Let's go down trackside. He's with Army.
That had to be a win you're looking for all year long.
Yes, it has, Army. And here in Indianapolis, that's a big one for me, and feels good.
Well, Fred, of course, could have used a few victories like that earlier in the season. He took a nosedive about mid-season. As we take a look at the surging Boogie Van of Pam Vodders. Oh, what a season this gal is culminating with.
When we came down to 4 trucks, we had 2 factory trucks in one round and 2 privateers in this round. Guys against the girls. Chevrolet against the Ford. Pete Rosine comes over making horsepower for the Ford. Gary Porter relies on his own people to make horsepower. But right now, nobody's taking anything away from this young lady.
Good tight run, and I don't know. Who won that one, Army?
I don't know.
Pam Vodders, the Boogie Van, a 5-2-4. Let's wait for the official word from our, Mike Vodders believes his wife has won. And we're now being told that Gary Porter has been DQ'd.
Okay, what did he do, go off the track?
Apparently right here, he's off the track over that second set of cars.
Don't take anything away from her. She was the first one to the line. That's what counts.
Now here's a look again at Gary Porter coming right at you, and this is where he gets DQ'd.
Both tires have to hit the jump. Remember that. See, the tire on the left did not.
And right there, he is out of bounds DQ'd. That means that even with the DQ, Pam Vodders won it, and she's standing by with Army.
Pam Vodders, this is the day that you and your crew have been looking for. It's final time, and you're going to be there.
Okay, well, I'm kind of mixed for words. I'm real excited. I didn't know who won that race. I knew it was real close, and we're just working so hard, and if it pans out for us, I thank God. We've tried so hard.
Well, you've seen the Boogie Van. Now here is a pickup truck that can twist and shout. Crank up the music. You'll see most anything here at the Indiana State Fairgrounds for the Fall Jamboree Nationals. And that's one expensive toy right there. Mike and Pam Vodders, they're ready for their finals. We are too. Stay with us.
If you got lots of leisure time and nothing else to do, Grab your hat and get your boots on ready. Soon you'll be long gone to the cowboy.
Championship Rodeo on TNN tonight.
Katie Haas ever get it all together on the dance floor? Join Katie for the Wild Horse Saloon, weekdays at 5:30 Eastern on TNN.
Wednesday, Gary Chapman has a special gift for you with his guests Alison Krauss, Hal Ketchum, and Amy Grant. A Sam's Place Christmas special, Wednesday on TNN.
Welcome back to the Indiana State Fairgrounds. We are just about ready for the finals, but some anxiety in the Dodge pit area. Listen to this sound from Barefoot. Some definite problems. Sounds like a rod is knocking in the engine. Army caught up with a disappointed Fred Schaefer.
Fred, the noise you did not want to hear. What is it?
Army, I don't know for sure what it is. Push rod, rocker arm. We thought it was the porcelain out of the plug. We went in and put all new plugs in it. We didn't see anything wrong. Hopefully that's what it was. Started up, and it's definitely got a problem.
So that will change the complexion of the final round. Now, with the disqualification of Gary Porter, we go back to Dan Runte. He was in the semi, so he is brought forth for side-by-side competition with Pam Vodder. So now we have a pair of Fords, a pickup and a van.
So the season of disappointment continues for Fred Schaefer and his team as the final is set. The crew chief, George, the Boom Boom Kid, they call him, Gary, has done his job. Now it's up to his driver.
Well, Runte has a chance here. He's already won the seasonal championship, and he'd like to win here at the Indiana State Fairgrounds.
But if there's a crowd favorite, it's Pam. I'll be real honest with you here. She's racing him hard, Gary. No.
But the guy wins it. Dan Runte takes the victory over Pam Vodder. His 8th of the year at a 5.03. He has won over half the races this year.
Well, Pam Vodder's made an honest man out of him because he had to go a 5.03 to put her out of this thing, Gary. Nothing to be ashamed of at all. She ran him hard.
Yeah, and here is the margin of victory for the Ford pickup truck. And Dan Runte is climbing out of the Power Wheels truck to talk to Army.
Dan, the Boy Scout motto is be prepared. You guys were, you had the opportunity, you took advantage of it. Congratulations.
Thanks. I owe it all to a great crew. You know, we were half undressed over here throwing RJS fire equipment everywhere, and Eric got up in there and actually helped me get dressed. You know, like I said, I got a great crew here, great motor guy. Can't say enough about it. The guys even back in the shop, you know, it's nice to take a win like this. It's kind of hard for other parties involved, but we'll take it.
There's the number one. Pam Vodder's there to congratulate Dan Runte, and we've had a change in at least one position in the points. Gary Porter has overtaken Eric Meager for third. Ken Deppy running out the top 5. Let's go back and talk to Pam Vodder's.
Pam, you just came over to congratulate Runte. You worked so hard to get here, and you got to be tickled with it. I know you're a little bit disappointed. Get your husband in here, too, but you guys and gals have nothing to be ashamed of.
No, we're not disappointed at all, Army. I'm glad to have gone to the finals. He's worked hard for this. Last year and the year before, we didn't make it half that far, and this year we're just making it up there. So I'm just real proud, and we worked real hard. And I was just proud to be there.
Congratulations to Dan Runte on his win here at the State Fairgrounds. For Army Armstrong, I'm Gary.
Trucks and Tractor Power, next on TNN Motorsports.
Driving a monster truck can make you feel 10 feet tall, but by season's end, battle fatigue starts to set in and bravado begins to shrink. Today, though, emotions will swell and reckless abandon returns to the game plan, because this race marks the final shootout of the 15-round Penda Points Series campaign. And the pervasive attitude in the pits is wind them tight. The off-season is for recovery and time to relive moments of glory. is Trucks and Tractor Power, featuring the best in MTRA monster truck racing. From the Indiana State Fairgrounds in Indianapolis, it's the Tire America Fall Four-Wheel Jamboree Nationals. The sun shines brightly over the Indiana State Fairgrounds here in Indianapolis. But hey, the sun's been shining on this Ford truck and this driver, Dan Runte, all season long. In our last outing, he was knocked out in the semis, but because of a breakage on Fred Schaefer's Dodge, Runte got back in and won. But as we documented last week, he has already clinched the Penda Points Championship. There are a lot of teams that are sorry to see this season end because they're just now developing some momentum. And here with that story is Army Armstrong.
Gary, another word for momentum is confidence. And finishing the year on an upbeat note is very, very important, and that's exactly what we're seeing at Indianapolis this weekend. Give you some examples. Gary Porter, the privateer we've been talking about all year long, Chevrolet combination. Quick qualifier today. He's looking good. In the first round, we had kind of a unique pairing by a couple of other teams that have turned the corner. Pam Botters with the Boogeyman and Kurt Dadney with the Overkill. They drew each other in that first round, but both of them had smiles on their faces because they found what they've been looking for all year long. The Hall brothers, they've turned the corner. So what we're saying is all the big guys better watch out, because even though they can't win the national championship this year, next year just may be the year the privateers boogie.
Well, here's the round one matchup that Army was alluding to. Mark Hall, the far lane, taking on Paul Schaefer in the near lane.
Now, the Hall brothers team have been working, hammering, clawing, doing everything all year long, and it finally came together on that run.
And Mark Hall took the victory. There's the time, and he was with Army.
Mark, the run you've been looking for all year long. Everybody seems to be turning their luck around right now, you guys included.
Yeah, we've been working at it all year. It took a year to get everything coming our way, but I think this weekend we finally got things turned around and starting to happen. We tore up some stuff here, so we got to get busy on this, but I think we can get it fixed and try to get back in there.
More highlights now from round one. Alan Pizzo and Fred Schaefer. Now Schaefer takes an easy win. Something lets go in Pizzo's Predator, so he was out of competition, and Fred continues. More highlights from round one. Ken Deppy against Eric Meager, and we would have some problems for Ken Deppy. Deppy in the Rampage Dodge.
Two-wheel drive only. Only the rear tires were getting the horsepower to the ground, Gary, on that run.
And so there's a look at the big foot of Eric Meager, with more coming your way from the State Fairgrounds in Indianapolis. Welcome back to the Fall Four-Wheel Jamboree Nationals here at the Indiana State Fairgrounds, ready for the round two lineup now. And listen up, we have to explain, the Executioner did break. He'll not make it back to round two, so the Monster Patrol will go instead. And Sampson, your fast loser, will make it. Moving Violation replaces Rampage as the second fast loser.
But, Gary, the story's not over yet, because as Gary Porter sits on the starting line, the officials are waving off his competitor, Brian Welch. They made him check his vehicle to see if it was in four-wheel drive. It was not. It was only in two-wheel drive, so Brian Welch gets the wave off.
And he obviously is very disappointed with his new vehicle. So his day is done here at the Indiana State Fairgrounds. These two did meet up now in round one. Gary Porter in the near lane took the win from Brian Welch. Now, once again, highlights from round one competition. So Porter now will have a single in round two.
Okay, now why is this an important rule? Real simple. Four-wheel drive. All four wheels have to be able to put horsepower to the ground. It's a safety factor also. If you lose the front-wheel drive and only have rear-wheel drive, and they know it, you can get the truck in all kind of bad situations.
All right, a 5:15 on the bye run. There's a look at Fred Schaefer in the Barefoot Dodge as we are ready for our next pairing. And he'll be going up against Dan Runte in the Power Wheels Bigfoot. Dodge against Ford, but before that, let's go trackside and talk to Gary Porter.
Gary Porter's climbing out of his vehicle. A lot of weird things going on today, but I appreciate you giving Brian that chance to come out there. He was trying.
Yeah, I knew he was trying, and, you know, I was getting hot. I really wasn't getting aggravated there on the line. I was just had a concern about my motor getting hot and then not wanting to restart. And, you know, they was doing what was right. You know, I was just caught up in the middle of it.
Some comments there from Gary Porter as we're ready now for a Ford Dodge shootout.
the Power Wheels Bigfoot once again. Dan Runte has already clinched the Penda Points Championship out of St. Louis, Missouri, the final event of this series. And he goes up against Fred Schaefer out of Pontoon Beach, Illinois.
This could possibly be the last time these two trucks meet this year. This could be the most important run for Fred Schaefer, because if nothing else, if he beats Runte now, he can say, I got you last.
Oh, Schaefer took him. I think Schaefer took him. The crew certainly thinks so. And Schaefer a 482. Now, Runte had been the fast ET of round 1 at 488. But that time, man, Fred shot him down, a 482.
Fred came to the line with blood in his eyes. Believe me, he wanted this win.
And look at the margin of victory. Right there it is. The dodge by a fender over the Ford. Here's Fred.
Fred, congratulations. It looked like you really had it loaded up on the starting line.
I did, Army. Every time I come up against them guys, we come up with a couple tenths somewhere. 482 now. It's fast time of the weekend. Pulled it right out.
I think it's called adrenaline. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Second in the point standings, but maybe too little too late as far as Fred was concerned for the championship. Pam Vodders in another Ford. This is the van, the Boogie van, to be precise. And she will stage against Paul Schaefer.
Pam and her team have come together. They've been looking for this weekend all year long. We told the story of the engine builder coming over. You know, her driving ability has never been questioned. And this man here, Paul Schaefer, he's a strong runner. It just seems like all year long they qualify in the bottom half of the field and have to run some of the baddest boys in the sport from that top half. Today, it's not working out that way. Paul Schaefer is a good monster truck driver. He's a world record holder in mud racing, trying to adapt to the monster sport. Meanwhile,
Pam got him. Vodders got him in the Boogie van, and once again, she does that little half spin down there to a stop. She is a crowd favorite. 5:17 for Pam Vodders out of Hagerstown, Maryland.
Corporate America, keep your eye on this young lady. She can sell some product for you. Check it out. She's not afraid to go head-to-head with anybody.
I would love to see her land a big, fat sponsorship for the next season in the Boogie van, but right now she has to be elated, and she's with Army.
Well, what can we say? You got everybody in the grandstands on their feet.
I'll tell you, I'm really proud to be at this position right now, and I'm glad they're all pulling for me, Army, because our team has worked so hard. You know, we got our motor running good, our trannies are hooking up, just the suspension is working perfect, and I couldn't ask for a better team right now. But I would like to take an opportunity to thank a couple people, and that's Dave and Mike at Russmore Transmissions. They're the ones who's been building it, getting us down this track as fast as we can go. Pete Brosine, our motorman, and my husband, and the team that worked so hard at home. I want to thank all of them.
And, of course, her husband is Mike Vodders, himself a monster truck competitor, so she will get ready for another round of competition. There's a look at the dog-houseless Samson truck of Dan Patrick, and he will stage against Eric Meager in Bigfoot.
Kind of the tale of two trucks. Meager, the young rookie coming in, a good team. St. Louis, Missouri, Bob Chandler. On the other side of the ledger, Patrick has had nothing but bad luck all year long. The front end is just part of the story. It's been a tough year for Patrick.
Yeah, we want to take you back to qualifying and show you what happened and why all the damage to the front of the Samson vehicle. Now, this was in qualifying for a previous race. Watch the landing. He'll lose the doghouse and literally wipe out the front end.
Yeah, he completely just washed it away. Samson and the high-tech trailer team are just going to have to regroup and set up again for next year.
And this is what happened in round 1. He goes up against Dan Runte, and Runte would lay down the low ET of that round, and Samson would have to come back as a fast loser. And so here we are staged now for Patrick and Meager in round 2. Going to be Eric Meager by about a truck length as Eric Meager knocks out Dan Patrick a 5.05.
You know, Patrick's got to have nightmares over those blue oval boys. Every time he looks up, there's one in the lane next to him, and when he goes across the finish line, the guy's in front of him.
A look again at the start, and Eric just drilled him right through the start. He got a good hole shot. So Eric Meager takes the victory, and he's down with Army.
Is it a horsepower track or a driver's track out there today?
Well, Army, that's a very good question. General consensus is this is both. Actually, on the first set of the starting line to the first set, actually is not a horsepower track. You actually have to finesse it over. If you overpower it, you're not making the ET time. Once you get over that set of cars and get down, it's all horsepower to the other end.
So, finesse and horsepower go hand in hand in all forms of motorsports, including the monsters here at the Indiana State Fairgrounds.
Well, on your side of the ledger, you got all the horsepower, but over here it's candy apple and chrome in a moving car show. Stay tuned.
We are back. Pam Botters is ready for the semis, but Team Bigfoot is thrashing. Let's go down trackside to Army.
Gary, what you're looking at is not a pit crew competition. Well, yeah, I guess it is, because two Bigfoot teams are swapping tires. The Bigfoot truck is still in competition of Eric Meagers. He is changing tires, rear tires, with the Bigfoot sponsored truck Power Wheels of Dan Runte. As a matter of fact, Runte's actually working the lug wrench, taking the rear wheel off the right side of the vehicle. What they're doing is Runte's rear tires seem to get a better bite on this track, so they're switching them over to Meagers' vehicle to help him get the bite.
So the thrash continues there in the pit lane. Well, the final race of the year, the final four, the Crusher, Foot, Van, and Bigfoot.
Ironically, you got Chevrolet, Dodge, and Ford. There is parity in this sport right now.
A look at Carolina Crusher. Gary Porter, a leading independent, continues to be a factor each weekend. He won the overall seasonal championship a couple of years back, and there's a look at Barefoot with Fred Schaefer, and Fred has had somewhat of a disappointing season, at least the middle portion of the season.
He started hot, man, middle, bottom fell out of it, and he's finishing on an upswing. He's got to turn that around.
So we have corporate back Dodge against independent Chevrolet.
Now, I've often wondered why somebody from General Motors doesn't get behind Gary Porter. Man, he sold a lot of Chevrolet trucks by his actions. He's a class guy. Hey, what's the story?
And finally, the Chevrolet Grillwork nose is into position to stage. Oh, good side-by-side race.
You call it.
Looks like Fred Schaefer by about that much. Fred Schaefer, a 488. A 488 for Fred Schaefer. And Porter runs a 493, but Schaefer by just a whisker.
Look at the attitude of both trucks as they settle down in no man's land right now. This brute horsepower at this point. Then they pull the trigger and fly them out the other end.
Well, it was the whole shot, plus it was horsepower that won it for Fred Schaefer. He's climbing out to talk to Army.
Fred, an awfully good run with a 488 time.
488. Boy, this Dodge Ram sure is a nice truck, Army. Thank you very much.
Well, if Gary's selling Chevrolets, he is selling Dodge products. The Boogie Van, a Ford of the young lady from Maryland, and there is the truck from St. Louis. Bigfoot, Eric Meager in the Ford, Pam Botters in the Boogie Van.
Earlier, we showed them changing the tires and everything. If you don't think this Bigfoot team is not worried about this young lady, you are wrong. They know that she and her team have finally gelled. They're spooked by her actions. Matter of fact, the Boogie Van's an appropriate name to be in the opposite lane from them, because Eric Meager knows, as a matter of fact, changing the tires and everything. See, they're trying to tweak this truck closest to us to stay up with her. They actually realize or believe that she has an upper hand right now. Let's see if the tire change does work for the Bigfoot team.
Good hole shot. Yeah, but there's a problem with the Boogie Van.
Yeah, something that a drivetrain let go. The tires did what they were supposed to do. A 499 tells you that, so they're going in the right direction with the tire change. But Pam Botter had something to let go, because you can see he moves, she doesn't. So something in that drivetrain did not operate properly. Just have to wait for another time to go in the winner's circle.
Right there, you can see the smoke coming out of the rear window of the Boogie Van. So certainly, as you indicate, something wrong in the drivetrain, the transmission. We look at the torque transfer and look at this jump for Eric Meager. He had this thing won right from the beginning, but there is still pit work to be done. Here's Army.
We got a unique situation here. We told you the tire story a moment ago about changing the rear tires. Well, now, in this round, since Eric Meager's made it to the final, they're going to change the front tires. But the special events people have a rule that say only 3 people can work on a vehicle at a time. And they're reminding the Bigfoot people, we're watching you. We want no more than 3 people changing those 2 big old tires. Back to you, Gary.
And Army, speaking of our friends from the special events, these jamborees are part of the Special Events Performance Series featuring a weekend of four-wheel fun. Check out the manufacturer's Midway. There's also several categories of show and shine competition. Contact a Special Events Promotion Company to find out when a jamboree will be coming to your area. Once again, let's go back pit side now, and here's Army Armstrong with Eric Meager.
Eric, to say things have been hectic is kind of an understatement, isn't it?
Oh, you're not kidding, Army. Like I said, we're making lots of changes out here today, doing everything we can to get this truck down that track fast. So this is a very tricky track here today. Lots of sand, not a lot of traction in the beginning. Down between no man's land, we can get the Firestones down and dig down through there. As long as we keep making the horsepower turn in the times we are, keep it one piece, I think we'll do all right.
And the tires keep rolling in Indy's Tire America Jamboree. Welcome back to the Indiana State Fairgrounds as we are prepared for the finals. That is Fred Schaefer moving out to take on Eric Meager, the barefoot against the Bigfoot. But hey, what would this show be without some highlights of tough truck competition? Here's Jim Week in the off-roader. This is a battle-scarred vehicle, and here with a closer look is Army.
These 4x4 off-road guys are kind of a unique breed, and they've all got their own way of doing things. For an example, how old Jimbo takes care of the tailgate. He welds a muffler clamp to it. It's environmentally friendly, as you can tell. He doesn't use any water. He never washes it. Speaking of the environment, he's got a bird nest. Little baby robins in there. Plus, he's got a breakaway body, a latest style breakaway body. In case he gets any kind of problem, the body will just break away in the vehicle. Looks like it's been lightened some by previous involvement, if you will. The top's been pushed down, but he's got a roll cage to protect himself there. Speaking of protecting himself, the roll cage is just part of the safety system. For an example, the door was actually welded together here. And if those welds don't work, you always got your backup system. But one of the most unique features I found on Jim's Blazer was the fact he couldn't find any exhaust headers or exhaust pipes to go underneath the vehicle. So he put some on that go out the front of the vehicle. Jim really likes to hear this thing run. He hears it all the way down the track.
The results of a deranged welder. That is the truck that puts the tough in tough truck.
And this has got to be ultimately the ugliest truck on the Indiana State Fairgrounds. Now, on the other side of that ledger, Steve Conaway comes out in the GMC, a Jimmy Blazer, and he has to tag that big tire with the nose, but look what happens to the back of his vehicle when he goes over the big old tire at the finish line.
He tags the tire and loses the left rear.
And still goes on down the track. The crowd's loving every minute of it. It's almost like he doesn't know he had a problem.
We are ready for the big boys, the final shootout. This is it, the final race of the season for the Penda Points Championship. Dodge against Ford. Fred Schaefer in the barefoot Dodge against Eric Meager in the Bigfoot Ford.
It's kind of poetic justice it comes down this way. And the Penda Points people step up and support this series. We appreciate it. It's bringing everybody up. You know, this is one of these deals. The pie gets bigger. Everybody gets a bigger piece of it. Factory teams racing now. The final race of the year. Gary, it's been an honor to work with you, but let's just see who's going to take this one. Both crews wait. It's been a year getting here.
The Dodge of Fred Schaefer by what, a half fender, Army, a 5-0-0.
Going to make the winner go by a whole lot smoother when you win the last race of the year.
Well, he's had some down moments this season as the crews congratulate each other, but it's been a tough year at times for Fred Schaefer, but he comes on strong in the end, finishing second in the Penda Points Championship.
Don't take anything away from that Meager kid. He's a racer. You know, this just shows the sport is going and growing, and we're glad to be a part of it.
Well, let's go down and talk to our victor. Here's Fred.
Well, Fred Schaefer, congratulations to you and the Dodge Viper team. A tremendous day of monster truck racing. A tremendous year, really.
Yes, it has, Army, and I want to thank my team and the rest of the crew, and it's been real good for us. And, you know, the time we took.
It's the best racing in the world, and it's right here on TNN Motorsport.
257-0800 or send $19.95 plus $4 to the address shown on your screen. Order now.
Traditionally, the NTPA kicks things off with the Indy Super Bowl. But this year, the season opener shifts to a decidedly sunnier setting with the Gator NTPA Nationals. The four-wheel drives with their 500-plus cubic inch mountain motors will be the first to attack the sandy soil in Naples, Florida. In this sport, you don't take things too lightly. So don't expect the action to be any less super. This is Trucks and Tractor Power, and today we come to you from Florida Sports Park in Naples, Florida for the Gator NTPA Nationals. This event, the Gator NTPA Nationals, actually replaces the old Indy Super Pull. Now, for a puller to get qualified, he must be a top 10 finisher in his class or a reigning regional or national champion. Now, of course, the roots of pulling are deeply seated in the rural Midwest of the country, so we're not sure how this event might play on the edge of the Everglades. It's a long tow to the south of Florida here in Naples, but I tell you what, these big dogs don't want to go away empty-handed. Here with more in today's competition is Army Armstrong.
Paul Holman in a four-wheel drive pulling category has literally struck fear into competitors as 4 of the last 6 years he's been the man to beat, winning the NTPA National Championship. But he's won that championship relying on brute Steve Schmidt horsepower. He doesn't need the horsepower today. The big talk around the block today is not a horsepower track. It's going to be a finesse track or a balance track. I'll show you what we mean. The truck weighs 6,200 pounds, about 2,000 pounds of horsepower. How do you get the balance to work for you? What you do not want to do is to get these four-wheel tires spinning so fast that they pick up sand and throw it in front of the buckboard of the sled. The truck weighs 6,200 pounds. The sled weighs 4,200 pounds. That's going to be tough enough to pull as it is. But if you start throwing sand in front of the buckboard or the sled, you have to pull that weight too. The one thing that all the drivers know, you got to figure out a four-corner offense with a four-wheel drive truck today. If you don't, you're going to be in trouble for sure.
In Naples, Florida, the drivers call this the sand pit. The track backs, the track width 40 feet, 300 feet in length, and the sled weighs 42,000 pounds, but this is a very sandy surface. And the first up is Larry Smith, and here's Army with track conditions.
Gary, the drivers walking behind me are all looking down at the track. What are they looking at? They're looking at nothing more than a sandy surface. Normally, this area that we're in right now is under about 3.5, 4 feet of mud. This is the same area where they have the swamp buggy races, but they drained the lake, got all the water out of here, but what was left was nothing more than old Florida sand. And again, I want you to look at my hand here because there's no moisture in the sand to make it pack. And these guys are worried to death. Nobody thinks they're going to be able to put the horsepower down on the track today. So that tells me one thing. It's going to be a thinking man's track. You're going to see guys, I believe, before the day's over, actually killing horsepower trying to get the sled on the other end. It could be the toughest 300 feet they got to pull on all year long. We're going to find out who can figure this thing out. Back to you, Gary.
I'll put the suntan lotion on as we introduce you to the sled cams. Some great shots from Florida Sports Park. And our first puller, the Lean Meat Machine out of Holland, Michigan. This is Larry Smith.
Gary, we get a look at a unique camera angle. It's mounted right over the top of the weight transfer box where the weight actually moves forward on the sled. NTPA official throws a green flag out. Now, not like other forms of racing where you attack the track. Everybody's watching this turkey farmer to see if he can figure this thing out. We're going down the track at one rate. The weight goes forward at another rate. The truck's pulling at another rate, 300 feet. Let's see if he can figure it out, Gary.
1991 Chevy S10 with a big 620 cubic inch Chevy power plant. 300 feet. Let's see now.
Wow, look how it settles. Look at the tires, how they all pour. We talked about the four-corner offense. Those guys literally dug in, Gary.
284 and 10 for Larry Smith out of Holland, Michigan. 284.10. And once again, grave concern over this track and how this track will tear up.
Exactly. In the opening, I talked about finesse. It's hard to believe in a sport of brute horsepower. You actually do have to be a little finesse-minded. What you got to do here is not let the truck bounce. If it bounces, it digs in. If it digs in, it kills forward motion. And that's what all these guys are just scared to death of. They're going to dig in the end like he did. Larry, the word we get to 284 and 10. What's it like out there? Everybody's watching you to see what's going to happen.
It's a sand track. It's really loose. There's hardly any traction out there, but I'm pretty happy. I thought it was a good run the last run. But we'll just have to wait and see if anybody else beats it or not.
More fun from the Naples Sandbox coming up on Trucks and Tractor Power. Welcome back to Trucks and Tractor Power at the Gator NTPA Nationals from the Florida Sports Park in Naples, Florida. It's all part of the Copenhagen Skull Pulling Circuit. Coming up next, the 94 Chevy Silverado, the heartbeat of America. Out of the state of Iowa, this is Gene Helmig.
Gene capitalized on the Chevrolet logo name, the heartbeat of America. The big question is, where do you put the horsepower? We talked earlier about the dirt getting thrown up in front of the buckboards. If you notice, he almost has mud flaps here to direct the dirt away from the sled. It's hard to believe that you can pick up about 1,000 pounds of sand or dirt and throw it in front of the sled. Now, this guy out of Iowa knows he's going to have to finesse this thing through. You look at the big red scoops in the front of the engine. That's an Italy fuel injection system, and I'll guarantee you those guys have been reading all types of little toots and whistles trying to figure out how not to make a whole lot of horsepower. As a matter of fact, I said earlier, and I still believe they're going to be trying to kill horsepower before the day's over, Gary. Boy, he's really up on the RPM. He's got some good ground speed.
He needs a
284.10. He's got a motor going away. He's killing that horsepower I was telling you about, but it's an awfully expensive way to do it. He is hurting that motor big time.
That was an expensive run. Look at that, though. The full pull, he takes it out of there. But now, keep in mind, if we have anybody... Oh, look at this.
That's not what you want to see.
If we have anybody else, Army, that takes it out of here,
I don't think
hesitating a pull-off, Gene's finished.
He can't come back at about the 150-foot mark. It started self-destructing on it. But we told you, as the horsepower went away, it actually helped him because it let him go on down the track, and he kept the horsepower up. He'd have been in trouble.
Well, once again, a full pull, but a very expensive full pull. Here's Army with Gene.
Well, you fellas knew you were going to have to put it on kill. At about the 100-foot mark, we saw smoke coming out, but at that point in time, you don't have any choice. You still got to go for it, don't you?
That's right, Army. I could feel it going away, but we had the truck hooked up pretty good. We made a lot of changes for the sand track. Changed the tires, went a lot higher on the gear, and it worked pretty good, but we did lose the motor, so we're going to have to kind of scramble now.
Certainly an expensive full pull as he lost the power plant. Coming up next, well, a name that is synonymous with championship pulling. This is Paul Holman in the four-play Chevrolet, a 1960 Chevy with a 640 cubic inch Chevy big block.
Paul and his brother have really been players in sport. We told you about the national championships, but right now we opened the show using their vehicle, telling you about a four-corner offense. We've used that terminology. The reason we're using it, the track is so soft. You got four corners on a truck. Nothing can go wrong in any of the corners or you're in bad shape. Look, man, see right there is a good camera shot showing you how he's digging in. Here, I think he's got problems. He can't move it forward.
Now, Army, remember in NTPA pulling, if a driver does not go beyond 75 feet, he can come back and try it again. So we'll see Paul again in the program. But speaking of problems, Army, you had a chance to check in and give us more information on Gene Helmig's engine situation.
Gary, we want to show you something real quick. You hear the terminology of kicking a rod out. Well, that's exactly what happened. A crew member just took the safety shield out. I want you to look right here. Here's the connecting rod and the piston right there. On this Rodeck engine, an all-aluminum engine, well, you're looking at about a $50,000 piece of scrap right now, I hate to say. They put them on kill. That's what it's all about. They don't come here to go for second. Back to you, Gary.
There's the look at a meltdown of a mountain motor.
Magnificent magnitude. That's an expensive run, is what you're saying. Well, another Chevrolet's going to be coming out now, Gary. Who's it going to be?
Dave Klosser in Zip Express. That's a 1988 Chevy S10 with a 598 cubic inch Chevrolet power plant.
You know, Dave has got to be sweating BBs. He's watching everybody in front of him. If I were going to be a player in this game, I would have been watching the four-play truck of the Hallman brothers. He didn't get the run he wanted. He's going to be coming back later in the competition, but how do you adjust? What do you do? Where do you go? Where's the center baseline here? We go on board with the camera, watching the weight box go forward past the NTPA official on a 40-foot wide track. They've widened this track 10 feet wider than normal in order to give these drivers a chance to find a place to put the horsepower on the left side of the track. Looks like it's working. He's muscling it down on the other end, Gary.
Oh, close, but no cigar for the veteran from Alexandria, Indiana. He falls short. Look at the front wheels mired in that sand. 294.10. That would be second best, but that would be also the first loser, right?
No, because the guy in front of him was next to last. We've been through this before.
Oh, no.
The Zip Express looks good. The CPEC tires fit into the injector work. But we go back over to the Holman brothers, and sure enough, the left front axle was broken. So they've got about 10 minutes to get this axle back together.
Well, Dave Closser out of the Hoosier state of Indiana. Let's go down trackside and visit with him. Army?
Well, you did what you had to do. This track does not look like it's going to get a bit better today. I would much rather be where you were than the guy behind you.
Yes, I agree with that, Army. We moved over into some fresh dirt, and I think that may have been what gave us a little edge on some of them.
Here at Florida Sports Park, we've seen the Sippy Hole do some damage in the swamp buggies, but today, these guys are digging their own graves in the sand from Naples, Florida. We're coming right back. Stay with us. The warmth and sunshine of Naples, Florida, the Gator NTPA Nationals from Florida Sports Park. Jeff Schaefer up next, and win, lose, or draw. The 1992 Chevy S10 with a 641 cubic inch Chevy block. He's a 15-year veteran, a machinist by profession from Mount Vernon, Ohio.
You know, Gary, we keep talking about these what we call mountain motors. Just for the layman out there, a mountain motor usually is a loose terminology meaning anything over 500 cubic inches, which basically, for the guy that's not familiar with the sport, will tell you the pistons are about the size of gallon buckets. I mean, they got these things really.
They cost just a tad more than gallon buckets, though. Well, once again, he will need a full pull to advance to a pull off. However, you know, the only other guy to make the full pull, Gene Helmig, through that rod, he is out of competition.
Sure, I was just noticing, looking at the autometer tachometer and the gauges, these guys are almost like flying an airplane on instruments. They watch that tachometer as we go again back to the onboard camera. But you got to watch the tachometer. You got to feel the truck. You got to feel the seat of your pants, not to let those tires break loose. Look at this. He's easing into the horsepower. See, now he's starting to dial a little bit more horsepower, but he's starting to develop a little bit of bounce. Now he drives through the bounce, comes up on the RPM, trying to get the ground speed, and the weight's coming after him, Gary.
Good pull so far. He needs a full pull to advance to a pull off. Oh, is he going to make it? It looks like he's going to fall short. Yes. So, Jeff Schaefer short of a full pull from the sled cam.
Weight box has done its job. It comes back to its resting place.
282.01, which would put him about, what, third, fourth right now. And look at that. Paul Holman continues to work on that axle. So,
this is a major problem here.
Well, let's go back to the other end of the racetrack, and here's Jeff Schaefer.
Jeff, what do you look for when you go to a line? I mean, the word on the block is there's nothing out there to get a hold of. What do you look for?
Nah, the thing here was just patience. You had to be patient, not throttle it too much, or you was going to lose it at the start. And you just had to wait on it to hook and then go, and that's the trick.
So Jeff finds himself fourth in the standings as the competition continues. Here is Frank Young. Love the name of this truck. Forever Young, out of the state of Florida, the 91 Ford with the Janky power plant.
Janky out of Texas makes a whole lot of horsepower. We told you the story, you don't need horsepower. Look at his right hand. This could be the story. This guy's from Florida. He knows how to pull in a sand track. He does not use a foot throttle. He operates the throttle from his hand. See? Almost like a jet fighter pilot. You've got more control. You can be a little bit smoother maybe on these sandy tracks. Let's see if it works.
All right, he has the experience on this type of pulling track. He needs a full pull. Here's Frank Young out of the Sunshine State. Oh, he's going to come up short, it looks like, Army.
Yeah, but he's not digging down. Like he's not kicking a lot of dirt out.
He has a good run, just not long enough. So he does fall short of the full pull, 281.05. That would put him fifth right now overall. He'd like to have that run back.
Well, I'll tell you what, this day and time, fifth is not bad.
Well, Gene Helmig continues to lead with a full pull and a broken power plant, but there's Dave Closser in second, Larry Smith, Jeff Schaefer, and Frank Young rounding out the top five. Here is the X-Side battery entry, and this is Jerry Weaver, the exciter.
I tell you what, Jerry's been around all types of motorsports for a year. You talk about a versatile guy. He came over from Pro Stock Drag Racing. He is based out of Ohio, one of the hotbed of sprint car countries. He's got the same sponsors Jeff Bodine has, so he's doing some good. But also, he brings to the sport a phenomenal-looking rig to promote the X-Size battery name in the form of not only the pulling truck, but, Gary, you see the name Monster Truck. That's right. We might see this guy a little bit later in the year on the Penda Point Series. here on the Nashville Network.
Well, it's nice to see those national sponsors in the pulling competition as well as the monster truck competition. A very stark cockpit.
Yeah, bare bones. You got a tachometer, a throttle, and a brake. That's all you need.
And a steering wheel. That sometimes you don't use that much. On this track, though, all four wheels are on the surface.
I'm watching. Well, see, he's trying to finesse it in. He's smooth. He's working, coming over to the right. He started in the middle. Now he goes to the right, picks up on the throttle. Look at the injector scoops are not open. He's not calling on a whole lot of horsepower right now.
Needs the full pull in the Exide Batteries Chevrolet, and he is going to come up short. Well short. What would you give for 29 feet? He's 271. He fell short by 29 feet at the full pull. Let's go down trackside now and check in with Army on the situation with Paul Holman.
Gary, what's going on down in the pit area is that Holman has broken an axle. Now, the other crew members, you can see it right here. They've got another axle in. He's trying to put it back together. But NTPA does have a time rule, and I don't know how much time's left for him, but believe me, he's starting to really worry. All the other crews, they're trying to help any way they can, but the clock may wind up taking a win and taking one of the best pullers in the country out. We're just waiting to see how this thing goes down.
So we'll see if he's ready as we return to Florida Sports Park in Naples.
You got one shot, Paul. Make her count. Yeah, anybody take the jack out?
Yeah, well, the jack was indeed out. That was just moments ago, right after they secured the final lug nut. And Paul Holman was able to bring that Chevy 4-play out for the final pass of the afternoon.
I tell you what, this guy's got the pressure on him, though. He's sitting out there in a catbird seat with a broken wing, if you'll allow me. And this guy's going bear hunt with a switch.
That was a shot just moments ago of Gene Helmig. He has made the full pull, but he is out of competition. He threw the rod in that monster power plant of his. All he can do right now is watch and hope that Paul Holman does not pull it out of there.
Well, I tell you what, these guys will give some phenomenal exposure. I wonder what kind of oil he uses. Wow, awesome exposure. Let's see. He's a pro. He's been here before. He knows what it's going to take. He's got one shot.
The 4-play Chevrolet, a 1960 Chevy, but he needs to pull it out of there. He broke that front axle, replaced the axle.
Stand together for him. He's working to the left, Gary. Everybody else went to the right. He's going to the left, going after the Chevrolet.
He's coming close. No, I don't know. He didn't make it. He did not make it. That means that Gene Helmig is your winner. Look at that. 293.80. Just shy of 294 feet. Just over 6 feet shy. And there is your victor. Let's go down to Army, and he has Paul Holman.
Well, Paul, you talk about drama. 293 is the word we get. Buddy, you pulled that one out with the help of a lot of friends. Tell us what happened on the starting line.
Howie, what happened is the front axles are welded inside of the yoke. It's a special made axle, and the weld broke holding the shaft to the yoke, and it just spun out, and the weld broke and spun in half.
Right. These guys, you guys go like crazy to beat each other, but I also notice your competitors are up there helping you, too. That just shows the caliber of people in this sport, doesn't it?
It sure does. Everybody pitches in and helps everybody and anybody, and that's really what makes this sport great. I owe this guy right here.
Well, Gary, you got good days and bad days. A lot of smoke, kicked the rod out the side, but you were the guy that held on for the win on this thing. That's, you know, how do you like? You happy or you sad?
Well, like you said, Irma, we had a good day and a bad day. We won the pull, but we lost the motor on it, so we got another motor at home, and we're going to call and get them on the way down here with it. So we got another event up at Pensacola next weekend, so I don't think we can make her by tomorrow.
Did you think that anybody would be able to make a full pull once you pulled on the track?
There was a chance of it, but our truck, if you drive it right, I mean, we do pretty well on a track like this, and this is not a real power track, but I drive the truck about 125 foot with the brakes on, 75, 80 foot with the clutch both, riding them both on a soft track like this, and this is not a good track. Numbers had a lot to do with it today. We had an early number. When Larry moved over, we'd already moved the sled over for our hook, and and then he rehooked, so we had to move again. But we came out all right, other than the motor.
There's your winner of the Gator NTPA Nationals. The western fringes of the Everglades, one of Florida's last frontiers. But civilization and wilderness collide at the Collier County line, where a multi-purpose facility has blossomed from the swamp. Today, the workaday stock farm field tractor takes its place on the landscape of American motorsports in a battle as old as any in racing, a good old test of American ingenuity. This is Trucks and Tractor Power, and today from Florida Sports Park in Naples, it's the Gator NTPA Nationals. The Superstocks are the NTPA signature division. They closely resemble the tractors down home on the farm, but their wheels-up style and their heavy plumes of black diesel smoke really represent their calling card. Now, we've not seen the Supers on TNN for a while, so here's Army Armstrong with a refresher course in Superstock tractor pulling.
The Superstock tractors. Boy, I tell you what, a big crowd favorite. Today we're going to be looking at the 7,500-pound category, the middleweights in the competition known as Superstockers. You know, a Superstock tractor has a lot of appeal because all the manufacturers are represented here. So if you're in the agro industry and you drive a John Deere, you're going to be pulling for a John Deere. You drive an International on the field, you're going to be pulling for an International. Everybody wants bragging rights in the Superstock category. You know, one of the interesting things I see about this class is what you see may not be what is real. For an example, the rules say you must run a stock appearing rear end, a stock appearing transmission, and a stock appearing engine. Well, they do appear to be stock, but that's where it stops. These particular tractors we're going to be seeing today will run as many as 4 turbochargers. They will be generating 12 to 1,500 horsepower. Now, this particular setup has turbochargers outbound. The 2 on each side dump into 1. There's 2 of them back up under the engine you can't even see. Mega horsepower is what it's all about. But no matter what brand you have, what kind of horsepower you have, there's one thing about these guys that everybody loves. They smoke, they bellow, they cough, and they hack the horsepower on the other end. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, these are the ones they call the smokers.
And Army, let's take a look now at a list of the manufacturers represented here in this competition, and you can see it's dominated by the IHs, the International Harvesters. Now, we'll have a chance to take a look at that Oliver tractor a bit later in the show. We always get asked on these pulling shows for more information about the sled. So earlier, Army had a chance to take a closer look at that piece of yellow iron.
What you're looking at is one of the main components of a pulling sled, one of the main 3. It's called a main drive and frame assembly, and it's what holds the other 2 together. The second piece we're going to talk about is the weight box itself. We actually have 12,000 pounds of weight in this box right now. And what the sport of pulling is all about is this box, because as the vehicles hook onto the sled and pull it down the track, total weight being around 42,000 pounds, this 12,000 pounds of weight moves forward. As it moves forward, it changes the balance of the sled, putting more of a direct pressure on the front of the sled. That puts more weight on this piece of metal right here called the skid pan, and that's what literally stops these guys in their track. Now, the sled operators have come up with a couple of new things. One of them is the fact that this weight runs downhill. That's a safety factor. But the other is there is a pad underneath the front of the weight box. And that, again, helps the drivers to realize that when the box is topped out, it's just like running into a wall. It's going to nail it in the ground.
Well, here is a look at Rich Lustig's Silver Bullet. This is the Oliver that we mentioned earlier. You may recall one of his other vehicles, the Super Steeler, one of the biggest Steeler fans ever out of 84, Pennsylvania. Earlier, Army took a look at the Silver Bullet.
The Silver Bullet of Rich Lustig, a unique individual, a unique piece of equipment. Why? Very simple. He's playing within the rules, right on the edge of the rules. You know, it's interesting in the Superstock category, they say you must run the same type of engine that came in the frame. Only one tractor ever came out with the V8 engine. It was called an Oliver. Well, This is an Oliver frame. It's got later model sheet metal on it, but he can still run the V8 engine. So he brings all the technologies from other forms of motorsports to the head design of the V8 engine to make all types of awesome horsepower. You take the head designs from other sports such as drag racing, you tie it in with 3 turbochargers, and you've got a phenomenal amount of horsepower, but there's one other piece of equipment on this tractor that is really unique. That is the fueling system. In a class that is known as a smoker class, this particular vehicle does not run diesel fuel. It runs methanol or alcohol for fuel. So when they go to the line today, don't look for the black smoke to be coming out of the Silver Bullet. He'll be pumping pure all day long.
And so here is Lustig as he will prepare to take it out of the gate.
You know, one of the things that's interesting here is he's looking at the gauges. If you could watch these guys' eyes, it's like watching a tennis match. They've got so many gauges that they're trying to get the boost up. You know, one turbocharger makes horsepower. These guys are running 4 of them. Look at the intensity, the concentration.
Look at the insignia on the helmet. Talk about a Pittsburgh Steelers fan.
He's an NFL fan, that's for sure. Okay, but right now he is pulling the big boys. Let's see what's going to happen. Missed the weight a little bit. That means it's light on the nose. He's mile an hour looking, making all kinds of horsepower. That's what the sport is all about. It's called a full pull, my friend.
But it's also a test pull. The sled was not official. That was the full pull, but that was the first pull of this class.
Now, this is what's unique about the sport. There'll be a meeting with the driver and the track official as to what the sled should be left alone or modified, and there's an honesty factor here. It's amazing. They'll go back and reset that sled and make it heavier, I would imagine, Gary.
But if I'm the driver, I have a full pull.
That's just you. That's the way.
Oh.
That's why you is where you is and he is where he is.
All right. Well, with that in mind, we'll take you from the broadcast booth back down trackside to have a visit with Rich Lustig.
Gary, the Silver Bullet pulls first, makes a dynamo run, but the track crew picks up the option. They're going to change the sled, making you come back and run again. Does that bother you at all?
Well, I wish we'd see another tractor come again, but we can't come straight back, so we're going to be back in 6th position.
Will the track go away by then? That's the big question.
I don't think the track's going to change much, no.
So a full pull for not. They'll add some weight. We'll come back with more as you see the weight going in right now. Coming back with more from Naples. Welcome back to Trucks and Tractor Power at Florida Sports Park here in Naples for the Gator NTPA Nationals, a part of the Copenhagen Skull pulling circuit. Coming up next, there is a look at George Everett in the smokeless alternative. Now, he is very active, not only as a competitor, he is an NTPA Executive Board member. Normally competes in the lighter classes like this 5,500 Super Stock division. So we've added some weight out of Monrovia, Indiana. That's the same hometown of Gary Bettenhausen.
There you go. That's right, Cheating Gary. As we look at the gauges come up on this thing.
Cheating Gary?
A moment ago, you made reference that he normally runs a lighter class. Where he's added weight to this tractor is in the form of physical weight. See, mounted right in front of the rear tires and painted yellow. I want you to look for that. Now, listen to the whine. Really? See the weight right in front of the rear tires? That's where he added to get up to the 7,500-pound maximum weight. But he's not pumping out the black smoke either, Gary.
Well, that's the smokeless alternative. Another alky burner. Well, he's short of a full pull. Let's take the measurements. We're coming up with just under 285, 284.09 for George Everett.
Okay, now we only had one John Deere, but he told me back in the pit area, it only takes one.
Nothing runs like a deer.
Gary, when he leaves the starting line, you can see him start to muscle it. Right hand's on the steering wheel, left hand's on the throttle. But those big old tires start to dig in. They plant the horsepower. Now he's got the horsepower to the ground. He's trying to generate speed, mile an hour, trying to pull the sled. He's at half track, Gary Lee. What's it look like to you?
Well, Army, keep in mind they added some 4,000 pounds. We don't know if this will be an official run until it's all over. Now, watch the body English. He leans back in the cockpit, trying to get as much weight as possible over the rear axle. Falls short at 284.09. He's with Army.
Well, George, you just indicated to the track official that, yes, you indeed want to take the pull. What is the track like out there? You guys seem to be able to get a handle on this track where other classes can't.
It's pretty soft and loose. I was about 100 light or heavy on the front. I should have moved 2 back and got her nose in the air, and I think I could have got it out, but should be a couple of them get it out that's behind me yet.
Well, let's see what kind of a prognosticator George Everett is as we take a look at Jerry Van Dorp.
Gary, it's kind of interesting how Eastport has its own terminology. You know, he just made a statement he should have moved 2 back to get her nose in the air. All that means is he missed the weight. The balance was wrong.
Out of Charlotte, Michigan, Jerry Van Dorp, the Screamin' Demon 2. He was the 94 Region 2 champion. He was the Pro National champ in 91 and 93. Some 30 years into sport. There is the distance to beat, and there we're going to see some smoke this time.
I'll guarantee you are. Now watch the color of it. Once it gets black, he's watching the gauges, working the throttle stuff. Well, you watch the smoke. When it goes to black, it's getting gray, coming up on the turbos, starting to light it up a little bit, down on the horsepower end. Watch for black smoke. We got it. Throttle up, just like lift off at the Kennedy Space Center.
And from the sled cam, taking it down. Let's see if he can take it out of here. One of 5 international harvesters in the pulling competition here this afternoon. Oh, a good ride so far.
Weight box goes up on him.
No, 284 we're being told. 284.08.
Now, on the 40-foot track, he went middle to the left. Let's see what the other drivers do.
All right, we'll take a look again and watch the black smoke.
Again, those big tires, see how you don't see a lot of bounce or anything. They are going about their business. They are putting the horsepower to the track. The smoke on the front, a little bit gray for the first 50 feet. It starts to blacken up. Now it's gray again, so the fuel mixture, not exactly what he was looking for, Gary.
Yeah, he missed the fuel mixture. You could tell that in the smoke. He comes up short. In fact, very close to the same run that we saw turned in by George Everett. So just a tick off what George turned in. So once again, we'll go back to trackside, and Army has Jerry.
Jerry, you can't be disappointed with that run. If we were playing hand grenades, you'd have been there.
Well, my motor had a miss in it. It's just a fresh motor, so there's something wrong with it. Somebody will full pull that if they get it right.
Well, once again, another prognostication. We will have at least 1 full pull. And coming up next is Terry Blackburn. Terry drives the slow ride tractor.
You know, Terry has watched all the guys in front of him. One of the things that you may mention a while ago, our previous driver, been in the sport for 30 years, you're going to find a lot of that in the pulling sport, a lot of second, third generation. And Terry will watch the man in front of him and capitalize on that 30 years experience to see where he's going to run the sled.
Well, of course, he's been around for some 15 years. Now, he runs 3 turbos with alcohol. We will not see the black smoke.
These guys pump enough fuel through these tractors to float the Goodyear blimp or to blow it up in about a second and a half. There's a lot of air that runs through that motor.
Good catch on the weight, though. Not much rise in the front end.
Now, he balanced it out good.
Full pull, I guess he did.
Here, we're sitting here.
He makes watching the front of the tractor, exactly, not the front of the sled. So he does indeed pull it out of there. The first to do so, Terry Blackburn, out of Wisconsin, has the full pull.
He actually made it look even. Easy. Excuse me. He's going past the 75-foot mark. Into the horsepower. You don't see a lot of exhaust coming out anywhere. It's just making power. Camera is getting a little bit dirty, but the 300-foot, see the flagman right off to his left. That's the 300-foot mark. Red flag right there.
There it is. You have it, a full pull. And here's Army.
Well, my friend, you showed it could be done. The big question is there anybody else back there that can make a full pull and come back after you in a pull-off?
Oh, yeah, Army, that weight, you know, you've seen it run that test hook, you know, it'll be there. And we tried taking a little power out of ours, trying to get hooked up, and I think we can put a little more back in it.
How often in motorsports do you hear we took some power out? We're coming back with more from Naples. Welcome back to Florida Sports Park, the Gator NTPA Nationals. We have just seen a full pull by Terry Blackburn. Now it's Stan Blygrave in the Red Horse.
Out of Texas, kid out of the Lone Star State. I've seen this guy pull before. He's a serious puller. We keep talking about smoke, and guys keep coming. We don't see smoke. We're going to see smoke from this Texan, believe me.
Well, he won his first NTPA pull in 1980 in Colorado Springs at the age of 19. He's been around a few years, but he will need a full pull to prompt a pull-off, or otherwise he puts it back on the trailer and goes home.
Well, he's not hitting all the way through either. You can see the exhaust. Very sporadic, not what he was looking for.
Now he comes up well short, Army, at 268.8, so he will put it back on the trailer and head back home. Not the kind of run that he'd like to see down here in Florida.
No, not at all, but you just mentioned, you said down in Florida, these guys are having to adjust to something. Normally they don't. They're at sea level. That could be mixing up this fuel mixture.
There's a look at the mechanical bull, Thurman Munford.
That's the kind of bull years ago you used to go in and fall off of when people bet that you couldn't ride that thing, I understand.
I tell you what, they still have those things around.
And you're still falling off
I'm still
of them.
falling off of them. The 1994 Region 4 champion, the mechanical bull, runs 2 turbos. Another international harvester. Once again, he has to go right out of the ballpark.
Sure. The whole flexing now is if you don't make a full pull, you're not a player. White smoke, watch it go to gray, then it go to black, and we're going on the other end.
We need some tear-offs there for the lids on our sledgehammer.
Or Garrett cam. That's right. Get some. See, now he's missed the weight.
Yeah, he missed the weight. The mechanical bull is giving him a bull ride right now. So he is way off on the weight. He's making the horsepower, though.
Yeah, the black smoke tells you the horsepower's there. He just missed the weight. He got half of it right.
So his distance at 278.10. So coming up next will be Rich Lustig in the Silver Bullet. We saw him pull earlier, but that was not official, so he dropped back in the pulling order. So he will come up next and make his attempt at a full pull. But right now, let's go back trackside to visit with our last puller, Thurman Munford.
Well, 278, you got to be tickled to death with that. The crowd really got behind you on that run.
Yeah, we were right tickled with it. We did get the front end in the air. The tractor seemed to work pretty good considering, you know, how tough the track is, and we're satisfied.
So there was a thumbs up. We'll go to the cockpit now of Rich Lustig. Once again, the distance to beat is the full pull.
We've been talking about him off and on all day long today. Now, watching the gauges, I told you, it's like a tennis tournament. These guys, their eyes are going back and forth. When everything goes needles up, you go to the other end. Now, he looks to be a little bit light on the nose and hooking to the right on.
Oh,
he
he's
goes out of
disqualified,
bounds.
Army. Yes, he will be disqualified. Boy, that just hooked right off to the side, pulled him right off that right lane.
It's like it had a mind all its own. Well, you've got all that weight moving, and it's going to happen. Let's see if we can see something break or go away. No, it just started pulling. A vehicle has a tendency to torque to the right. Maybe that big V8 engine did just that. It just pulled him out of bounds.
Well, see, he can only tag the brake to get it back in line and couldn't do it. He has been disqualified. We'll go trackside now and visit with Rich.
Well, Richard, I tell you what, you almost have to be heartbroken over that. Everybody was watching. They figured you had the hot hand today, but it's like the tractor almost had a mind of its own. When it decided to go right, it was going right.
Yes, it was. We ruptured a master brake cylinder on the left-hand side, and I couldn't get it corrected. There's what happened.
So the pulling competition continues as we return to Florida Sports Park. We are ready now for our final pull in the competition here at the Gator NTPA Nationals, and there is a look at Joey K. Joey Kwiatkowski from up in Dorr, Michigan, driving Wild Thing. He'll be the last one to take a shot at Terry Blackburn. Of course, Terry pulled it out of here, so Joey the K will have to have a full pull.
Man, I'm glad you said Joey the K. I can't pronounce this guy's last name. Being from the South, I'm sorry. Let's keep an eye on him. This guy's keeping an eye on him. He's sitting out there 300 feet away knowing that old Joey's going to be coming after him like a fast-moving freight on a Wild Thing.
Well, 30 years in the sport. He drives the Wild Thing. It's an international harvester.
Up on the RPM, the green flag. Oh, he's making horsepower, Gary. He's cranking. Looks at the gauges, rolls off the clutch. Here we go.
Looks to be
look
a
at
good
that.
ride.
Oh, look at the black smoke. Oh, that chirping sound tells you he lifted a turbocharger.
He chirped a turbocharger at 127 feet. That means that Terry Blackburn is our winner in the super stock class. He's with Army.
Well, Terry, you thought somebody else could get it out the end. You seem to be the only guy that had it figured out today. What did you have figured out that the other people didn't?
Well, Army, we took a little power out of it, and we thought we'd get hooked up a little better. It was sounding kind of rough, and we seen some four-wheel drives ahead of us there that weren't running too smooth, and they kind of got hooked up. So we thought we'd try that. We got a wastegate. We can turn it down, turn the power down a little bit, and we thought that helped us get hooked up.
Anybody need to thank out here? Y'all know nobody does this alone.
Well, I'd like to thank Mac Tools and Grove Automotive for getting me going there at the last minute.
So we look at the final standings with Terry taking it out of here. The full pull. George Everett went second, then Jerry Van Dorp. Thurman Munford and Stan Blygrave. Let's go back and talk to Joey K.
Joe, I'll be real honest with you. We were with Terry when you made your run. He was sweating BBs. When you came off that line, he thought, man, this guy's coming after me like a fast-moving freight. Then something went away. What did go away?
I think I lost boost pressure. I just, tires lost contact with the track and just didn't have enough force there to keep my blowers turning, and just got underneath them.
Well, congratulations to Terry Blackburn out of the state of Wisconsin on his victory. It has been a great